Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents the first of a new series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy with Rex Stout, distinguished writer and brain parent of the equally distinguished Nero Wolfe, in the interlocutor's chair. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Milton Cross, and good evening to all good friends of liberty, and enemies, if any. Leave it on, it'll do you good. By way of introducing this new program, I'd like to remind you of a fine old American institution which has all but disappeared, the American Cracker Barrel, center of the forum in every crossroads store, sign and symbol of free speech and free discussion. Around the Cracker Barrel, every man was free to say what he thought and felt, to swap opinions with his neighbors, and to change his mind, if he ever did, only when he couldn't think of another comeback. I'd like to think of these talks we're going to have as a sort of Cracker Barrel of the air, with all kinds of people, authors, journalists, critics, foreign correspondents, swapping ideas and telling us things that sometimes don't get into their books and articles. We hope and believe that what they say will have significance and value to all of us who want to keep the democracy we've got and who are determined to get more of it instead of less. It took brave and stubborn men to get it, and it takes brave and stubborn men to keep it, defend it, and expand it. We want on this program to remind you of pages of its glorious history that you knew but have forgotten, to tell you of recently discovered pages that you've never read, to unmask the enemies and expose the dangers that confront it today, to sing again its poetry and wave its flag. Our guest this evening, who's sitting here at the table with me now, is Carl Van Doren, critic, biographer, and historian of our country and the people who built it. Also, he's a Pulitzer Prize winner for his biography of Benjamin Franklin. Mr. Van Doren, I've been hearing a lot of gossip about this new work of yours, old attics, mysterious papers, secrets locked away in trunks for 100 years. Just what are you doing, and what's it all about?
I'm afraid you've been reading too much Nero Wolfe. No, I'm simply making a special study of certain undercover activities during the American Revolution. Nothing mysterious about it.
But I understand you have a lot of new stuff.
I have. I've been working on the public and private papers of Sir Henry Clinton. You know, the British commander-in-chief.
I've heard his name.
Well, most of his papers were hidden away for 150 years in boxes and pigeonholes in his London house and his country house. One bundle was even tucked in the seat of his old carriage.
150? Why hidden so long? Didn't anybody know about them?
Oh, nobody bothered his head about them. You see, when Clinton went back to England, he expected to fight his battles over again in print, as old generals will do. And so he kept his papers and his secrets all together for his own use.
Why weren't they called for by the authorities?
Such things were pretty casual in those days, Stout. And there were other things for Englishmen to think about besides the late unfortunate war with America. So the Clinton papers stayed where they were and were neglected. They passed to Clinton's son and then to later descendants, so they were finally bought by the great Michigan collector, William L. Clements.
Where are they now?
In the Clements Library at Ann Arbor, Michigan. You know, if you mean to make any serious study of the American Revolution, sooner or later you must go to Ann Arbor. The Clements Library has material that isn't duplicated anywhere else in the world.
All right, pass the crackers. Start with the undercover work. Have you found out much that hasn't been generally known?
A great deal more than has been suspected, even by specialists. Please don't think I'm changing the subject. If I ask you if you've ever visited the American wing of the Metropolitan Museum, right here in New York City?
Often. It's my favorite antique shop.
Well, possibly you've noticed one of the rooms, which is taken from the house of a leading Rhode Island patriot during the Revolutionary War, Metcalfe Bowler, who was Chief Justice of the state and who signed the Rhode Island Declaration of Independence.
I believe I have.
One of my Providence correspondents just a few weeks ago wrote me that he'd paid a visit to Bowler's grave and had found an American flag flying over it, provided by the Sons of the American Revolution.
And why not?
Because Metcalfe Bowler was a paid spy for Clinton for nearly 3 years. Clinton saved Bowler's letters, and I've read them all. They were printed in a learned journal of small circulation 10 years ago, but have never reached the public, which still thinks Bowler was a great patriot.
Did he get enough out of it to furnish that room at the Metropolitan Museum?
Far from it. See, he was an appeaser. He was trying to conciliate both sides, and never quite sure which one he was on. He was a sort of shivering neutral between two fires. If you want to know what happened to him, he stayed among the patriots and suffered with them from the British occupation of Rhode Island, and he got very little money from the British, because he was too inactive an American to have much information to sell. The Hessians damaged his house as much as any patriots. Treachery, that is, didn't pay.
Poor Bullard.
Much the same thing happened to Benedict Arnold. He asked for 20,000 pounds, was $100,000. In those days, would be equal to about $500,000 now, to surrender West Point to the British. His offer was accepted, provided the deal went through. He asked for 10,000 pounds if it fell through, as we know it did. What he got was about 6,000, and pensions for himself and his family. But he also got universal dishonor in America and very small honor in England.
Were there many traitors besides Benedict Arnold?
There were so few that it makes you rather proud to go through these old records. Not that the king and his ministers didn't try. They were bribing or otherwise influencing the majority, which kept Lord North's ministry in power in England. As the English all felt, it was natural to extend the method to America, if possible. The king was set on a form of personal rule that would have turned the clock of English government back 100 years. That, in part, was why the Americans rebelled. You must remember that for more than a year after Washington took command of the Continental Army, till after the Declaration of Independence, in fact, he always referred to the enemy as the ministerial, not as the British Army. That is, he thought of himself as fighting not the British people, but a reactionary king and a pliant ministry.
Who were some of these patriots the ministry tried to bribe?
Well, Clinton sent a loyalist to try to win Israel Putnam over. Now, I'm giving away a secret that I've never publicly made known. But I'll save that story up for my book. Then agents made attempts on Ethan Allen, the hero of Vermont.
Allen? They actually thought they might bribe Ethan Allen?
That was politics, Stout. See, Vermont was claimed by both New Hampshire and New York and wanted Congress to recognize its independence. George III was particularly interested in Vermont and offered to set it up as a separate province if it would join Canada rather than the United States. So Clinton sent emissaries to Allen.
And what did Allen do? Tell them to go climb a tree in the name of great Jehovah and the Continental Congress?
No, he notified Congress that he had had the office, probably to force Congress to pay some attention to what Vermont wanted. Allen was a rough and ready character, but loyal to Vermont, I think, rather than ever false to America.
I gather from what Oliver Wiswell says that all the American revolutionaries were ready for anything, just so it was rough. And I gather from the same source that the Americans who stood for the king, the royalists, were a composite of all the virtues.
That's what Oliver Wiswell says, and he probably would have thought so at the time. Such thinking was what cost the loyalists their country. They made the mistake of underestimating the patriots. As you might expect, the loyalists included many conservative men and men of family and property and education. But the patriots included such people, too. Washington, say, nothing of the great men, had half a dozen young aides, all about Wiswell's age, who were better men than Wiswell on almost any count. Look at John Lawrence of South Carolina and Tench Tillman of Maryland and David Humphreys of Connecticut, who was afterwards minister to Spain, and John Trumbull, who became America's great painter of the Revolution. Not to mention Alexander Hamilton of New York, who can hardly be called illiterate.
Come to think about it, I have heard more about these fellows than I have about the loyalists. Or for that matter, about the ministers in London who were carrying out the king's policy. Lord North is the only one I could name offhand.
Not much wonder. It was hard for the king to get first-rate ministers. The great English statesmen of the age were most of them opposed to the American policy of the king. Everybody remembers Edmund Burke and Charles James Fox, and the Earl of Chatham, and there was Thomas Coke, the richest commoner in England, who insisted that his guests at dinner always drink a toast to General Washington as the greatest man in the world. He named his farms after American victories. They were all pro-American, in a sense.
You mean they were anti-English?
Not at all. They were defending the traditional rights of Englishmen, the English way of life, we might call it now, and they believed the Americans were doing the same thing. That was what the Americans set out to do. And they declared their independence only after they had given up hope of getting the rights of Englishmen under that king and that ministry. The English Whigs and the American Whigs were virtually allies against the Tories, whether English or American. Do you know that after Lexington and Concord, English Friends of America raised £100 by small popular subscriptions and sent it to Franklin for the American widows and orphans that had been made that day? Or do you know that the run of Englishmen felt so little enthusiasm for the war that it was almost impossible to enlist as many soldiers and sailors as were needed?
I suppose that's where the Hessians came in.
Well, you might say that, Stout. The King of England was also Elector of Hanover and saw no reason why he shouldn't use his German subjects to restore order among his American subjects.
Well, if so many Englishmen were friendly to the American Whigs, why did the Revolution last so long?
Partly because so many Americans were friendly to the English Tories. The Revolution was, after all, a civil war in America. At the end of it, something like a third or even more of the men under Clinton's command in the British Army in America were American-born. You see, in both countries there was conflict, military in America, political in Great Britain. The outcome was that we became independent of the British Crown, and so, in a sense, did the British. Since then, Parliament has been supreme, not the king. George III was, if I may strain a term, England's last dictator.
And out in a little schoolhouse in Kansas, I was taught that the war was between England and America, just like that. Now, I'm not sure I know who was fighting whom about what.
Don't worry, you aren't as confused as people then were. Things become clear, if ever, only when time has settled them and history explains them.
But don't you think that understanding the past helps us to understand the present? How about you, Mr. Van Doren? What have you found out in your studies of the Revolution that has some bearing on the questions we face today?
There's that point about confusion, Stout. It's a good idea to realize that confusion is always with us and that we are no more confused now than men have often been. If they came out, so can we. But we can't come out by being compromisers, appeasers, if you like, on principle. History will do the compromising for us. We have to stand up for our convictions. Then at least some of us will turn out to be right. The only persons who are sure in advance to be wrong are those who never take any stand but merely wobble, kicked about by both sides, like Metcalfe Bowler. And I think my studies of the Revolution have given me some assurance on a second point.
What's that?
That the Revolution, for all it had many conflicting motives, was fought essentially in the desire to extend more rights to more men, and that it was successful for that very reason. That made more men willing to put more power into it. In the long run, many heads are better than one, and I am convinced democracy is not only the most satisfactory form of government, but the most efficient.
Spread that one out, Carl. That efficient. Of all the belittlers of democracy, the ones who say it is inefficient give me the biggest pain.
Show me a modern democracy that has lasted as long as England or America have under their present form of government, or that shows any prospect of lasting so long, even now, in an age of dictatorships. And show me one from which a large part of the population would not instantly emigrate to America if they could, or even to England in the midst of a terrible war. Democracy, with all its faults, is to government what its level is to water. You dam up water as long as you like, and sooner or later you know what it seeks and finds. So with human life. Dictators can dam it up, but they cannot hold it forever. It will seek and find its democratic level somehow, somewhere. Life has found something like that democratic level in the United States. We can never be forgiven if we do not make every effort to preserve it and extend it and cherish it.
Amen. As they say at Quaker meeting, that friend spoke my mind. Our guest this evening, ladies and gentlemen, on this first Cracker Barrel session of the new Council for Democracy program called Speaking of Liberty, has been Carl Van Doren. Thank you, Mr. Van Doren. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the first of a new series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each Thursday evening at this time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Edmund Taylor to the microphone. Copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your request by card or letter to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by the NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. He presents the second of a new series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy with Rex Stout, distinguished parent of the even in the interlocutor's chair. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Milton Cross. On this program, we are reviving the old American Cracker Barrel, center of the forum in every crossroads store, sign and symbol of free discussion. Authors and journalists swap ideas with us and tell us things that sometimes don't get into their books and articles. On this radio Cracker Barrel, we speak of liberty. One of the toughest things in the world and the hardest to kill is a good word. And one of the best words we have is liberty. The men of Vichy have erased it from the motto of France. The French people will someday put it back again. For it can still quicken the blood of a man and put fire in his eye. It is still one of our sweetest and toughest words. We speak of it, liberty, on this program because our country is now confronted by a danger which requires a quickening of our blood and a fire in our eyes. And it is a double danger. There is the physical threat of the tank and bomb and torpedo, and the psychological threat of propaganda, both native and imported. It is of the latter, propaganda, that we shall talk this evening. And by good fortune, we have with us a guest who can speak with authority, Mr. Edmund Taylor, author of The Strategy of Terror, newspaper man and special correspondent who has been all over Europe during wars and revolutions. Any nation under conditions of war uses propaganda, the type employed depending naturally on the temperament, talent, and character of each nation concerned. Mr. Taylor has made a special study of the devices used by the Germans in the present war, so we are asking him tonight to discuss them. Mr. Taylor, will you tell us something of the propaganda you've seen in operation overseas?
Gladly, Mr. Stout. But first, if I may make a personal remark, I'd like to mention something that I meant to tell you before we went on the air. Your face is dirty.
My what? You're crazy. I washed my hands and face less than an hour ago.
Oh, your hands are all right, but your face is very dirty.
I don't believe it. I looked in the mirror in the washroom.
Maybe you did, but I'm looking straight at you now, and frankly, you're a sight. You must have been eating mud pies. Dirty is putting it mildly.
Well, for Mr. Cross, is there a mirror around here anywhere?
Well, I don't know, but I'll try to find one.
Anybody got a mirror?
Don't bother, Mr. Cross. Propaganda, Stout.
What do you mean, propaganda?
I mean, that was it, and it worked. You notice I didn't say your hands were dirty or that you had lost a button from your coat. One glance would have shown you that I was lying, but you can't glance at your face. You knew very well your face wasn't dirty. But in 10 seconds, I had you yelling for a mirror. In the same way, defeat us in this country, for instance. Inject the poison of doubt into us. They aren't stupid enough to try to persuade Americans that they are cowards and quitters, or that their Navy is no good. More shrewdly, they did it into us day after day that the Nazis are too hot to handle and that the British are already licked. That is no more true than my statement that your face was dirty, but you began yelling for a mirror.
After this, I'll carry my own mirror. But are you saying that all propaganda is merely a pack of lies?
By no means. For instance, if your face really had been dirty, I would have said, Mr. Stout, you're black in the face. You must have the bubonic plague or something. You would have looked in the mirror and then called for a thermometer. That's just how the Nazis work. They announce victories in the Balkans, which are true. Then they say this proves that the democracies were doomed before they started to fight, that the trend is against them. In the same way, Hitler's armies stamp out democracy in Europe, and Nazi propaganda says, you see, Europe has discarded democracy and gone fascist. They can't stamp out our democracy by force, so they try to talk us out of it. One day they tell us democracy is inefficient, that we do nothing but argue and have no discipline. The next day they say the trouble with us is we're not a real democracy, just a Pluto democracy, a dictatorship of plutocrats, which oppresses the masses and has no respect for human rights.
Well, even the Nazis can't have their cake and eat it, too. But if people in America fall for that poppycock with the nearest German tank 3,000 miles away, it must be even more effective when the tank is around the corner and the plane is over your head. You've been as close as that to it, haven't you?
Yes, I think I can say that I have, Mr. Stout. I was in France before and during the collapse, and I can assure you that adroitly handled propaganda can be just as effective a military weapon as a piece of artillery.
I believe you. While it can't blow up a bridge, it can blow morale into fragments.
And it can operate even more directly than that. In that awful mess in northern France, one trouble with the French army was that it could not move from here to there. You can't drive tanks along a stretch of road that's clogged with 100,000 panic-stricken old men and women and children with carts and baby carriages and bicycles. And they wouldn't have been clogging the roads if the Germans hadn't put them there by creating the panic that drove them out of their villages. They did it by spreading the propaganda that they would all be murdered, or worse, when the Nazis came.
How did they do that?
Radio, fifth columnists, that wasn't hard. It didn't take more than 2 or 3 trained alarm spreaders to a village to start them going.
It wouldn't have been a bad idea to have a couple of trained alarm quieters on the job.
Sure, but that's one trouble with really ingenious propaganda. You can't combat it ahead of time. That particular trick will never work again, because now they're on to it. If the Germans ever get to Britain, they won't find the roads clogged by anything but barbed wire, tank traps, landmines, and guns.
If they get to Britain, what about their secret weapons? Last spring, an awful lot of Americans were persuaded that the Nazis had so many irresistible secret weapons that they hardly knew which one to use first. Did the French and Belgians follow that, too?
Most of them did.
I remember particularly the fairy tale about that Belgian fort, Eben Email.
Yes, that was an amazing performance. Amazing because the Germans, who based their national pride on their military prowess more than any other people, gave the credit for the capture of that fortress to a secret weapon, when actually it was a military exploit of unsurpassable brilliance and audacity. It was an achievement that any army would have been proud of. But they took it away from the army and handed it to Goebbels, so that he could scare the daylights out of the French and the British, and apparently, from what you say, Americans too, with a lot of hooey about secret weapons.
That was tough on the Army, and it was pretty slick. But any psychology primer would tell you that a terror of the unknown is harder on the nerves than of anything known, no matter how bad it is. I wonder why they didn't make more use of the secret weapon bogey in specific instances.
They did on some occasions, which perhaps never reached America. As an example, a fellow I met in Paris. Now, he was an intelligent man, but to show you what propaganda can do with the people already in a state of nerves, he came to me one day with a real lowdown. He had picked it up in Brussels. The Germans had invented the perfect devil of an explosive. It had everything, including perpetual motion. It began exploding and kept right on exploding, without ever stopping, bang after bang. But, and here this intelligent fellow's face brightened a little bit, they couldn't use it.
Why not?
Because they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop it. It would go right on around the world and come to Germany and destroy them, too. According to my white-faced friend, they were guarding it with fantastic precautions and keeping it for their ace in the hole. They wouldn't use it unless things got hopeless. But if that time ever came, they would touch it off.
That strikes me as really slick. Naturally, if you believed the Germans had that up their sleeve, you wouldn't want to do anything to make them hopeless. Sort of reverse English.
They often use stuff with reverse English. As, for instance, the line they took in Poland. The Polish army was getting licked by tremendously superior equipment, especially airplanes, but the morale of the people was still amazingly good. So suddenly, here comes, by radio and word of mouth, news of great Polish victories.
Came from where? The Germans?
Sure. The idea was to elate the Poles, fill them with hope and joy and pride, so that next day, when the real news came, the bitter disappointment would tear them to pieces. And finally, it did.
It did. But now how do they work it when they're dealing with neutrals? You've probably run into a good deal of it yourself.
Well, here's a sample. In Madrid last summer, a Nazi official very blandly invited an American correspondent I know to have lunch with him at Simpson's restaurant in London 3 months later.
And didn't German firms in Mexico and South America take orders last spring for fall delivery of goods from Germany and even post cash bonds to guarantee performance of the contract?
Yes, it must have cost them a lot of money, but they charged it off as contact or advertising. It's all part of the legend of invincibility that they've been trying to build up. Of course, this legend of invincibility isn't so convincing if you've lived in Europe a good bit. The joke of it is that the Germans, like the Italians and the Russians and all Europeans, still believe in their hearts that there is nothing in the world like Yankee efficiency, and their new orders and revolutions are simply clumsy attempts to adapt American methods to European conditions. America today, as for decades past, is the hope of one half of Europe and the dread of the other half. The real reason why the Nazis have a mortal hatred of America, why they know they can never be safe while America exists, is that they realize their slave economy cannot compete with our free economy, that their political system cannot exist in a world dominated by American industrial strength and the American spirit of freedom. The fascists are powerful, but they themselves fear the power of America.
In other words, some Americans have less faith in our own democracy than the enemy has.
Yes, and yet the overwhelming majority of Americans believe in their country and believe in democracy, know that America is the strongest force in the modern world, and that democracy is what makes us strong. No propaganda in a machine in the world can ever talk Americans out of believing in democracy. I feel absolutely sure of that. But propaganda can momentarily confuse and discourage us and get us quarreling among ourselves while a foreign enemy is preparing an attack against us. The effects of such propaganda can't last very long, but they can last long enough to inhibit our defense effort and give the enemy a big initial advantage in his attack on us.
Take that question of quarreling among ourselves, setting group against group. That was certainly one of the Nazis' best methods of recruiting fellow travelers in Europe before the war.
I saw it myself in Yugoslavia in 1938, in the fall. The Nazis had quite a hold down there, did a tremendous business. One day, when I was talking to the foreign editor of a semi-official paper, the advertising manager walked in and laid a pile of papers on the editor's desk. The editor turned to me and explained that this was material covered by an advertising contract. A German firm had bought large amounts of advertising in the paper, and to get the contract, they had to agree to run, without comment, a specified amount of anti-Semitic material prepared in Germany.
You mean with Nazis, anti-Semitism is a weapon, a factor in military strategy. They try to use it here right now.
Yes, and if they can work up a certain amount of anti-Jewish feeling and tension here, they have persuaded some Americans to identify themselves, unconsciously, with one of the basic elements of the Nazi doctrine. You just can't be an anti-Semite and believe in democracy at the same time. And if anti-Semitism made any headway in this country, it would divide us and weaken us, playing into Hitler's hands.
They're working in the same way with other minority groups, trying to stir them up against each other and make us suspicious of them. Of course, the object all the way through is disunion and paralysis. Mr. Taylor, as an expert, what do you think we can do to combat all this propaganda business?
I'm afraid far too many of us think that there's some sort of patent remedy against propaganda. Well, that just isn't so. You can't stop propaganda these days. It's put out in too many devious and different ways. Shortwave radio in colored news stories from Berlin, facts exaggerated into terrifying rumor. We can't stop it, but we can stop being frightened by it. In the long run, the only effective defense against propaganda is to be so intent on fighting our own fight and winning it that we haven't time to worry about what the other fellow is saying. The only thing we need to fear is fear, and the only way to conquer fear is to do your duty. That's the reason why, in my opinion, neither propaganda nor bombs can break England's morale. And you can't tell me Americans are less brave than Englishmen. But perhaps we worry too much about the day-to-day progress of the war.
Right. And doubtless that is why there have been some faint hearts lately. I've actually heard the Yugoslavs, for instance, denounced for having had the incredible stupidity to fight.
Yes, there were plenty of flowers for the brave and noble Serbs before the battle started. But the minute they started dying for their ideals, they became just suckers to some people. You can't believe in democracy and believe at the same time that a man who is willing to die for it is a sucker.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this evening has been Edmund Taylor, newspaperman, foreign correspondent, and special student of the effects of propaganda. All countries at war use propaganda, the type employed depending naturally on the temperament, talent, and character of each nation concerned. Mr. Taylor has discussed the propaganda methods used by the Germans in the present war. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the second of a new series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each Thursday evening at this time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Clifton Fadiman to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in this new series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England town hall. There was and is free talk around 10,000 cracker barrels and hot stoves. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time. Free talk led by your host, Rex Stout. You may know Rex Stout as the brain parent of that distinguished criminologist, Nero Wolfe. On this program, you will get to know him as an outspoken champion of the democratic way of life. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Milton Cross, and good evening again to all sons and daughters of liberty. The general notion back of this radio cracker barrel is to find out in a free and easy way what the folks who write what you read think about democracy. Its why, its wherefore, and where it's heading. Every week I'll collar some journalist or critic or novelist or playwright for you and get him to talk. Generally, that isn't too hard. Now, this evening, for example, I offer you Clifton Fadiman, book critic of the New Yorker magazine and generalissimo-in-chief of miscellaneous misinformation, please. Now, Mr. Fadiman.
Now, Mr. Stout, I've got a card here with a couple of questions on it, and...
Not on your encyclopedia, Mr. Fadiman. I ask the questions on this program, and this time you'll do the answering.
Whether I like it or not?
Whether you like it or not.
And they call it Speaking of Liberty, do they? Okay, Nero, crack your whip.
Well, Mr. Fadiman, you're a book reviewer by profession.
By trade, Mr. Stout, by trade.
Okay, by trade. Now, Mr. Fadiman, you're also a Democrat with a small D, are you not?
I am.
Well, then, does your trade, which is that of a book reviewer, and your faith, which is that of a Democrat, do these things have anything to do with each other?
I don't get it. Ring up $25.
I'll explain. Take a communist book reviewer.
Why should I? It's a free country.
Then don't. I will. A communist or a fascist book reviewer obeys what I believe is called the party line. When he reviews a book, all he wants to know is whether the book will help or hinder communism or fascism. That right?
I guess so. I don't know what those boys would do, though, with the new edition of Mother Goose.
Well, that's easy. The communist would probably point out the fall of Humpty Dumpty means the downfall of capitalism, which all the king's horses and all the king's men, etc. And the fascist...
And the fascist, he'd tell you that old Mother Hubbard and her bare cupboard is a parable of the poor have-not nations who aren't satisfied with a bone.
And want nothing but the whole world, and then they'll be happy. Right. Well, that's party line book reviewing. Now, you're a Democrat. Do you review books in the light of your democratic faith? Do you judge a book according as to whether it will help or hinder the things you and I believe in?
Yes and no and in between, too. You see, a Democrat believes in a free speech and a free press. Therefore, a Democratic book reviewer acknowledges the right of any author to hold any opinion he wishes, even an anti-democratic one.
But does that prevent you from attacking that opinion?
Well, it depends on what you consider the book reviewer's job to be. Now, some folks think his job is to tell you about the book and give some judgment as to its literary value, and that's all.
What do you do?
Well, I can answer that by giving you the story of my life.
You can have 2 minutes. That ought to do it.
All right. Now, 10 years ago, when the Depression was forcing all of us to think hard about the problem of the distribution of wealth, many book reviewers, and me too, were inclined to review all books in terms of that problem. So we praised novels that showed up the desperate situation of the unemployed, and we damned novels that dealt sympathetically with the rich. Well, today I realize I made a mistake.
How do you mean? You're not telling me you're on the side of the rich now, are you?
Less than ever, Mr. Stout. As a matter of fact, I think even a lot of the rich aren't on their own side any longer. No. What I mean is that I should have damned practically all of those novels because they were bad novels. But I didn't. Well, later on, the social problem seemed to obsess all of us a little less. And I began to review books from what they call a detached point of view. You know, the way a scientist will examine and classify his specimens. Well, that was even dumber.
You don't seem to make out much of a case of yourself so far.
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to answer your question about what my views on democracy have to do with my book reviewing. Well, now, today, I try to be neither detached nor dogmatic, and I probably succeed in being dull. Now, many books don't involve political principles, and I don't review them as if they did. But a funny thing seems to have been happening lately.
Happening to you? Is this still your autobiography?
It is. The Nazi onslaught has forced me and millions of others to realize that democracy is more than a political principle. In a very real sense, it's all of our life. In a democratic country, you love your wife and children differently than you're allowed to do in a fascist country. You worship your God in a different way. You study and read and play and make jokes in a different way.
What's all that got to do with books?
Nothing and everything. The love of freedom has now become so big a thing that authors are affected by it as they never were before. It creeps into everything they write, and so it creeps into what the reviewer says about them. And that's why today, I can't help trying in my reviews to indicate what the author thinks of freedom, because what he thinks of freedom is becoming much the same as what he thinks of life in general.
Well, most of the authors you review are on our side of the fence, aren't they?
That's hard to say. Most of them think they are and say they are. But when you examine the actual content of their work, you begin to wonder.
For example?
Well, for example, are novels that enthusiastically champion the old slave-ridden South and represent it as a kind of paradise, are novels like that apt to promote the sort of thing you're doing on this program?
I suppose not.
You mean, of course not, Mr. Stout. Particularly not if they defend, whether consciously or unconsciously, the old slave aristocracy, which was reactionary and backward-looking.
Now, wait a minute. Nobody defends slavery today.
No, nobody but the Nazis and those who want to get on their Bundwagon. But if you think a romantic historical novel has nothing to do with today, you've got another think coming, especially if it happens to defend a caste system, a system based on the idea of a superior class. Because to our American notion, a caste system is the bunk. We know that some men are wiser than others, but we want them to prove it by their own efforts. When a state freezes itself so that people can't move up, but have to stay forever in the class assigned to them by a small master group, well, and when that happens, the citizen is dead, and the serf is born. And that's why the present war seems to me a civil war, too. A civil war between perfectly fallible and often unwise free men and theoretically infallible, utterly ruthless aggregations of tyrants and serfs.
I agree with you, Mr. Fadiman, but you're out of bounds, back on the beat.
Well, I've got two beats. The other is radio. Now, lately, I've been thinking how impossible it would be to run a modest little program like Information Please in a fascist country. Not to mention a really serious program like this one, Mr. Stout.
How do you mean?
Well, for instance, we've had on our little show eminent public servants like Secretary Ickes and Secretary Wicked, and personalities as distinguished as Mr. Wendell Willkie. We've quizzed them and kidded them, and they kidded right back, usually giving much better than I sent. Now, I submit that informal, man-to-man kind of relationship is possible only in a country like ours. Well, you say that isn't so important.
I didn't say a word. You're talking too fast.
Well, to me, it's important that I, an ordinary citizen, can treat Mr. Ickes, under these particular circumstances, of course, as an ordinary citizen, too. It's part and parcel of the democratic process.
And without it, you'd find it harder to make a living.
Well, that's not important, but it's true, I suppose. And, Mr. Stout, in a fascist country, you wouldn't be any better off.
True enough, detective stories flourish only in a democracy. I suppose it's because in a detective story, the amateur sleuth always puts it over the official police department, and that would never do in Germany. It would be bad propaganda. As a matter of fact, it isn't only detective stories that are out of luck in a totalitarian country. The whole publishing business is on the blink. When the fascists grabbed power, they took over the newspapers and the big publishing houses as soon as they could. And ever since that time, all of those enterprises have been devoted exclusively to propagating the faith. In a totalitarian country, 100% of everything that is published is totalitarian. You tell us, Mr. Fadiman, how does it work in a democratic country?
Well, so far, we've made no attempt to coordinate our literature at all. Everybody writes pretty much what he pleases.
As far as public authority is concerned, is the publishing business, newspapers, magazines, books, and so forth, just as free to say something today as 20 years ago?
I'd say just as free, within the usual bounds of decorum, but it works both ways. The reviewer should be free, too, if he's competent, to act as a counterweight to the book he reviews if he happens to dislike it.
For instance, Mr. Fadiman.
Well,
Did you review Anne Lindbergh's Wave of the Future when it first came out?
no, I didn't. I admired her other books very much, but I didn't figure that this one was of any importance. I was wrong. It's very important. I think I'll review it right now.
On our radio time, huh?
Okay, I'll make it short. I think Mrs. Lindbergh means well in her insistence that we work for a juster order at home and not try to buck what she calls the wave of the future. But the net effect of her book on the reader is to paralyze in us our faith and free will and initiative. I just don't believe in the inevitability of history. I don't believe that just because Hitler is changing things, such changes are necessarily in the groove of the future. All this talk about the new order is mystical bunk. A new order comes about when the citizens, you and I and our neighbors, take matters in our own hands and fight for a better future. But when a group of masterful men seeking power and nothing else take matters in their hands, you don't get a new order, but merely an old tyranny. A graveyard is about the most ordered thing there is. It's perfectly predictable. It'll do nothing but house more and more decay.
And anyway, if there has to be a new order, I would prefer to see it labeled Made in America.
The point I want to hammer in is that we can make it, that the future is pliable. It's no more inevitable than who's going to win the World Series.
Or the Kentucky Derby. If you've ever bet on it, you know how inevitable that is. As for a new order made in America, what do you think of the argument that we must make a paradise of our own country before we try to reform the rest of the world?
Well, that's the sort of problem that's raised by books like Native Son and The Grapes of Wrath, The Plight of the Disinherited Negro, or The Tenant Farmer and the Dust Bowl. Well, to my mind, that argument just doesn't hold water. We have to change those things, and we are changing them. And it's necessary that such books should appear from time to time to point out how remiss we are in changing them. But don't forget that in a totalitarian country, they could never be published at all. Negroes would die, farmers would starve, and nobody else would ever hear about it. Of course, our democracy has faults, what civilization hasn't. But to say that until we've put our own house in order, we shouldn't take a position against totalitarianism is just plain nonsense. After all, if your neighbor's house is on fire, do you refuse to help him just because you have a leak in your roof?
I like to put it this way. The fight for democracy cannot be localized. It has to be carried along on all fronts simultaneously.
And by all sorts of men. Take Winston Churchill, for instance. His new book, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, is a collection of speeches by a former Tory who has learned under the bombs what true liberty means. And there's Ernest Hemingway. I think For Whom the Bell Tolls is one of the finest novels of our time. It gives us a picture of the true wave of the future, a wave set in motion by free men.
You know, of course, that certain reviewers called Hemingway's book propaganda.
You can bet your sweet life it's propaganda, and so is Anne Lindbergh propaganda. And speaking of propaganda, here's something that's been on my mind. Why let the propaganda for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness be left only to professional writers or radio speakers? Why aren't we all propagandists? Why aren't we all speaking up for democracy? We all have an investment in this democracy of ours, and the investment isn't a piece of paper with some numbers on it. The investment is what enables me to speak to my fellow citizens right now. The investment is what enables my fellow citizen to turn his dial off if he thinks I'm talking nonsense, without having a police officer put him in jail for it, as would be the case in Germany. The investment, well, it's in our privilege to laugh when we please, sing what we like, make jokes about each other or our government, bring up our kids the way we think best, and work together for a world in which those kids won't be parts of a machine, but free Americans and perhaps even free citizens of the world. That's an investment worth protecting and worth talking about. I say it's worth fighting for if necessary. Perhaps it's the only thing worth fighting for.
It's the only one I know of. It seems to me that there are two kinds of people in the world today, as always. Those who accommodate themselves to a world which is really being directed by others, and those who are accustomed to take that direction into their own hands. So far, this country has been built and carried forward by people of the second kind, by men and women of courage and free will and initiative who were and are not afraid to face the future with all it holds and make it their own, and I don't think we're going to change.
Period, Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this evening has been Clifton Fadiman. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next Thursday.
You have just heard the third in a new series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each Thursday evening at this time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Dr. Lin Yu Tang to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast, along with a list of books on democracy and the current crises, will be made free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in this new series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England town hall, and there's free talk by free men every week at this time. Free talk led by your host, Rex Stout. You may know Rex Stout as the brain parent of that distinguished criminologist, Nero Wolfe. On this program, you will get to know him as an outspoken champion of the democratic way of life. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, William Abernathy. Sweet land of liberty. When I used to sing that phrase, off-key, of course, in a little Kansas schoolhouse, it was merely a noise. As I say it now, if I sang it, I'm afraid it would still be off-key. It is at once a prayer, an affirmation, a resolution, and a challenge. Sweet land of liberty, our America. But it is not, thank God, the only land of liberty left on earth. Not the least of the others is the one furthest removed from us in space, but in spirit one of the closest, China. Our spiritual kinship with the Chinese has not been the deliberate product of statecraft or commercial enterprise. We like them, that's all. Beyond politics and commerce, we have always been interested in China. We've tried to help it develop modern techniques. We've trained its young men and women, and we have hoped to see it establish on a firm basis a sister democracy.
One moment, if you please. May I interrupt?
You may indeed, Dr. Lin. But first, let me introduce you. Our guest this afternoon is Dr. Lin Yu Tang, noted Chinese philosopher and writer, author of With Love and Irony, Moment in Peking, and The Importance of Living. Now, Dr. Lin.
I only wanted to observe that while China acknowledges with gratitude her great debt to America, she is perfectly willing also to acknowledge with pride America's debt to her.
No wonder we like the Chinese. Not to be outdone, Dr. Lin, let me say that one item in that debt is the fact that the Chinese took the first stand in the present struggle against aggressors.
That is true, Mr. Stout, though not what I had in mind. Do you ever visit the Metropolitan Museum of Art here in New York?
Now here, Carl Van Doren asked me that same question. Is this a conspiracy?
Oh, not a malicious one. There's a special exhibition at the museum now called The China Trade and Its Influences. It shows very clearly, I think, what a tremendous effect China has had on American art and the whole field of aesthetics, even on American philosophy.
I haven't seen that exhibition, but I do know that up in New England, around Salem and Marblehead and New Bedford, you can find Canton china plates and bowls and old wallpaper that came halfway around the world on the Yankee clipper ships.
And there's also Chippendale furniture. But I would rather we get back to the interchange of ideas of democracy. You understand, Mr. Stout, that I do not mean for one moment to deny all that China owes to the United States.
I do understand. There are entries on both sides of the ledger.
One might say with entire truth that they who were the young China of 1910 have become China's elder statesmen of today. And many of the young men and women, most of them in fact, who made up the young China movement of a generation ago, were trained in American schools and colleges. They acquired the best American education and then went home to apply what they had learned.
Would it be correct to say that those same men and women are responsible for the new development of democracy in China?
Ah, that's something else. Perhaps they are responsible for developing something new. And perhaps, on the other hand, they are merely helping to liberate something that has always been a part of the Chinese spirit.
And you'd say the Chinese character and temperament is inherently inclined to democracy.
I mean, Chinese democracy is, or was, so different from American democracy, but the spirit is the same. Perhaps I may put it this way. China is a new republic, but a very old democracy, the oldest self-governing nation in the world.
Now, wait a minute. You're pulling my leg.
No, I'm quite serious. There's been a lot of nonsense said about democracy, confusing the superficialities of political machinery, like senators and electioneering, with the basic spirit of democracy. When you speak of American democracy, you do not mean the senators in Washington. Would you say, Mr. Stout, that the senators are the cream of American democracy?
It all depends. You'd have to name your senators. Anyhow, you can't have cream without milk. And the milk is the people, all of us.
We are getting somewhere now. By democracy, we simply mean a state consisting of free individuals, morally capable of governing themselves, independent in spirit, tolerant, and at the same time ready to revolt against oppression. And they must have a basic philosophy that all men are equal. Democrats mustn't be snobs, that's about right.
Well, make it shouldn't. Room for improvement. We have a snob or two in America, Dr. Lin.
Or in China, too, of course. But basically, the Chinese and the Americans hate snobbery. Remember, there's no caste system in China. Mencius long ago said that all men are created equal and that any man is capable of development to the moral stature of the Saint Emperors. Now, that was about 2,500 years ago. Mencius further said that in a state, the people are the most important factor and the king is the least important, just in so many words. Now that statement stands in the Chinese classics that every Chinese schoolboy for the last 1,000 years was required to learn. Mencius is as modern as Thomas Jefferson, and the basis of this is Chinese humanism.
But wasn't there an aristocracy in ancient China?
Decidedly not. There is a Chinese proverb which says, all premiers and generals don't come from old families, which isn't true of England, you know. Because there was the imperial examinations for civil service, which was in operation for over 1,000 years, and made it possible for any poor boy with real talent to rise to the very top by selective service. Now, we didn't say in China that any boy might become the president, but we did say that any boy might become the premier.
And you maintain that the Chinese people really have been governing themselves for a long time, centuries?
Precisely. Now, whether there was a Chinese or a Manchu emperor, it didn't matter. The people always governed themselves through the village system, in connection with the clan elders, corresponding somewhat to your city aldermen. Life in the Chinese country was more or less like life in Vermont. And it is important to point this out because no democracy can work unless the spirit of true democracy already exists among the common people, the peasants and the scholars. The machinery of modern democracy may be new, but the spirit is very old.
Can you put it into a definition, Doctor? How would you define democracy?
Well, Mr. Stout, it's one of those things very hard to define. But to me, democracy is the embodiment of all those normal rights, liberties, and dignities pertaining to free men. And like a good many things, it is appreciated most in essential, as under a tyranny.
You never miss the water till the well runs dry.
Yes, but it goes against the grain of human beings not to be free. And therefore, sooner or later, we must come back to that pattern of free men living in free countries, which we call democracy. And this was the lesson of the history of China. The more centuries China lived, the more universal became the conviction among Chinese scholars that no tyranny could survive. East or west, no tyrant has ever survived his people, and it is the people who survive the tyrant. And China knows that, Mr. Stout.
And knowing it, has kept up her fight against Japanese brutality for 4 long years, always sure of victory in the end.
Yes. We Chinese have never tolerated a tyrant.
Never? That's news to me, Dr. Lin. You say China never had tyrants even in the old days?
Not quite, Mr. Stout, but I said that she has never tolerated them. Sooner or later, the Chinese people always rose in revolt against tyrants and chopped off their heads.
That sounds rather old-fashioned, but more forthright and effective than such modern methods as appeasement.
Yes, quite effective. You see, the Chinese, after all, are not so very different from Americans. They're great individualists. They're essentially tolerant. They like liberty. They want to be free. They don't like to pay taxes, except when taxes are plainly necessary to preserve that liberty. They don't like to see soldiers in their villages. They tolerate but don't like law courts. All they want is that a man should be allowed to live his own life with his family.
Well, hasn't there been any theory in China corresponding with the divine right of kings?
Well, Mr. Stout, since even the gods in China are quite human, it follows that I think that nothing can be very divine in China. Chinese historians developed very early the theory of the right to revolt. The king was supposed to rule the people on behalf of heaven by what we call a mandate from heaven. But at the same time, the theory was also clearly developed that any king who abused his power by oppressing the people forfeited thereby that mandate and became a common man, subject, as I say, to having his head chopped off.
Very convenient and quite occidental. Charles I of England and Louis XVI of France had their heads chopped off, too. But how is democracy working in China right now?
Well, China represents today democracy under stress, a nation driven backward by invasion and blockade. And China has discovered that in the time of crisis, of national peril, her strength lies in unity and in an extension of democracy. I speak now of the amazing growth of Chinese cooperatives.
I've heard about the cooperatives. Isn't there a man named Rui Ali?
Yes. He has been one of the leaders, Mr. Stout, but the support and growth has come from the Chinese people themselves. China has had to rebuild her economic life under the hardest possible conditions. Her coasts were blockaded by an enemy fleet, which meant that most of her richest cities were occupied. And in those same cities, in the coastal provinces, back of them, were practically all of China's industry and all of her universities and her medical centers. The government retreated to Chongqing, and the life of China went inland with it. Soldiers, civilian refugees, factory workers, engineers, doctors, all who could escape headed for the vast interior. It is pioneering, Mr. Stout, just such pioneering as you Americans did when your covered wagons went westward 100 years ago.
With the difference that our pioneers were harassed only by natural difficulties and a few thousand Indians, whereas yours had the whole Japanese army behind them and airplanes above them.
Yes, a big difference. Yet the spirit of the people was somewhat the same. They were free men, determined to set up new homes, to make a new life under difficulties. What our people did was to produce supplies for themselves and for the soldiers in thousands of small cooperative workshops. Small scattered factories couldn't be bombed out as easily as big industries. Refugees and wounded soldiers had a chance to help rebuild China and make it possible for our armies to continue to resist the enemy. It's guerrilla industry as well as guerrilla warfare, you see.
To keep it a land of liberty. As a philosopher, Dr. Lin, you probably saw that there was a close relationship between the new order the fascists in the Far East were proclaiming and the new order of the Nazis in Europe, long before some of the rest of us did. The striking thing is that the methods are so similar. Ruthless use of force, propaganda to disunite the people, setting up of puppet regimes. The pattern's identical.
Yes. The war is global in character, extends around the world. And everywhere the cause of free men is our own cause. Only by all the free nations acting together, without appeasement and without division of counsel, can the cause of free men win.
As it must and shall. Thank you, Dr. Lin. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today is Dr. Lin Yu Tang. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard another in a new series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each Thursday night at this time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring to the microphone Miss Fannie Hurst. A copy of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. Speaking of Liberty, there was free talk in the old New England town hall and around the Cracker Barrel of the Crossroads store, and there was free talk from men and women every Thursday at this time, as the National Broadcasting Company presents another in this new series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Tonight, the Council offers this fifth program with a special pleasure, because on Tuesday of this week, as a salute to democracy luncheon at the Hotel Astor in New York, the Women's National Radio Committee awarded honorable mention to this series. Madame Yolanda Merio-Irion, who announced the award, said, and I quote, "Our local committee was also enthusiastic about two programs on NBC, introduced too late to be included in our annual ballot. We Shall Live Again and Speaking of Liberty," end of quote. Both these programs are sponsored by the Council for Democracy. And now for the discussion of this evening, led by our host, Rex Stout. You may know Rex Stout as the creator of that distinguished criminologist, Nero Wolfe. On these programs, Speaking of Liberty, you will get to know him as an outspoken champion of democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, William Abernathy. What we try to do on this program is to remind our fellow Americans of the fact that they have fingers and toes, and of the reasons why fingers and toes are good things to have. That is not a desperate attempt to be whimsical. While many of us are acutely aware of the moth holes and shiny spots in the fabric of our democracy and insist that they shall be repaired, we are also accustomed to the garment itself, its quality and warmth and convenience and the charm of its style, that we take it for granted. We are so comfortable in it that we don't even notice that we have it on, and we refuse to entertain the possibility that someone could tear it off of us. It is as much a part of us as our fingers and toes. As I say, we take it for granted. The people of Norway and Denmark and Holland and Belgium took it for granted, too. And now they are naked, shamefully and miserably naked. The Council for Democracy, believing that Americans are profoundly and passionately attached to their great social and political freedoms, pays tribute to these freedoms on this program once each week by inviting a distinguished guest to speak of them in the light of his or her special knowledge or experience. This week it is her, for our guest is Miss Fannie Hurst, the novelist, and her distinction reaches that rare altitude where no introduction is required except to pronounce her name.
But, Mr. Stout, I don't pretend to a special experience in democracy.
But you do have a special experience in the art of storytelling, Miss Hurst, and I hope you'll talk about that.
Well, yes, like you, Mr. Stout, words are my stock and trade. But first I want to talk to you about one word. It's a noun. It's a common noun. But at the same time, a vibrant, beautiful, important, and revered noun. And as a writer, I am a little on the persnickety side about keeping the value of this word intact and precise in our language. And I'm referring to that blessed word, democracy. Here's what's happened, I think. This word we all use so easily has been repeated, reiterated, and shouted about, tossed to us so constantly during the period the world has been in such grave trouble that it's lost its sharpness.
Yes, and there are times when it must cut.
Sometimes I wonder if some of the alarming lethargy with which America seems to be coming awake to the thunderous fact that our way of life is no longer secure may not be due to the fact that we are not as sensitive as we should be to the potency for the individual American of that word democracy. As a writer, I'm naturally interested especially in individual lives and the impact of events on them. Let's try to dramatize the word democracy a little, Mr. Stout.
All right, you make up a story that'll do it for us. Give us a set of characters and tell us what happens.
Well, let me think. All right, let's take an average family. Let's call them old Mr. and Mrs. Brown. How's Mr. and Mrs. Calvin Brown?
Ladies and gentlemen, meet the Calvin Browns. How old are they, Miss Hurst? Where do they live and what do they do?
Time out now while I think again. Well, Calvin Brown lives in a typical American town like millions of other typical Americans. Let's say, how's Middletown, Indiana? They have let's say 4 children who range between 17 and 25 years of age. Calvin Brown, the father, is a claim agent for the town's transportation system, and he makes about $1,500 a year.
Ouch. With 4 children. Tell us about them.
Well, Charlie, the eldest, is married and lives with his wife and a baby in a nice bungalow on a nice street in Indianapolis, where he has his own business. And it's a small business, but Charlie's building it up.
Good for Charlie. And the others?
Well, now, back in Middletown, the daughter Marion lives with a family and is studying law at the State University. She expects to graduate next year and get a job with one of Middletown's leading lawyers. Then there's George. George has worked himself up to assistant manager of a local hardware store, and George, I wish you to know, is about to marry the daughter of the boss.
That leaves 1 to go. I think you said there were 4.
Well, Theodore, Teddy, as his folks call him, is also attending the State University, and Theodore has just won a scholarship to travel abroad. There you are, Mr. Stout. Meet the Brown family. Ma and Pa, 3 sons and a daughter.
Pleased to meet you. And what happens?
Well, now, first of all, there's the wife and mother, Mrs. Calvin Brown. Let's call her Mary. Mary Brown realizes that the family needs extra money to put the children through school and college. So she capitalizes on one of her assets. She begins making homemade cakes and cookies, going into partnership with the woman next door. And between them, they've worked up quite a business.
I take back the ouch.
Now, both the Indianapolis and the Middletown Browns have a radio, a car, a washing machine, and a piano. The old folks have a little shack on the riverbank on the outskirts of their town. And summer weekends, they pile themselves, the Airedale Terrier, and provisions into the car and go out to spend a couple of days along the peaceful shores of the river. The sign over their little shack reads, Happy Days. And right there's the springboard of our story, Mr. Stout, from which I leap into plot. It's a nice way of life. It's a social design that a novelist about to write of this kind of group, as it exists in a democracy, would confront as she begins to plot her novel.
And where does the question of democracy come into the story?
Well, now, before I answer that, let's change the scene, Mr. Stout. No, I suppose not so much the scene as the atmosphere. Let's keep the setting, but imagine that the country has gone totalitarian. Let's drop in on the Browns. They're still in Middletown, still in their pretty home, but no longer citizens of a free America. The dictatorship has come, and the Browns are now subject of an autocratic power.
Thank heaven this is fiction and not fact.
Oh, agreed, but let's imagine it just the same. At the moment of our visit, a cloud considerably larger than a man's hand hangs over the family. Calvin Brown has received a summons to report to the local office of the political police for a remark he is alleged to have made in a public restaurant. Also, it appears that their next-door neighbor, you remember, the husband of Mary Brown's partner in the bakery business, has disappeared for reasons completely unknown to anyone, and the Browns are terrified and not without cause. In addition, Teddy, he's the boy who won the fellowship for study abroad, has just been told that for no reason which the government does not see fit to explain, he will not be allowed to leave the country.
And he has nothing to say about it.
Nothing whatsoever. And, of course, Mrs. Brown has closed the bake shop. As a woman, she isn't allowed to remain in industry. And for the same reason, Marion suddenly realizes that her law degree is nothing but a piece of paper. Under the new laws, she can't practice law. So now we come to the other boys, George and Charlie.
George was in the hardware business and about to marry the boss's daughter.
Right. From the point of view of a writer, Mr. Stout, the material I would now have to work with, where this boy and his fiancée are concerned, is rich in its tragic possibilities. But from the point of view of a human being, the material is heartbreaking. A few weeks after his marriage, George is informed that because of the new racial laws which bear on the family of the girl, the government will not permit the marriage to take place.
That leaves Charlie. He's already married with a baby.
Yes, Charlie. Well, over in Indianapolis, Charlie's wife is expecting that other baby. And Charlie is working hard in his spare time on a nursery addition to their pretty little bungalow. But ironically, on the very day their second son is born, Charlie receives word that he is to leave home at once for Texas, somewhere near the Mexican border.
Receives word from whom?
From the government, quite arbitrarily. You see, Charlie is a chemist, and his little business has to do with chemistry and dyes. And the government needs chemists for work in a secret laboratory on poison gas, and so they take Charlie.
And what happens to his wife and children?
Oh, they get along as best they can, but at best it isn't for very long, because very soon Charlie comes home. He's brought back 2 months later, totally blind as a result of an explosion in the laboratory. The sole redeeming feature to all this misery is the fact that the father dies in a concentration camp without ever knowing. So here, in a novelist's nutshell at least, is the difference between a living, breathing brown family in our democracy and the potential brown family, God forbid, which would exist in a totalitarian America.
And there are many, Miss Hurst, too many, who have not yet realized the possibility that the democratic way of life, as the Browns lived it, may be snatched away from us. As I said, we are so accustomed to the quality and warmth and convenience of our garment of democracy that we take it for granted. We don't even notice that we have it on. And we scornfully dismiss the danger that it may be torn from our backs, and soon.
There you have touched upon the greatest perils of this imperiled moment, Mr. Stout. One which I wish we had the time to also dramatize, but don't worry, I'm not going to plot another story for you. But what you say about taking for granted our security is dangerously true. People like the Calvin Browns haven't caught up with events. To the citizen who has never been abroad, Europe is still over there. Just as to the untraveled European, America is vaguely over here. So to Calvin Coolidge, war is something remote, something which happens to the other fellow, like famine in China. Even in our last war, Mr. Stout, dearly as we paid in certain respects, it did not touch Calvin Brown as closely as the last war touched the European. All those forces contribute to the major problems which confront us in accelerating us to a fuller realization of the need to make quick and imperative decisions with regard to our national defense. Imbuing America with a virus of hate isn't going to do it. Enough of the commodity of hate has been loosed over the face of Europe already. What we Americans have to face is a family decision. How is the unit of our nation going to meet its supreme impending decision? Once the majority makes that decision, it's up to the entire family to stand by with 100% conformity. Personally, as the average man on the street, it's taken me a long time to make up my mind precisely where I stand in this unprecedented crisis in our history.
And where do you stand, Miss Hurst?
Well, sketchily, I'm prodigal. Give to Britain, aid to Britain, aid to Britain, aid to Britain. Then, and only then, should circumstances beyond our control sweep us into the inevitable, down goes my last barrier, Mr. Stout, and I follow up my country's chosen course. As an average American citizen, I'm about that definite by now.
I think it is high time for every single American to be definite.
Anyone who has traveled across the face of our country recently knows and becomes frightfully aware that some of the millions of Americans out there are not hearing the fire bells. Placidly, even a little smugly, they will tell you the fallacious whys, and all the time it is a conviction of our government that this conflagration has become the terrible, the imminent, the overwhelming concern of the American man and his wife in the American street.
Thank you, Miss Hurst. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today has been Fannie Hurst. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
It's another. Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England Town Hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time, led by our host, Rex Stout. You may already know Rex Stout as the author of intriguing detective stories featuring the master criminologist Nero Wolfe. On this program, you will get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Reginald Stounborough. Good evening, friends of liberty. The ancient art of casting horoscopes, which was practiced many centuries before our Declaration of Independence, or even Magna Carta, has recently got another black eye. According to official Nazi announcements, Rudolf Hess, the weekend guest to end all weekend guests, habitually consulted astrologists and stargazers, but they couldn't even tell him he was going to break his ankle, let alone anything of real importance. It appears that the stars are still holding out on us. The only effective method and machinery for foretelling the future is still a careful study of the past, wide information, an active and shrewd intelligence, and a full and varied acquaintance with the vast intricacies of international politics. All these aids to prognostication by our good fortune are gathered together in the person of our guest this evening, Pierre Van Patten. Many of you already know Mr. Van Passen's autobiographical analysis of Europe during and after the First World War, Days of Our Years. All of you should read his newest book, just published, The Time Is Now. Mr. Van Patten, we've asked you to come and tell us a little something as an experienced political observer for the shape of things to come. But before you do that, let's glance at the shape of things behind us. I've heard people quote you on the sinister, unpatriotic motives of European munitions makers during the last war, and I know very well that, like all men of goodwill, you hate war.
That is very true, Mr. Stout.
And still you seem to be convinced that we must face the risk of it today in order to save ourselves from something much worse.
That is also true.
And if you don't mind, start with this. Why did we fail to make the world safe for democracy 20 years ago when our hopes ran so high?
The answer to that question, Mr. Stout, is that we were not equal to the challenge that faced us. We allowed ourselves to be overcome with disillusion. We ridiculed the great apostle of the League of Nations, Woodrow Wilson, and we killed with laughter that first attempt to establish an international order sanctioned by international justice and agreement. We call it unrealistic and utopian and the folly of dreamers and professors.
Do you think that if we hadn't withdrawn from Europe, we could have made a new order really effective?
Well, we could at least have tried. Instead, some of us were guilty of weakness and cowardice and narrow self-interest. What faces us today is the direct result of our own lukewarmness to the ideals of democracy. The forces of evil abroad in the world at this time have found a place already prepared for them. The ground was cleared for their emergence into the light of day because of our own lack of vigilance, because we paid only lip service to democracy, because we regarded it merely as the comfortable status quo in which our own nation could enjoy a measure of well-being. That is why we failed 20 years ago, Mr. Stout, and that is why, unless we wake up very soon, we shall fail even more tragically today.
And a second failure would be even more calamitous than the first one.
Mr. Stout, the issue is nothing less than our own national freedom and independence. You think I exaggerate, perhaps. Let me explain. I believe the American people is a great and courageous people, and that it is willing to face the truth, no matter how bitter and forbidding that truth may be.
We'd better face it. Nehru, the great Indian leader, says that the truth is like a tiger. Face it, and you can tame it. Turn your back to retreat from it, and it will leap on you and devour you.
The truth we must face today is that the conflict raging in the world is not just another war in Europe. It is the preliminary to the last great battle of the West, the duel of hemispheres and continents, before the course of the world is established for the next 1,000 years. What the British are fighting, what threatens us today, also is the Nazi drive for world power. It is das Weltreich der Deutsche. Great Britain is the great bulwark, and the only bulwark in the enemy's path to our shores.
You aren't speaking literally, are you, Mr. Van Patten, or do you really think that invasion of America is possible?
I know what is being said, Mrs. Stout. With a two-ocean navy, with our impregnable position between two great bodies of water, how can an enemy ever break through our American defenses? But I would remind you that armaments are useless if you are outmaneuvered before there is any actual fighting. Czechoslovakia was unquestionably, for her size, the best equipped and best prepared country of Europe. But what happened after Hitler had marched into Austria? The Maginot Line was one of the strongest defenses ever conceived by the mind of man, and it was never broken. But what happened when the German armies broke through at Sedan and turned its flank?
You mean the defenses into which we've been pouring billions of dollars, and are, will protect us only if we don't allow ourselves to be outplayed strategically before an attack is actually launched?
Exactly. What I find so difficult to explain to people is how much America can lose without firing a single shot. Hitler can be kept out of this continent only if his path to Dakar is blocked. You think that sounds too definite, too simple? Then consider. If Hitler is allowed to take the West African coastline, and he's on the way now, the defense of the whole Western Hemisphere becomes extremely difficult. He would then be poised for a leap across the ocean to the republics of South America, which are in no way able to withstand him. Once in South America, he would immediately develop strategical bases from which aerial, naval, diplomatic, and commercial attacks could be launched to the north. I tell you, Mr. Stout, Hitler's march around the oceans can be stopped only if serious obstacles can be placed in his path, either at Dakar or in Egypt or in Persia or in British India.
That's a striking phrase, Mr. Van Patten, the march around the oceans. But Hitler isn't in a position to do anything like that now, is he? Won't he need several hundred more warships before he can march around the oceans?
No, that is the crux in the heart of the whole situation. You have probably heard a good deal of speculation as to where the next blow will fall, have you not?
At least a million words of it. The attackers aim the blows. That is why those who confine themselves to defense nearly always lose. They don't know where to go. They move blindly in a fog of uncertainty.
Believe me, there's no uncertainty on the part of the Germans. Have you ever heard of the Geopolitical Institute of Munich, Mr. Stout?
Yeah. They used to call it the Institute of Political Oceanography, didn't they?
Yeah. You know more than most Americans, or English either, for that matter. The Geopolitical Institute, Mr. Stout, is the political and military planning academy of the German Reich. It has been in continuous existence for 45 years.
45 years? That goes back to the 19th century.
It does? Do you remember the famous political cartoon in Punch 40 years ago called Dropping the Pilot?
Sure, when the Kaiser decided to get along without Bismarck. It's been reprinted hundreds of times, and the Kaiser had the whole world guessing.
The accepted story was that Bismarck disagreed with the Kaiser's view on labor legislation. Actually, Wilhelm had decided to adopt the views and the plans of the Geopolitical Institute, and Bismarck refused to agree with him. As I see it, Germany's policy of today dates from that moment.
But you haven't told us yet how Hitler is going to march around the oceans without a dominant navy. A lot of people would say that was impossible.
But the Institute has a plan with which Germany can completely nullify and defeat the British Navy without ever fighting a battle on the sea. Hitler's armies are driving to those shores from which they can dominate the shipping of the world. In other words, the German army is pitted against the British Navy. The battle we have been taught to consider impossible is being fought at this moment, and the Nazis are proceeding entirely according to plan. Hitler can fight the Battle of the Pacific as well as the Battle of the Atlantic without ever invading the British Isles.
The skeptics still shake their heads, Mr. Van Patten. With the British Navy together with our own still in command of the sea?
That is just the point, Mr. Stout. The British Navy will not be in command of the sea because it will have no more bases and harbors from which to fight. Its foreign bases seized, its home ports and dockyards bombed into junk. Of what use will be the Navy if it has nowhere to land, nowhere to take on ammunition, nowhere to go for repairs? No, believe me, The march around the oceans is no idle dream or boast. Gradually, as the smoke and dust lift over the battlefields, the geographic significance of Hitler's conquests reveals itself. His military moves conform strictly to the design mapped out by the Geopolitical Institute, and the goal is the final domination of the oceans. Look for yourself. Merely glance at the globe of the world. Why did Hitler intervene in Spain? Why did he assist the Italians in North Africa and Greece? Because even as early as the Spanish Civil War, his two objectives were Gibraltar and Suez. With those 2 points in German hands, all British operations in the entire Mediterranean basin become impossible. And the Mediterranean itself is just the beginning. Actually, it is merely a great canal connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific. Conquest of the Mediterranean is the prologue to the Battle of the Oceans.
Well, if Hitler wanted to conquer Greece as a stepping stone, why did he wait so long before he came to Mussolini's help? Did he just want to show his partner up?
Oh, no. The German plan proceeded accurately on schedule. They waited, please observe, until the British had come to the aid of the Greeks, and in so doing had weakened their forces in Libya. Then what? Why, the Italian fleet comes out and is chased and caught by the British at Cape Nadapan, but at the same moment, with British attention safely distracted and their land forces dispersed, the Germans quickly ferried their troops and tanks to Tripoli. And look what is happening in Crete, and the drive on Suez, vitally dangerous hard thrust to the British Empire, is launched in full force.
Say they get Suez, Mr. Van Patten. They may not, but say they do. Assuming that Hitler does win the entire Mediterranean, what happens next?
Next time you look at the map of the world, Mr. Stout, bear these names in mind. There are not many names, barely more than half a dozen, but ask yourself what effect they would have on the control of seaborne commerce, or on navies desperately trying to defend the British Empire and the continental United States. Gibraltar and Suez have already been considered. Dakar and Cape Town in Africa, Singapore, Natal on the east coast of South America, Panama, Manila and Pearl Harbor, and Hawaii are, of course, islands and cannot be reached. But if Dakar falls, every other one of these great bases can be reached by German tanks and guns by routes that go over land, or such short stretches of water that their approach can be covered by land-based aircraft. That, Mr. Stout, is the march around the oceans, the master plan by which Hitler could defeat the British Navy and threaten the coast of the continental United States without ever invading the British Isles, unless steps are taken to stop him soon.
If we do decide to stop him, how are we going to do it? Not, I presume, by making faces at him.
Oh, no. First of all, we must keep our eyes glued on the continent of Africa, because it is there that the battle for the Atlantic will be fought. If the march of the German armies is to be stopped, we must let them know where we consider our line of defense to begin, and convince them that if they cross that line, we will intervene to stop them.
And proclaim our intention and our invincible resolution to the Turks and Czechs and Dutch and Norwegians and French, to all the millions who desperately need a new breath of hope, and if they get it, can help immeasurably.
Yes, Mr. Stout, we must face the fact that grave and far-reaching events are bearing down upon us, and meet them with courage and imagination. Out of the torment and anguish of our era must come the eventual restoration of the dignity of man. We must somehow send this message over the heads of the fascist governments to the now silent and imprisoned and regimented peoples they have conquered, and to the people of Germany, too. The prisoners must be set free, and everywhere it is the banners of the peoples that must go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Van Patten. That has the authentic ring of the battle cry of an idealist, and at the same time sounds like good, hard common sense. A democracy needs its Alexander Hamiltons as well as its Patrick Henrys. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this afternoon is Pierre Van Patten. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the sixth of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week at the same time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Louis Adamick to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England town hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time, led by our host, Rex Stout. You may already know Rex Stout as the author of intriguing detective stories featuring the master criminologist Nero Wolfe. On this program, you'll get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Reginald Stanborough. Good evening, friends of liberty. The majority of us Americans inherited our share in this land of liberty, not a share of its acres, which many of us do not possess and do not covet, but a share in its history, its successes and failures, its glories and shames, its freedoms and ideals and aspirations. That share was ours at birth. I'm not saying that even the most precocious of us was immediately aware of it. Even the smartest American baby does not, as soon as its back has been slapped by the nurse or midwife or doctor or grandmother, cry out lustily, "Give me liberty or give me death." But from that moment, it does in fact own its share in American liberty, though not yet its share of the common and universal obligation to maintain it and extend it. That comes later. Our guest this evening, Louis Adamick, was not one of those babies. Louis Adamick did not inherit his share. He bought it, and has certainly paid for it. Born in Blato, Yugoslavia, now a Nazi province, someday, and not a distant day, we hope, to be Yugoslavia again. Born in Blato in 1899, he came to America in 1913. He was in the United States Army in the World War, becoming a citizen in 1918. He has written several books, among them The Native's Return and From Many Lands, which are a part of the American literary and spiritual treasure to be inherited by our children. He is the editor of the new magazine, Common Ground. Nor does he take any part of his America for granted or by hearsay. In the past 10 years, he has traveled over 200,000 miles within our vast continental parallelogram. That isn't an exaggeration, is it, Mr. Adamick?
At least that, Mr. Stout.
And why? Just to look over your property?
Well, I suppose I like the place. I think that I more than like it. Having said this, though, I want to be quick in adding that America to me is not only nor even chiefly a place.
I didn't suppose it was, having read your books. Will you tell us what America is to you?
I'd like to, Mr. Stout. To me, America is not only a place, not only a piece of geography, but an aggregation of people gathered from most of the rest of the world, Europe, Africa, and Asia. America to me is an idea, a way of life, the collection of principles and the conduct of human affairs which happen to appeal to me. America is the new world in which man has a chance to cease being worm and become man. America is also a dream, one of the strongest and grandest ever dreamt.
We spoke about this dream that is America before we went on the air, Mr. Adamick, and you said something to the effect that we, the people of America, need to wake up now, or our American dream is liable to turn into a nightmare.
I did, Mr. Stout. Dreamers must wake up every once in a while, for the dreams are apt to turn into nightmares. The American dream has been too optimistic a thing. I believe that just now we need to wake up, look about, and examine our concepts and aims, and see the dangers and deal with them.
Indeed we do, but go ahead.
Well, twice within the memory of us now living, dreams have had a force strong enough to reshape the world. Just now, it is the dream of personal power built upon terror and tyranny, on the part of so-called men of destiny that is dominant. They have a terrific dream. The force of it is tumbling the old world and its culture into ruin. It has men scurrying in fear before it. This dream, to me, is a nightmare, and it is a nightmare to much of the world.
It may work both ways. Maybe our dream is a nightmare to the tyrants and terrorists.
I hope it is. Our dream set in motion the greatest migration in history. It happened only yesterday. It was one of the main factors in making the United States what it is today. Then men did not scurry in fear. They were led by hope. The broad Atlantic became a common high road to the land of promise where people were needed and wanted.
And to begin with, it was the European dream. They brought it across the ocean and naturalized it, and it became the American dream.
Yes, Mr. Stout, we can put it that way if you wish. This American dream may be said to be the sum total of all the hope and aspiration in the people who came here, whether they landed at Jamestown or Plymouth Rock or on Ellis Island. Now it is endangered by the other, by the nightmare which is reaching over here.
Don't you think we are waking up, Mr. Adamy?
I think we are, but we must not only wake up, but we must unite. There is fairly general agreement on the need of national unity for defense. But what I have in mind, Mr. Stout, is something more than mere unity in order to defend this place, which is called America. Mere defense of geography is not enough. We need a tremendous armaments, of course, and a great navy, an army, and a terrific air force. But equally needful and urgent is the realization that America is an idea, a way of life, perhaps the world's main hope, and that we need to keep it going and enhancing it as such at the same time that we defend the place.
Then we need to awaken twice, once physically and once spiritually.
Well, that's another way of putting it.
And the spiritual alarm clock is the one you were winding up.
Let me put it this way, Mr. Stout. Here we are, 130 million people. About half of these are what I call old-line Americans.
You include Negroes among the old-line Americans?
Yes, I do. There are about 30 million Negroes whose ancestry in this country goes back 200 years or more, whether they are pure Negro or part white.
And the other half are the new stock immigrant groups?
Yes, Mr. Stout, we are a great mixture here. We have 8 or 10 million people who are of various Slavic derivations. We have 10 or 15 million German Americans, 5 or 6 million Italian Americans, and 3 or 4 million people who are of Scandinavian backgrounds. We have large numbers of people who came or stem from Greece, Armenia, Syria, Hungary, France, Spain, Romania, and the Far East, mostly Japan, China, and the Philippines. And religiously, we are also a great mixture. We are Protestants, Catholic Jews, and Mormons, and Buddhists, and so on.
You said a great mixture, Mr. Adamy. It's certainly an all-inclusive mixture. The next few years, even the next few months, will show how great it is.
And it seems to me, Mr. Stout, that we need to remember that this variety is not a disadvantage, but on the contrary, that it is or could be made into a most tremendous advantage. Because of it, we have the chance here to create an extraordinary culture and civilization. I think it is no accident that our most vital cities and regions are those which contain the greatest variety of people.
No, that is no more an accident than America itself is an accident.
And I would say, Mr. Stout, that it will be important in this connection that we do not try to abolish or suppress this variety. We must not try to melt everybody into a common uniform mold. We should not confuse the ideal of unity with uniformity. These two have nothing in common. Hitler wants uniformity and regimentation. Here we should realize that the democracy and diversity are so closely related that one cannot exist without the other. If you will let me suggest a slogan or motto, I should say, let's make America safe for differences, or let's have unity within diversity. I'd say let's steer clear of uniformity. That's Hitler's ideal. My guess is that he has no real unity and will never have it over there. The diversity of Europe, which he cannot abolish and turn into uniformity, will overwhelm him.
If patience doesn't topple from her monument before it happens, Mr. Adamy.
Even so, I'd say let Americans be what they are. Out in Los Angeles, for instance, I know a woman who is an immigrant from Poland, a very fine and effective person, and who says that she is a 200% American because she is a 100% Pole. She says that you cannot make a good American out of a poor Pole.
Nor a poor American out of a good Pole?
Quite so. I find that the best, most effective, most useful immigrant Americans are those who do not or did not reject or despise their original backgrounds.
I take it then, Mr. Adamy, that you're not entirely in favor of building as hot a fire as possible under the melting pot.
No, I am not, Mr. Stout. The phrase melting pot suggests changing the people with heat or force, which have been used, but with this result, that the best juices and values have been fried and burned out of them.
Then you object, not to Americanization, of course, but to some of the methods used to accomplish it.
That's right. I favor Americanization. Only it should be gradual, slow, organic, not forced.
Well, Americanization is designed to produce Americanism. How would you define Americanism?
With a great many people, Americanism is a defensive concept. All too often, all too many Americans have narrowed it down to include only them and their kind. To me, Americanism is nobody's monopoly, but a happy concentrate of some of the best aspirations and tendencies of humanity at its best, nearly everywhere at one time or another. As it seems to me, Americanism is the highest body of idealism in the world today. It is, among other things, a movement away from primitive racism, from fear and nationalism, from herd instincts and herd mentality, and it is a movement toward freedom and creativeness. Americanism is a movement away from uniformity and blind conformity. Americanism welcomes differences. This is not a new idea. It is an old American idea. Jefferson had it. Whitman once said that the United States was not a nation, but a teeming nation of nations, and he was happy about the fact as he saw it. This idea also appealed to Emerson. Once he wrote, "It is the not me in my friend that charms me."
Then would you say that tolerance is the core, the kernel of Americanism?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Stout. I'm afraid that tolerance is not enough. It is no answer to anything. Often so-called tolerance, as it works out in real life, is nothing else than inactive intolerance, at best a negative virtue. That sort of tolerance is mostly intolerance grown subtle, polite, and beyond reach, where you can get at it and deal with it. It is mostly veneer to conceal intolerance, a veneer which cracks easily, which has been cracking in recent years in this country under the impact of the Depression and the backwash of the mad events in Europe.
Well, when the veneer cracks, what do? Paint it over?
Well, too often that's what happens. We need to be trained. We need to train ourselves in the direction of becoming creatively and positively interested in a man, partly because he's different. And because being different, he is apt to have something out of the ordinary to offer to us personally and to contribute to the evolving democracy of America.
Democracy, yes. The Greeks had a word for it. And after more than 2,000 years, we are still fighting for it, and it is more than ever worth fighting for.
That would be my guess, Mr. Stout. We can go ahead in a spirit of bigotry, which is beginning to manifest itself here and there in the United States, or we can go ahead in a spirit of bigness, with an all-inclusive, expanding Americanism, an Americanism big enough to take in all of us, whether our name happens to be Hamilton, or Straczynski, or Giulianis, or Brown, or Smith, or Schmidt, or Kabochnik, or Goldstein, or whether we are white or colored, or of this or of that religious faith. These are the alternatives. So we will have to choose, you and I, personally, Mr. Stout, and we, all of us, together as a country.
The same old choice, as old as Athens, and as new as the babies being born while we have been talking. My ancestor made it when he crossed the Atlantic over 300 years ago. You made it, Mr. Adamick, when you crossed the same ocean as a boy. The choice to be made by every generation and every day and every hour by every American. Thank you, Mr. Adamick. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this evening is Louis Adamick. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You've just heard the seventh of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week at the same time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Herbert Agar to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. May I repeat that? Address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City.
Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England town hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time, led by our host, Rex Stout. You may already know Rex Stout as the author of intriguing detective stories featuring the master criminologist, Nero Wolfe. On this program, you will get to know him even better
as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam, and good evening again to all lovers of liberty. If this were a quiz program, I'd like to start the discussion today by asking all of you listeners a very simple question. What's a newspaper? Of course, that's a little like asking how big is a rock, but I'd be willing to give attractive odds that I'd get almost as many different answers as there are listeners. A whole lot of people would say that a newspaper is a publication where you find the news, and that a good newspaper is one that gives you as much news as possible and as fully, as fairly, and as accurately as may be. Other people would say that a newspaper is where they find their entertainment and mention comic strips and special features. And still others, housewives maybe, who always examine the ads before they go shopping, would say that their newspaper was their chief source of invaluable buying information. But there's still another point of view, a more serious one. And because such questions as the freedom of the press and the proper functioning of a newspaper in a democracy are very important right now, we've invited Herbert Agar to come here this evening to discuss it. Mr. Agar is an author, a poet, a prophet of the Fourth Estate, and the editor of the Louisville Courier-Journal. So I'm going to begin by asking him my question. Mr. Agar, what's a newspaper?
I know how you'd like me to answer that, Mr. Stout. You indicated that clearly a few minutes ago before we went on the air. You feel a newspaper is where you go for news.
That's right, I do. But what do you think?
And you feel also, I imagine, that if your newspaper gives you fairly complete coverage, fairly and impartially, it's doing its whole job well.
Right again. But I still want to know what your answer is. What, Mr. Agar, is a newspaper?
Well, I'll use the familiar dodge of answering one question by asking another, Mr. Stout. Why is journalism the one form of private enterprise to be mentioned by name in the Bill of Rights?
Because freedom of the press is one of the fundamental principles of democracy, is one way of saying it.
Of course. But if running a newspaper is just a business like any other business, like selling shoes or insurance or manufacturing widgets, why did the Founding Fathers single it out for such importance?
You mean why did they guard it so carefully?
Yes, why did they confer on the press, or the newspaper business, if you like, this special right, this privilege, which is enjoyed by no other business?
Well, for one thing, you could say with a certain amount of truth, because newspapers in the 18th century were much more pamphlets of opinion than what we know as newspapers today, and that what the Founding Fathers were protecting was the right of printing and publishing one's own opinion rather than the news business.
Yes, you can take that point of view, and I'd like to suggest another. It seems to me that the answer to the question is that society conferred a special right or privilege upon the press in the belief that the press would pay society back by finding and publicizing the sort of truth that makes men free.
Then your point is that the right was conferred in the expectation that the press would live up to certain responsibilities and obligations.
That's the only reason for ever conferring a right, Mr. Stout. All rights are, in fact, privileges, and when the responsibilities and obligations are ignored, democracy can't help suffering.
Do you mean that a newspaper should be a sort of spur to the public conscience?
Yes. Or rephrasing that a little, I'd say that one of the chief functions of a newspaper in a democracy, in addition to providing full and accurate news, is constantly reminding the people of the truth, and very often of the sort of truth they don't want to hear.
For example?
Oh, for example, the public likes to hear of corruptions and failings in far-off countries, or even in far-off sections of its own country. The maltreatment of Negroes in the South is a safe subject for newspapers in Boston, and the pruderies and fancies of New England censorship can be attacked with great bravery in New Orleans. The public doesn't like a daily reminder of problems on its own doorstep, plus a daily reminder of what ought to be done about them.
Well, allowing the validity of your idea of the obligations of the press, Mr. Agar, practically speaking, how do you think it has worked out?
Not too well. Even the papers which do the best and most honest news covering are apt to be timid when it comes to editorial comment, when it comes to interpreting the news in the light of what ought to be happening if we were living up to our American ideal. The papers tend to encourage us in complacency, which is a dangerous mood for a democracy. I think this failure of the papers to do the hard job is one of the reasons for the state of democracy today. One of the reasons, perhaps, why freedom has been almost everywhere abolished, and why the ancient rule of slavery is returning to our world.
But you don't think that's all the fault of the press, do you?
No, there's fault on the other side, too, Mr. Stout. If the press has helped the public to neglect its duties, that's largely because that's what the public wants. The news business is catering to the public taste, just like the butter business. But the butter business gets no special protection from the Constitution, and the news business does. And to my way of thinking, that special protection carries with it very definite obligations.
Well, granting the problem, what can be done to correct the situation? Do you think it would be helped by a system of censorship or some kind of control?
Definitely not. The moment you introduce any kind of exterior control, except control by the force of public opinion, freedom of the press is gone for good. And whether you're right in saying that the proper business of the press is news, or whether I'm right in thinking that the press should also be a sort of public conscience, freedom of the press is still one of democracy's best hopes and proudest possessions. Even if I think the press hasn't always lived up to its freedom, we can't do without that freedom.
Agreed. If one basic freedom goes, they all go.
The cure for what I regard as a bad situation has to be a moral cure, Mr. Stout. I wish the public would demand a better press to keep it more completely aware of what's going on.
Then, in your view, the readers in a democracy can and do influence the press.
Indeed they do. You should read the letters to the editor that come to my desk in every mail.
I'd like to ask two questions on that. Number one, do you as editor pay any attention to them? And number two, when they're printed in the editorial page, does anybody read them but the people who wrote them?
Yes, on both points. The newspaper pays very close attention to what its readers think, especially on controversial questions. And as far as our readers are concerned, I can tell you that whenever we conduct a poll of most popular features, the letter to the editor column is always among the first three. It isn't only one of the most popular features, it's one of the ways in which the readers can feel that they themselves are a part of the newspaper. And also it's enormously important that people who dislike what the paper is saying have a chance to express their dislike. The more positive the editorial policy is, the more letters you get. The letters increase because a definite policy is taken. One of the most encouraging things about being an editor is getting a response from people who like you and people who hate you. It makes you feel that what you say has some effect on their minds. Today, when great issues are at stake, the reader should express his opinions vigorously.
But coming back to the question of control, you feel that you can't make the press better by passing a law?
No, certainly not. Any law to control the press would be worse than no control at all. If anyone doesn't believe that, all he has to do is to examine the condition of the press in Europe. With the single exception of Switzerland, it isn't a press at all. It's just a house organ for dictatorship.
Pap and propaganda. And speaking of propaganda, Mr. Agar, how much of it do you think is leaking through into our American newspapers?
American editors are faced with that problem all day long. All we can say is we can't guarantee that the news that comes from any given place is accurate. This is the news that comes in. We have warned you before, and we must remind you again that the Axis powers make a habit of doctoring the news and even of manufacturing news that happens to suit their purpose.
And then the reader has to sort things out for himself.
Yes, and in this same general question of propaganda that comes to us from abroad, you have to consider the position of American correspondents, because that's where most of our foreign news comes from.
Of course, their dispatches are all subject to rigid censorship.
Yes, and to censorship of a pretty subtle kind. As Dr. Goebbels is never tired of telling us, censorship does not exist in Germany. On the other hand, he distinguishes very carefully between fair and unfair news dispatches. Fair dispatches are stories which conform to general Nazi news policy as developed at the daily press conferences of the Foreign Office or the Ministry of Propaganda. Really, of course, they're nothing more than stories published in the controlled German press or released through the official agencies.
Well, what happens when an American correspondent tries to find out things for himself?
He's asked to leave the country. All personal investigation, use of private news sources, really independent reporting, come under the general classification of unfair dispatches. That's what happens in a dictatorship, Mr. Stout. The objective reporting which our foreign correspondents have given us in the past is impossible under conditions in Europe today. After an American correspondent has been asked to leave and has done so, he can give us the truth, and our newspapers have run some excellent articles of this sort recently, revealing what goes on behind the wall of Nazi censorship. But of course, the people who have to depend on the controlled press of Europe are denied that truth. It all comes back to the fundamental philosophy of the Nazis, which says that the only way to run a world is to have a few masters who direct the many slaves.
So they organize and distort all news that comes in from every source for one purpose. That is, to degrade the mind to the level of slavery, to destroy all freedom of speech and opinion. And if we don't want it to happen here, what are we going to do about it? What's the answer, Mr. Agar?
The only answer for free men anywhere is to value the freedom we have more than ever before and to demand greater freedom. We want a press that is free and critical, spurring us on to live up to the ideals of democracy.
What about England? Wouldn't you say that the press of Great Britain is still free and still critical?
It's doing a good job, sure. Even in the middle of what is literally a life-and-death fight for existence, it is free, and that's a real triumph of democracy under the sharpest kind of stress. Although news which would be of military value to the enemy has to be controlled, of course, the British press is still critical, is still free to pry out weaknesses, to demand reforms. And the news that comes to us from Britain shows us that they still believe over there, that there's no force so powerful as truth.
There's one more question I'd like to ask you, Mr. Agar, still on the matter of propaganda. We all know that the Nazis have been carrying on a propaganda offensive, using it as a strategic weapon to supplement their military offensive. In judging communiques and stories from European sources, as we read them in our newspapers, can you give us some pointers on ways to sort out the false from the true?
Well, every story with an Axis dateline has to be read pretty warily with their objective in mind, to create dissension here in America and doubt of democracy's power to resist fascism. There are certain phrases which are used again and again in their references to this country. Pluto-democracy, American imperialism, for example. They try to promote disunity among groups and classes and distrust of our leadership. Their comments on the president's speech last week were designed to show that there was very little popular support for his stand and that America is filled with tension and discord.
Yes, and of course it isn't only stories with Axis datelines that should be read warily. For instance, all large American papers have a representative in Washington, and their stories naturally tend to reflect the attitude of the paper in national and international problems.
Newspaper reader needs to be on guard everywhere, and he also should read widely in order to get the whole truth. I think the news coverage in many of our papers is good, and it's getting better. I think in a number of our papers the attempt to be impartial in news telling is fairly steady, and it's getting steadier. But I think the editorial policy, not only in editorial comment, but in the choice of the sort of news that is safe to comment on, tends to be timid and vacillating and dangerous to democracy at this hour of democracy's agony. I don't think, for example, that the press has done its job in keeping the American people steadily aware of the mortal danger to America today. I think most papers know more of that danger than they call attention to, because people don't like to hear too much bad news. The press, thank heaven, is still free. And because it is free, it can help to save America. But not by helping to make America feel more safe than the facts warrant. Complacency has often been the death of freedom.
Thank you, Mr. Agar. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this evening is Herbert Agar, editor of the Louisville Courier-Journal. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the 8th of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week at the same time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Max Eastman to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. The Council will also be glad to send information on its activities to any listener on request. Please address your letter or your card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company, and has come to you from the RCA building, Radio City, New York. Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England town hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store, and there's free talk by free men every week at this time, led by our host, Rex Stout. You may already know Rex Stout as the author of intriguing detective stories featuring that master criminologist, Nero Wolfe. Well, on this program, you'll get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam. Good evening, friends of liberty. Some people who are honest and candid, and many who are somewhat less candid, confuse the imperfections of a good thing with the inherent and irremovable vices of an evil thing. They point either with sorrow or with ill-disguised glee to a race riot in an American city and demand, who are we to condemn a purge in Russia or a pogrom in Germany? Those who ask that question in good faith, in honest bewilderment, are entitled to an answer. And no one in America is better qualified to give it than our guest this evening. Previously, as guests on this series of programs, we've had a biographer, a novelist, a foreign correspondent, an editor, an historian, and others. Max Eastman's various and distinguished achievements cannot be embraced in any single term, but he is here this evening in his role as a social and political theorist and analyst. a field in which his reputation has been made by such books as Artists in Uniform and Marxism, Is It Science? His answer to that question being no. All his life, Mr. Eastman has worked for social change and has been a severe critic of our government and politics. He still is a radical. He opposed the entry of our country into the World War, vigorously into the last ditch. Yet today his position is different. I take it, Mr. Eastman, you now believe that democracy is in grave danger and must be defended at any risk and any cost. Or is that overstating it?
Not a bit, Mr. Stout, but I insist that the change is not in me.
Then where is it?
In the other camp.
You mean in Hitler as compared to the Kaiser?
Not actually in their persons, no. In their purposes and intentions, yes.
Well, wasn't it the purpose and intention of the Kaiser's Germany to destroy British power, and isn't the same thing true of Hitler's Germany?
Yes, but that isn't the whole story. The other war was a struggle for national power, and there was no reason to suppose it would cut any deeper than that. This war, too, is a struggle for national power, but it is also a struggle between democracy and tyranny. One side has openly armed itself with tyranny as a social and political system. It fights to impose that system. It fights with the fifth column in the territories of its enemy. It has not only declared its purpose to impose a tyrannical system throughout the world, but it has demonstrated in the countries already under its heel the ruthless logic with which it intends to carry that purpose through.
Some left-wing highbrows say that is only window dressing. They say that the basic factor, as in the last war, is the economic conflict of rival imperialisms.
I know they do. Those guys have an unfortunate habit which is due to the recent vogue of the Marxian religion. They regard any statement of obvious fact, if not translatable into the terms of economic science, as superficial.
I should think that a scientist, more than anyone else, could not afford to ignore an obvious fact.
He can't, and it's an obvious fact that this war is, if any war ever was, a war between two ways of life. You will not find a deeper contrast in all the records of men's battle cries than that between Mein Kampf and the speeches of Churchill and Roosevelt. This contrast indicates the significance to mankind of the result of the war, however little it may reflect its causes. The conflict between Babylon and Judea, Egypt and Assyria, Athens and Sparta, Greece and Persia even, showed no cultural contrast to compare with that between modern democracy and totalitarianism.
You're covering a lot of territory, Mr. Eastman. That's an extreme statement. Of course, it's the crux of the whole matter. What if you were challenged to prove it?
Do you mean right here and now?
Start anyway.
I would need hours, not minutes. What you ask is a complete comparison between totalitarianism and democracy. Well, suppose I go over some of the basic features of totalitarianism found today in Germany, Italy, and Russia, and not found in England or the United States, nor, let me emphasize this, in the Germany of 1914. These differences are matters of record known to all who have watched the theories of totalitarianism carried into action. First, then, nationalistic emotion is exalted to the point of religious frenzy. Second, a single party disciplined like an army, subject to command and enforcing a monopoly of the political field, takes over the power of the state. The state is reduced to the position of a false front whose function is to ratify the decisions of the party.
And put them into execution.
Yes. Third, the church, like the state, is permitted to exist, but its priests and even its God must recognize the superior authority of the party. The new religion finds its focus of devotion in the leader, who becomes to all intents and purposes himself a god. Fourth, dissenting opinion is coerced by means of universal spying and informing, concentration camps, star chamber trials, torture, wholesale execution, and secret murder.
It's against those things that some people balance an American race riot, for example.
That's right, and it's ridiculous. The sporadic outbursts of illegal violence in our democracy are, as you said, examples of the imperfections of a good thing. They are condemned by the vast majority of the people. Nazi and communist and fascist violence are the settled policy of the parties who control the state. Shall I go on?
As much as we have time for. Now for the fifth.
Fifth, anti-intellectualism, denial of freedom of the mind, of all independent thinking and honest inquiry. Strictly speaking, this is barbarism. It takes various forms. Exaltation of the ignorant and lazy-minded, persecution, jail, death, or exile to those who stand for strenuous and honest thought, physical destruction of books and records, falsification of history, abolition of all debate and discussion, total cultural isolation of the people who are taught to believe preposterous fables about their own virtues and superiorities and the desperate condition of the outside world. Perhaps worst of all, the prostitution of science and art to the service of the leader and the party, and denial of their service to truth and realization, which is what mankind created them for. There is...
Wait a minute. Is all that a part of the fifth point, anti-intellectualism, or did you stop numbering?
Those are all forms of anti-intellectualism or barbarism. I could go on.
Better give us the sixth.
Well, the sixth is immoralism, the disappearance of any code of ethics whatever in public life. In England or America, political lying and governmental hypocrisy are deplorable incidents in a country not inhabited exclusively by angels. In Germany and Russia and Italy, they have been adopted as a system. Libel and slander, fake plebiscites, solemn caricatures of judicial procedure, counterfeits and parodies of representative government are accepted as the normal course. Fooling all the people all the time is the essential function of the state apparatus. Seventh, they have revived the barbaric principle of family and tribal guilt for the crime of the individual.
Yes, that seems to me especially revealing. When Rudolf Hess flew to Scotland, the significant thing was that people said he must have gone with Hitler's consent because he left his wife and child in Germany. They took it for granted that if he was escaping from personal peril, the Nazis would punish him by taking revenge on his family. But suppose it was the other way around. Suppose Sir Oswald Mosley had gone to Germany, or suppose Charles Lindbergh did. Nobody would think of the English or Americans harming their families.
Precisely. That's just one of these contrasts I engaged to prove. Another one, the eighth on my list, is their attitude toward war. In a totalitarian state, war is exalted as the supreme activity of mankind. The national revival is focused around and sustained by preparations for everlasting war. The war industries dominate, not through necessity as in a democracy in a period of crisis, but by calculated policy. The population is completely militarized from childhood.
And not with toy soldiers.
There's nothing toy about it, even with the youngsters. It isn't a game, it's a serious and grim business. And ninth, woman is subordinated and laws are passed against her independence. The totalitarian regimes are male regimes. Women's business in them is to breed children. 10th, the rights of labor are abolished. Labor unions are company unions, and the company is the state, or rather the party which controls the state. 11th, industry, commerce, and agriculture are rigidly controlled, again not by the government, but by the party and its leader. 12th...
Let's stop short of a dozen. If you haven't already proved your point, Mr. Eastman, you never will. The blind do not see, and the deaf do not hear.
Well, I could go on. But so far as I've gone, that's totalitarianism. Opinions may vary as to certain of those items, but in their sum they show an issue at stake in this war as momentous as mankind has ever faced. Those radicals and progressives who say it is of no concern to America are blindfolding their own eyes. Many of them rationalize their anti-war dogma by asserting that democracies will become fascist through the mere process of defending themselves. As I see it, that is muddled thinking, if thinking at all. They should take a look at history. You would think that Cincinnatus never went back to the plow, that George Washington never retired to Mount Vernon. You would think that John Wilkes Booth was right when he killed Lincoln as a tyrant. Haven't we just seen a world war followed by a tremendous spread of democratic systems almost everywhere? These discoverers of the so-called historic law, according to which democracy turns into fascism in the very act of resisting it, have not found knowledge, but lost faith. They have lost faith in democracy. They are no longer themselves in it and of it, making it survive, making it grow all the time.
It's even possible that some of them, having lost faith in democracy, are groping around for a new one and are beguiled by the glitter of fascism, consciously or unconsciously.
Yes, and why? Because fascism is primitive. Because it appeals. Beneath the whole fabric of learned attitudes and modes of behavior which constitute civilization, to those blind instincts of the tribal savage which survive in varying degrees in all of us. But fascism is not spread by purposeful resistance to the tribes already stricken with it, least of all by their defeat in war. It is spread by fear and propaganda among civilized nations that are confused and searching for a purpose. Well, they will never find any purpose if they let pass this obvious one of defending civilization itself.
I must remind you that you're a radical, Mr. Eastman, and I add that all strategists agree that a thing can be defended, civilization itself can be successfully defended, only by a vigorous and violent counterattack upon those who are attempting to destroy it.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Stout, and I don't dodge the implication. Radical or conservative, we cannot forego this opportunity not only to shatter tyranny, but to destroy its vogue, perhaps forever. To avoid that issue out of loyalty to a dogmatic anti-war radicalism seems to me sheer folly. The true place for radicals and liberals is in the ranks of those who are making a firm stand against barbarism, and making it with a resolve that out of the victory shall come a world union of democratic states capable of ensuring peace and civilized existence throughout the earth. In that direction lies the hope that a planned social movement may yet solve the problems that confuse and bedevil us. In the other direction lies death to everything that men of goodwill have ever fought for.
A death that need not come. For certainly it is true of civilization, and of American freedom and democracy as a part of it, and not the least part, that it can die only by suicide. Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this evening is Max Eastman. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the 9th of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Alexander Wilcott to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. The Council will also be glad to send information on its activities to any listener on request. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England Town Hall and round the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there is free talk by free men every week at this time, led by our host, Rex Stout. You may already know Rex Stout as the author of intriguing detective stories featuring the master criminologist Nero Wolfe. On this program, you'll get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Howard Tupper. Good evening, friends of liberty. One of the most interesting facts about liberty is that you can keep it only by giving it up. A man's liberty is restricted not only by natural forces such as tigers in India, mosquitoes in a Jersey swamp, and the weather everywhere, but by the limitations necessarily imposed on my liberty in order to preserve yours, and on yours to preserve mine. You're at liberty to drive your car down Fifth Avenue, and I'm at liberty to drive mine across 42nd Street, but only on the condition that we stop for a red light, or the two liberties will collide, and as a result, not only our liberties will be damaged, but also our cars and possibly our bones. The whole vast and intricate process of maintaining and managing a democratic society is just that, the constant reconsideration and resolving of that ever-changing problem, how to preserve as true a balance as may be among the bewildering clamor of conflicting interests and desires and ambitions of the 130 million people who are America. The problem of preserving a maximum of all liberties for all people becomes acutely difficult in the case of those special groups whose peculiar relations and disciplines must be accepted. And, of course, the most obvious and most important of these groups is the Army. Hey! It is a military necessity for an Army private to surrender a large proportion of the personal liberties which were among his dearest possessions in civilian life. Hey! But it is the business of all Army officers from the newest baby lieutenant on up to the commander-in-chief himself.
This, if I may get a word in edgewise, is Wolcott speaking. barging onto this program not in my capacity as the town crier, but as one who long ago, back in 1917, 18, and 19, served in the ranks of the American Army. Ever in the Army, Stout?
Salvation?
Really? Were you really in the Salvation Army?
Well, for a couple of hours I was. I sang songs with them,
But you never were in the regular Army.
No, I was in the Navy. That was back when I was a kid.
Ah, during the French and Indian Wars.
No, thank you. It was when Teddy Roosevelt was president. I was assigned to his boat.
His boat?
Sure, the USS Mayflower. I was pay yeoman on the Mayflower.
Yeoman, eh? That's a kind of seagoing non-com, isn't it?
Precisely.
Well, then I can talk to you. I was a sergeant. For some 22 months, I was underfoot in the AEF. And by the time the armistice was signed, I had risen to the rank of sergeant.
Yeah. Influence, eh? You must have had something on Pershing.
Silence, yeoman. I rose to the rank of sergeant by sheer merit. And if it hadn't been for the armistice...
You'd have been a corporal. But before we go on, let me salute you. I would like to announce that our guest this week is Alexander Wolcott, America's most distinguished jack of all trades, from raconteur to croquet player. Anything else, Sergeant?
Well, I've been a waiter and an actor and a farmhand and a bank clerk.
And a soldier. Carry on.
Well, it's because I was a sergeant once upon a time that I still think of all battles, all armies, all wars, in terms of the enlisted men. I've come to this microphone today because I have something on my mind, and that something is a matter of importance to every sergeant, every corporal, and every buck private in the considerable army we already have, and in the much larger army. Stout, how large an army do you suppose we'll have a year from now?
June 1942. 2 million, 3, 4 million?
Well, speaking of liberty...
I hope you'd get around to that.
Well, speaking of liberty, I want to say a word in their behalf. I want to swap with you some of the thoughts that have been troubling me ever since I came upon a certain feature in a recent issue of Life. It was a small matter.
So is a cracker crumb a small matter, but it can be a nuisance when it gets between the sheets.
Or a grain of dust when it gets in the eye. Well, what disturbed the old sergeant was this article in Life I'm talking about. In that issue, there were printed 14 pencil sketches which had been sent home to his father in England by a young lieutenant. Captured in the fighting on the Somme just a year ago, this lieutenant has ever since been lodged in a Bavarian castle, which is the headquarters in Germany, for some English prisoners they'd taken. Did you see the article I mean?
Yeah, I saw it. For good reasons of their own, the German censors let the drawings cross the lines to reach the boy's father in England.
Yeah, well, after I had looked at the pictures, read through the patch of accompanying text and glanced at the captions, I threw the magazine from me, but all that day and ever since, I've been haunted by one detail in that feature, one caption in that layout of drawings, which, when I think of it now, still chills me through and through. That was the caption under a drawing showing a small group of British officers, 5 of them perhaps, at mess. The caption volunteered a further piece of information. I have been plagued ever since by the 5 words in that caption. Here they are. Servants are captured British soldiers. Those are the 5 words that haunt me every time I get word that some young neighbor of mine, a boy in the family down the road perhaps, has packed up and gone off to camp. Every time I read in the paper where a new haul of American youth has been picked up in the net of the draft. Servants are captured British soldiers. In other words, here was a group of Englishmen who had gone into battle for their country. Many had been killed. Their outfit, a division, a regiment, a detachment, whatever, had gone through the shattering earthquake of retreat, surrender, and imprisonment. Brothers in the army, brothers in defeat. They were all imprisoned in a Bavarian castle, but even there, the distinction between officers and men was being rigorously observed. That distinction, which has no shadow of excuse, except as it makes an army more efficient, was still going strong in prison. The man in the ranks was being made to wait upon those who in the field had been his superiors. You know, that cracker crumb in my bed, that grain of dust in my eye, has been troubling me ever since. I think it troubled me most because it brought to mind a forgotten historical incident which I stumbled upon in some research I was doing just 20 years ago. I was reading an account of that turbulent century, the 9th, wasn't it? When, after the death of Charlemagne, the Vikings...
The Vikings were the aggressors of their day.
Right. Well, with Charlemagne safely underground, the Vikings, or the Normans, had long overrun the region which we have since been accustomed to call France. Firmly entrenched in that area was ever since been known as Normandy.
That's why it's called Normandy.
Stop showing off. Well, entrenched in Normandy, they used to go to war every spring. One year, I think it was 858, the Burgundians, sallying forth in the spring to do battle with the Norman lords in Aquitania, found their enemy hampered by an uprising of peasants. This rather confused the issue, but not for long. The gentry on both sides, or if you will, the Clibden set on both sides, couldn't stand for any nonsense like that. So they promptly joined forces to put down the uprising before they could go on and have their war in peace.
I see what you mean, but it's not a case in point. There's an analogy there, but it isn't close.
Close enough to make an old sergeant uncomfortable.
Well, an old yeoman, too.
Servants are captured British soldiers, or if you like to reverse the sentence, captured British soldiers are servants. Now let's examine this phenomenon. The Life article said this was a hallowed convention of war.
Oh, that's true enough. It is now and always has been.
Life also said that the Germans have a great respect for the conventions of war.
Hooey.
You took the word right out of my mouth. The Germans have a great respect only for those conventions of war which happen at the moment to suit their convenience. This one does. That's why they're sticklers for this one.
Well, I'm glad you see why the captured Tommies have to wait on their officers hand and foot. It is not because the officers insist on it.
Well, they couldn't.
Exactly. It's because the Germans insist on it.
You see why, don't you?
Sure, I see why. Those prison camps in Germany are run by the German army. The German army is run by its officers. If the captured English soldiers are employed as servants to their officers in that Bavarian castle, it is because the German High Command wants the same privileges extended to any German officers who may be taken prisoner by the English.
Exactly.
Well, why are you telling all this to me?
Well, in the hope that a few Americans with nothing better to do at the moment will overhear us. This whole question of the relationship between officers and men is one on which the American people should do a little thinking. The boys who go off to camp, the fathers and mothers who stand in the doorway waving goodbye, more especially the pick of the youngsters who before long will go to special camps as candidates for commissions. Most important of all, the commander-in-chief himself. All these, I say, might well do a little thinking about this. A moment ago, you said that the German army was run by its officers. So are all armies. So is ours, and all armies, even ours, give occasional proof of their descent from the days before Napoleon created the first citizen army. They're hand-me-downs from a time when all officers were drawn from the gentry, whereas the troops, for the most part, were vagrants picked up along the highway, the scouring of the streets. The officers were gentlemen. The men were not. But the moment we draft an army, all factors change and a new set of obligations goes into effect. It's another story when a democracy goes to war. When we, the people, empower the president to enlarge our armed forces by drawing capsules out of a candy jar, he is under peculiar obligation to see that no man so called into the service of his country loses in the process any sovereignty as an American citizen or any dignity as an American man.
Now, wait a minute. I hope you haven't come on this program to suggest that ours should be one of those armies in which all authority is abolished, one of those communist pipe dreams in which all ranks are leveled, and no advance is made at dawn unless the troops have first had a good long talk about it and decided whether or not they approve of it.
No, of course not. I'm all for discipline. The stiffer, the better. The distinction between officers and men should be sharp and continuous. The men in the ranks should, must, will give up every personal liberty which they have to give up in order to make the army a more efficient weapon. But at that point, the distinction should stop. And those are the better officers who never for one moment use that distinction for their own self-indulgence. And remember this, in all forms of society, there is a tendency on the part of the chosen few, often the temporarily and accidentally chosen few, to set themselves up as an aristocracy. You will observe this tendency in every army, in every division, in every regiment, in every camp. It should be resisted. Now, in the AEF, I did get a good worm's eye view of the American Army in action. I can and should testify that in the whole sensitive matter of the relationship between officers and men, the vast majority of our commissioned personnel obeyed instinctively the rules of fundamental decency. Most of them had as lively a sense of their obligation in the matter as the most idealistic Democrat could wish. Most of them, but not all. No, not all. On the laws of chances, the hierarchy of offices is sure to acquire some men of the type that always abuse their privileges. This happens in all armies. It did happen in ours. For the sake of the rank and file, as an implicit part of the contract the government makes with the homes from which the troops are drafted, such offenders should be watched. Watched. By whom? Well, to begin with, by the commander-in-chief, who thanks me as a civilian. Watched by the Secretary of War. Above all, watched by their fellow officers. Indeed, at the camps where, before another month is over, the first of these new officers will be trained, it should be part of the creed that an American officer would as soon take pay from an enemy or run away from a battle as he would take advantage, lazy, self-indulgent, self-important advantage of the distinction between officers and men.
Thank you, Sergeant Wolcott. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today was Alexander Wolcott. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the 10th of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week at this same time by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Mrs. J. Borden Harriman to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. The Council will also be glad to send information on its activities to any listener on request. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England Town Hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there was free talk by free men every week at this time, led by our host, Rex Stout. You may already know Rex Stout as the author of baffling detective mysteries, which can only be solved by that master of criminology, Nero Wolfe. On this program, you will get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Jack McCarthy. Good evening, friends of liberty. We Americans are, quite properly, fondly proud of our freedoms and our democratic dignities, so much so that some of us are inclined to forget that we're by no means the only chickens on democracy's roost. We're the biggest and richest and most powerful democracy in the world, but we hold no monopoly of a love of liberty and an unconquerable will to keep it and expand it. Our guest today is a former member of the American Diplomatic Corps who is eminently qualified to remind us that other people, too, have learned that freedom is sweet and worth fighting for. Before the Honorable Florence Harriman was appointed United States Minister to Norway in 1937, she had served on scores of boards and commissions, had helped to elect Woodrow Wilson president, had been a member of the Committee on Women in Industry in the World War, and had spent at least half her waking hours in welfare work for women and children. Her book of memoirs, Mission to the North, has just been published. Some of you listening might like to read that book to get a tip on how a woman goes about it to acquire the impressive title of Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary. Or better still, Mrs. Harriman, won't you tell us now? How did you manage it?
I didn't manage it at all, Mr. Stout. It took me completely by surprise. One night, the telephone rang at 1:30 in the morning, and a newspaper reporter wanted to know what I had to say on being appointed minister to Norway. It was interesting but surprising. I had more or less made up my mind that the time had come for me to retire. But my daughter pointed out to me that here, even at my age, was a chance for a new adventure and a real experience. But to me, it was more than that. I welcomed another opportunity to serve my country. I realized the wide horizon of beauty and novelty that had opened before me. This was emphasized when I heard Flagstad sing.
When was that, after you got to Norway?
Yes. It was in the Frogner Park in Oslo on the night of July 5th, 1937. She sang Brunhilde's battle cry from Die Walküre, and as I listened, I had a foretaste of all that I would find in Norway. Very suddenly, I saw a land steeped in mysticism, things felt but not seen. The ancient folklore lingering in the country places, in the dark pine forests, in the valley farms, and in the fisher villages that hug the shores of deep and narrow fjords. And above all, and also very suddenly, I felt all around me the sense of community, of common striving for great common goals, the sympathetic oneness of the people that marks the Norwegian democracy.
You say marks the Norwegian democracy. Does the Norwegian democracy have a special tone or flavor of its own as compared to ours? Is it better or more efficient or broader or narrower, or just different as nations are different, or what?
That's a very hard question to answer, Mr. Stout. Of course, it is different. It could hardly help being that when you compare the size of the countries. As to whether or not it's more efficient or broader, that's very difficult to say. Perhaps I could give you an answer by quoting what was said to me in Washington just after I was appointed. With smiling envy, a friend remarked, "Those Scandinavian countries are 25 years ahead of us all."
Did you find that to be true?
Well, to that I can answer definitely yes. Before the invasion, I quoted this remark to a gentleman of Oslo, and he replied, laughing, "You mean 100 years." But seriously, in a good many matters, my friend was right, particularly in the fields of social and political democracy. I honestly think that the small countries of the North, being less concerned with power politics and great industrial expansions, have made patterns for us all.
Don't you think their job was made easier by the fact that their people were pretty much all of one kind? That their background and their training rather inclined them to think and feel and react in much the same way?
Certainly. And then plain geography has a good deal to do with it. The general compactness of the small countries produces a sort of common knowledge and common awareness of common problems. Take the cooperatives, for instance. The milk cooperatives are a good example of what they mean in human terms. Before the pools were created, there was just chaos in the Norwegian milk market. The price of milk had dropped year by year. The same cows and the same farms, but lower and lower prices. Butter went down, cheese went down. Families faced actual want.
And what happened to change the picture?
They began to realize how each separate farmer, dealing alone with private merchants, was cutting his neighbor's throat. They began to organize and to pool all their knowledge, not only of the market, but of the control and betterment of herds. One farm mother put it into words when she looked at her children and said, "We had grown poor apart. We have grown prosperous and happy together."
What did the townspeople think of it? Didn't that toss monkey wrenches into their machinery?
Mr. Stout, that's where the homogeneity comes in that we mentioned before. The farmers began to talk as if their work were not just a business, but as if they and the people of the towns were all a part of a really integrated pattern of living. They expect the townspeople to care about the welfare of the farmers and their children. And the wonderful part of it is that the town people do care, or did before the invasion. Not that they care less now, but of course the German occupation has put a stop to all the inspiring work of the years before 1940. When I first arrived in Norway, one of the things that made the whole country so sparkling and vigorous and enthusiastic was the sense of participation. Every citizen, townsman or farmer felt that he himself was taking part in the great work of making Norway a happier place to live in.
Well, that sounds as if they really were ahead of us, at least 25 years. How does the cost of all that work out in Norway, Mrs. Harriman, in cold cash?
It comes high, Mr. Stout, as good things always do. Some few citizens pay out as much as 80% of their incomes in taxes. But again, and whether or not you believe me, they seem happy to do it. Elsewhere in the world, I had taken poverty and slums as part of the enduring phenomena of city life. Not so in Norway. I understood what many Norwegians have told me they felt when they visited the great capitals of the world. Such shock at the misery complacently exposed that they were always glad to leave for home. Comments such as these came not from one class in Norway, but from everyone. For as a nation, the Norwegians have a social conscience. Politics in Norway is primarily the contest of parties for the task of raising the standard of living.
That sounds more like an ideal and aspiration than an actual achievement. From what you say, Mrs. Harriman, although we've done a lot here in America with a much greater problem, we still have a long way to go before we arrive at any such green pasture as that.
I think we're catching up, Mr. Stout. Of course, they have unemployment insurance in Norway, and sickness and old age benefits, and collective bargaining in industry. And then there's a really conscious and purposeful drive behind the organization and development of native arts and crafts.
Well,
that's the sort of thing I like to think of when I look back on my years in Norway, and not the terrible and tragic happenings of 1940.
Yes, I was coming to that, Mrs. Harriman. I know you don't like to think of those things, but for our own sake, for the sake of our American democracy here at home, I do want to ask you one or two questions. The first, if democracy was really such a living thing in Norway, how did it happen that they gave up so easily when the Nazis came? Was it the Trojan horses and fifth columns?
People speak of Trojan horses and fifth columns, yes. There has been a great deal written about how the easy occupation of Oslo was due to treachery. What we have to call the fifth column had indeed been busy. The Nazis were indefatigable in an infinite variety of ways, from defamation of the British to 1,000 minor tricks and stratagems of propaganda. There was trade acceleration. There was interchange of tourists and students. But not a bit of real evidence has been adduced, aside from Major Quisling and his small group, who moved swiftly to obtain possession of telephones, telegraph, and radio, that the Norwegian people, for a single moment, welcomed the invasion. Everything in the Norwegian democracy was opposed to Nazi brutality. The real reason for the lack of resistance at the beginning, when it might have counted most, was that the people of Norway simply couldn't believe what was happening. I know that sounds naive, but it's quite true. They were stunned, dumbfounded.
That naivete was fairly universal. In just the same way, there were thousands of people in this country who obstinately refused to believe that every Nazi tourist agency and consulate was in reality a headquarters for spreading subversive propaganda. It wasn't until President Roosevelt closed them down that many Americans finally woke up. But go on to Norway, Mrs. Harriman.
You have to remember, Mr. Stout, that for 100 years Norway had been at peace. In all that time, they had clung to the belief that decency, friendliness, honesty, and absolute fairness in their dealings with other nations would guarantee their neutrality. Even on the last morning, when German troop ships were known to be sailing into the fjords, Norwegians refused to realize that they were about to be invaded. When they woke up, it was too late. There was heroism then, and plenty of it. There were the bus drivers who deliberately drove their buses over the edge of a cliff for the German storm troops they had been made to carry. There was the retired naval officer who, in the dead of night, rowed alone in an open boat to rouse the garrison at Fort Oskarborg in time to sink the leading German battle cruiser as she came up the fjord. But it was not enough.
And you wouldn't say that Norway was taken by fifth columns and Trojan horses?
It was beaten down by brutal, overpowering force, Mr. Stout. It was beaten down by tanks and planes and guns, but principally by planes. But it's not dead. Democracy in Norway is not dead. And that is what I want to say here today, so that all Americans may know it and remember it. The invader, with his theory of master races and brute force, for the moment controls railways and ports, airfields and telegraph offices and newspapers. But he deals with a nation so strong in its inner life, so rich in all experience but the experience of military force, that it cannot be bought or beaten forever. There is this about democracy, Mr. Stout. Its leaders are everywhere, and its slogans call to the hearts of the humble. There are only 3 million people in Norway, but each one of them counts. Right now, today, there is a flame of revolt burning in Norwegian hearts. There are brave and open acts of rebellion against the foreign tyrant, and heroic sabotage which is practiced by all types and classes of Norwegians according to their various abilities. There are in Norway today 10,000 agents of the Gestapo, 1 to every 250 Norwegians, and 250,000 soldiers, 1 to every 10 Norwegians, fighting to stem the constantly rising tide of resistance. The people of Norway, Mr. Stout, will never surrender.
God bless them. And in that determination, I do not believe they are 25 years ahead of us Americans. One more question. You went into Russia while you were in Norway, didn't you, Mrs. Harriman? How do you think the Russian people will react to the Nazi declaration of war?
Well, I shouldn't like to venture an opinion on that. I was only a tourist. One gets many impressions, but not enough real information on a short visit. They take great pride in their achievements, and what they have done in a material way is amazing. The question is whether the material gains are worth the human sacrifice, the rigid political controls imposed on the people. I was told again and again by Russians, both high and low, that they wanted to be left alone to work out their own problems. I suppose that was the basic reason for the pact with the Nazis in 1939. It was really a negotiated peace. Stalin tried to appease, strike a bargain for peace, and that method just doesn't work when you are dealing with Mr. Hitler.
Thank you, Mrs. Harriman. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this afternoon is Mrs. J. Borden Harriman, formerly United States Minister to Norway. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
Next week, Rex Stout will bring Mademoiselle Vive Curie to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Address, your letter or postcard to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Mr. Stout. Thank you, David Roberts. Good evening, friends of liberty. We Americans are lucky. We still have a 4th of July, an Independence Day. Whether we shall still have one next year or 5 years from now depends on us. And whether France shall again have a 14th of July, a Bastille Day, that too in large measure depends on us. It also depends on Britain and, of course, on the French people themselves. Do they still want a Bastille Day? Are they still, most of them, friends of liberty? We not only would like to know that, we need to know it. And there is no one better qualified to tell us than our guest this evening, Eve Curie. Miss Curie first became widely known in America by the publication of her biography of her famous mother, Marie Curie. Recently, she has gained new distinction as a speaker and writer on European events. If anyone can tell us about France, she can.
You frighten me very much, Mr. Stout. I claim no exclusive knowledge or insight.
If not exclusive, Miss Curie, then at least exceptional. And I'll start by asking, not for a revelation, but an opinion about Germany's invasion of Russia. What effect do you think that is having on the people of France?
Well, the French people are, of course, being submerged by an intense German and pro-German propaganda lauding Hitler's crusade against Bolshevism. Whatever the attitude of the Vichy government may be, this propaganda has little chance of fooling the people of France for the very simple reason that the conquerors who occupy, oppress, and loot 14 European countries, including France, happen to be the Nazis, not the Russians. You see, the French have a dreadfully direct knowledge of who their enemy is. Every resistance to Hitler, every blow struck at Hitler, from whatever side they come, even from the much-hated Bolshevist side, is a gain for the French, because it may bring nearer the crushing of Nazi Germany.
Well, if the German campaign should run into difficulties in Russia, do you think there's a chance of an uprising in France?
You mean an uprising against the German army of occupation? Frankly, I do not think that this is a practical possibility as long as the balance of forces in the occupied territories is overwhelmingly in favor of the Nazis. We cannot think in terms of a revolution in the old sense against the modern weapons of the conquerors.
No, I didn't mean cobblestone barricades. However strong your heart is, you can't fight tanks and airplanes with pitchforks.
That's it. Not unless you receive from the outside the immediate help of a powerful ally. But the British are not yet able to support efficiently an active resistance on French soil. Only moral resistance, passive resistance, are possible in our country today. They already exist. Every letter we receive from France tells us that.
Do you get many letters?
I receive a few, but what I was really speaking of is the very heavy mail addressed to the Free French organizations abroad and also to the radio stations of England and America. This very numerous and moving letters from the captive French people are profoundly revealing. The French, like every other nation, have made mistakes. They know that. But they have not lost their hope and their courage. They are more and more determined that the future will see France free, united, and strong again.
Well, certainly they had no monopoly on mistakes. What were, in your opinion, the most important factors in the French defeat?
First of all, of course, was the tragic contrast between the military weakness of France and the military strength of the Nazis. But then, why was France weak? I think that all the French can democratically share the responsibility for the weakness of their democracy. The military leaders did not prepare a modern army. The political leaders did not sufficiently warn the country of the danger she was in. The employers and the workers were both selfish. Both fought for their class interests at the expense of production. And when everybody realized the situation, it was too late. It seems to me that what we all lack on both sides of the Atlantic is the notion of speed and of the timing of events. For instance, it requires years to build up a modern defense of a country, but not until an emergency is directly at hand can you get a parliamentary body to vote funds for building up these defenses.
Well, there's no help for that. There can't be. Democracy, like everything else in the world, has the defects of its virtues. Look at us Americans right now.
Oh, but here you are waking up, I think. You did see what happened to countries who did not wake up in time. These countries are certainly not entitled to give you lessons, but unfortunately, they are a lesson in themselves.
We've heard it said over here that France really went into the war unwillingly and almost expecting to be beaten right from the start.
No, I think this is a profoundly untrue and unjust statement. I watched the French mobilization in 1939. I was in France. 5 million Frenchmen went to war once more without one word of complaint. They were determined to defend bravely their country. But when the German attack was launched, the French found out that they had nothing with which to fight. No tanks, no planes, no munitions. The first defeat came, then came discouragement, then capitulation.
And some who call themselves Americans say that France fell because she was a democracy and because democracy does not work in a crisis.
I know. That is a statement that I fight with the utmost energy. France was not beaten because she was free. She was beaten because she was weak. It seems to me very ungrateful to forget that in 1918, under the leadership of such men as Clemenceau and Foch, a democratic France, with the help of England and of the American democracy, won a war over a tremendously powerful and militaristic Germany. In other words, there is nothing wrong with liberty, but liberty is beaten when she has no weapons, no defense.
If you had to put in one sentence the reasons for the French defeat, what would you say, Miss Curie?
I would say material and moral weakness due to lack of preparedness, of leadership, and of unity. And I would also say loneliness.
Loneliness? What do you mean?
I mean that by what you might call an accident of geography, France was the first line of defense against Germany. Had she been able to resist, England was saved, and America would have been spared all her present worries. But between the two wars, neither England nor America understood in time the necessity of a strong France and of an effective solidarity with my country. Finally, the suicidal policy of isolation, so popular in America and even in England, contaminated France too. Our thinking, in turn, became selfish and purely defensive. The Maginot Line spirit was born, and because of this spirit, we lost many of the potential friendships that we still had left. When the Czechs, the Romanians, and all our friends in Eastern Europe saw the Maginot Line being built and realized that France's policy would be to fight behind it, what hope could they have of French aid in time of peril? Little hope indeed. So, why should they remain our friends?
To Americans, that's one straight from the horse's mouth. There are a good many of us, far too many, who look on the Atlantic Ocean as our Maginot Line and are quite content to sit behind it and wait, no matter what happens to our friends.
I know. We did just the same thing for several years. 14 nations in Europe, enslaved today, have discovered one after the other that to concentrate on defense and to abandon your potential allies does not in the least keep a country from getting into a war. It merely leads the country to fight finally the war on her own soil, behind ineffective Maginot Lines or Maginot Oceans, and to fight it alone.
Now, the sit-and-wait policy has certainly not proved to be a success so far, in no instance, nor even work and wait.
Not quite a success, no. And this ought perhaps to make us revise some of our ideas about democracy. We have asserted too often lately that a purely defensive spirit was the only answer to aggression. We have gone so far as to identify the love of peace, which is a natural and noble feeling, with an ideological pacifism amounting to a moral capitulation and to a refusal to defend our finest ideals. A French writer recently said that pacifism was not a part of democracy, but only her parasite. I think he was right. Did your American ancestors, Mr. Stout, and did my French ancestors sit and wait while they built up our democracies and conquered the freedoms that we have enjoyed in our generation? Certainly not. It is thanks to their militant spirit that democracy has been created both in America and in France. This militant spirit remains a necessity today. Democracy will not survive unless free men and women are willing to fight for it and to die for it.
When necessity demands that. But did our countries educate their citizens to face that necessity?
Ah, yes, did they? In the French schools, and also I think in the American schools and colleges, we have taught the children about their rights. We have provided them with an accumulation of knowledge. But did we prepare them for duty, for obligation, for sacrifice? I'm not so sure. There are two concepts which have been too rarely used in our schools as well as in our books and in our newspapers. One is patriotism, the other is civic responsibility.
I agree. But to go back to what is happening in France today, you said you've been reading quite a number of letters from your compatriots.
Yes, in fact, I had a definite purpose. I wanted to gather the most representative of these letters from France in a book called They Speak for a Nation, which will shortly be published here.
How about giving us a preview? What do they think?
Well, the French put all their hopes in a British victory, except for the small group which advocates a friendship and an alliance with Germany. The nation as a whole absolutely refuses to collaborate with the Nazis.
Well, how do the French feel today about totalitarianism?
My answer is probably going to shock you. The French are by nature for democracy. They are therefore against totalitarianism. But in our present misfortune, these ideological words have given way to much more simple and instinctive feelings. The enemy is on the soil of France. At all costs, he must be removed. It is as plain as that. And this idea of liberating France has become a rallying point for all Frenchmen. We come back to what we were discussing a few minutes ago, to the rebirth of a direct patriotism above political parties and political quarrels.
What about General de Gaulle? Are the French people today pretty enthusiastic about him?
Many French are. I would say millions are. For them, General de Gaulle is a symbol of the resistance to Germany and of the faithfulness to the Franco-British alliance. Imagine that in practically every little souvenir shop or bazaar in the occupied or unoccupied zone, our compatriots can buy, more or less openly, little Croix de Lorraine, the Croix de Lorraine being the emblem of the de Gaulle forces.
What does the de Gaulle movement amount to outside of France, numerically?
I believe that the Free French forces fighting outside France number something over 50,000 soldiers. Besides this, General de Gaulle controls, as you know, the Free French colonies in Africa, 5 times bigger than France itself, with a population of over 6 million people.
And what about the de Gaulle movement politically? Is it right or left?
On the right of what? On the left of what? France is enslaved, Mr. Stout. Our political parties are no more because our freedom is no more. The unity that we did not achieve in time before the war, this very unity that you have such difficulties in achieving here in America, is slowly becoming a reality in France. Everybody has lost everything. Everybody is hungry and miserable. Everybody is against the conquerors who occupy the land. This is a cruel way of unifying a nation, but it is a way. I hope the American unity will be achieved under different and more happy conditions, achieved now. As for the soldiers of the Free French forces, they are the servants of the French nation, not her masters. They are recruited among all parties. I think, and I hope, that they have even forgotten to which party they used to belong, right or left.
So we might say that they are sworn enemies of Hitler, which is a political attitude in itself.
It certainly is. Or let us say, in a more positive and constructive way, that the Free French are the allies of the liberal regime of England and the friends of the American democracy. This, again, is a political program in itself. The Free French are fighting for a victory which will be and must be for every nation involved, including France, the victory of freedom.
Your freedom and ours. Your Bastille Day and our Independence Day. Thank you, Miss Curie. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today is Eve Curie. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England Town Hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time on the air, led by our host, Rex Stout. Many of you may already know Rex Stout as the creator of Nero Wolfe, criminologist extraordinary. On this program, you will get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Hicks. Good evening, friends of liberty. We Americans don't like it that the average Englishman knows nothing of Thomas Jefferson, except that he was some kind of an American who did something or other. But what does the average American know of Simon Bolivar? Yet Bolivar was one of the truly great men of our own New World. The Encyclopedia Britannica says, Bolivar's life presents one of history's most colossal personal canvases of adventure and tragedy, glory and defeat. And most of us are grossly ignorant not only of South America's past, but even of her present. It's high time we learned something about the southern half of this hemisphere, which we have sworn to defend against transoceanic gangsters. One American who realized that fact some time ago is here's our guest today. Carl Crow returned recently from an extensive and comprehensive tour of Latin America. If you confuse him with the famous Carl Crow, who has spent half his working life in China, and who wrote those informative and delightful books, 400 Million Customers and Master Kun, and numerous others about China, Japan, and the Philippines, that's all right. He's the same man.
Not exactly the same, Mr. Stout. With the world in convulsions, I doubt if any man alive is the same as he was 2 years ago. For instance, speaking of liberty, all of us love democracy more or less than we did before Hitler turned his armies loose.
I love it more.
So do I.
And we won't quarrel about that, Mr. Crow, and we're among friends. What about South America? Did you feel you were among friends there? Are those countries, in fact, democracies?
Yes and no. It depends on your standard. If you mean are they perfect democracies, certainly not. There are none. You don't regard the United States as a perfect democracy, do you?
By no means. Far from it. But it's nothing to be ashamed of. We've done pretty well, and we're trying hard.
So are the South American countries. If they haven't come quite as far as we have, remember we have a head start of 50 years. Our Declaration of Independence dates from 1776, and Argentina didn't get hers until 1821. Bolivar was still fighting the Spaniards in Peru in 1824.
50 years. Would you say that they are now as far along as we were in 1890?
Hardly, because it isn't just a matter of time. You see, the people who settled North America were pioneers in search of religious freedom. They were mostly English and represented the great commercial democracy that was just developing. They came over here to build homes, and they weren't afraid of work. Also, they already had an idea of self-government.
And, of course, that wasn't true of the Spaniards and Portuguese who settled South America.
Not at all. They came entirely for exploitation. And their ideas of politics and social organizations were completely feudal. Aristocrats and gentlemen adventurers on top, peons and slaves at the bottom. The gentlemen adventurers were too proud to work. And their main idea was to grab off a fortune as quickly as possible and get back home to enjoy it. The ideas and customs of an old world feudal society lingered on in most of the South American countries from the days of conquistadors, and they haven't yet disappeared. And then, of course, if you're comparing democracy in North and South America, remember that the people themselves are different.
Different how?
Up here, we're fairly much alike. We're a nation of 100% middle-class consumers. Down in South America, the countries are as varied as the colors of a rainbow. Argentina and Uruguay, for example, are almost 100% white and proud of it. Just a little to the north is Brazil. It's a mixture of everything, and Brazilians are equally proud of that. A Brazilian friend of mine told me that a true Brazilian was a sort of a human cocktail. White, black, and maybe a dash of yellow and red. A sort of a racial pousse café.
Well, then what kind of an outlook is there for what the statesmen call hemispheric solidarity? If the various people of South America are also different, what'll pull them together? What chance is there of really effective cooperation against totalitarianism?
That brings up a very interesting problem, Mr. Stout, because the same factors work in both ways. All of the countries of South America are intensely nationalistic and patriotic. They are proud of themselves and of what they've accomplished, and they're just as jealous and suspicious of their neighbors. I mean, they're just as suspicious of each other as they are of us. But at the same time, this very nationalism makes them determined to run their own affairs and resentful of any attempt at dictation from abroad.
So you'd say that while there isn't much chance of a South American federal union like ours, there also isn't much chance of domination by foreigners or foreign dictators.
Federal union was the ideal of Simon Bolivar, the great liberator, but it didn't work out. There were too many national jealousies and rivalries then, and there have been too many ever since then.
Well, what about the infiltration and eventual domination by outsiders, for instance, the Nazis?
I don't think that's likely except by force. I know what's in your mind, Mr. Stout. You're thinking that because a good many governments in South America have been called dictatorships, there's a natural sympathy for Nazism and fascism. There have been a good many governments in the history of South America that have been organized and run by so-called strongmen. But South Americans as a whole have never given up their faith in the democratic ideal. They haven't attained it. They have made mistakes just as we do, and occasionally they're in the hands of a Huey Long. They have a property qualification on voting, but we still have a poll tax in some states. But the important thing is that they're working towards a more democratic democracy as a great goal of the future. All over South America, the ideal is political and social democracy on the North American pattern.
Well, a lot of people in the United States feel that the countries of Latin America are governed chiefly by palace revolutions.
I don't think that's fair. Take the case of Colombia, for example. There hasn't been a contested presidential election in Colombia for the last 100 years. The only real revolution they've ever had was one 40 years ago over an attempt to overthrow the Constitution. There are 9 million people in Colombia, but only 20% of them are literate white voters. The rest are Indians. But in the last election, over 900,000 voters went to the polls.
Not so bad. 1 voter in every 2 going to the polls. Or wait a minute, what about women? Is there woman suffrage in Colombia?
Mr. Stout, I can't tell you. I asked 4 Colombians, and 2 said yes, and 2 said no.
I see. It depends on their wives, and that's really pure democracy. But tell me something, Mr. Crow. You said that the South American ideal in politics and administration was on the North American pattern.
That's true, Mr. Stout.
Well, I'm surprised at that because I thought we'd been pretty generally disliked and distrusted in South America.
I know, the cost of the North and all that business. That has been true in the past, and it still lingers on. But recently there's been quite a change for the better.
Due to what? The good neighbor policy?
Quite definitely. The 2 greatest men in Latin American eyes are President Roosevelt and Mr. Hull.
Well, what has the good neighbor policy actually accomplished, Mr. Crow?
More cooperation between neighbors in South America, and much more cooperation between the South American countries and ourselves. For a while, there was a great deal of cynicism. We talked about loans, and there have been too many loans in the past, private loans, that were made purely for exploitation. But when the really constructive loans of the Import-Export Bank came along to provide for factories and develop natural resources, people began to feel that the good neighbor policy really was something.
Well, you say the money is being used to build factories. Won't that interfere with our export trade?
No, because the whole idea is to make South America self-sufficient in the field of cheap consumer goods, which we don't export from the United States, and which in the past have been bought from Germany and Japan, and also to help them develop raw materials, materials that we've been buying elsewhere and can now buy from our neighbors in the South.
How do the Nazis like that?
They don't like it at all, but there isn't much that they can do.
Are they trying?
They're trying, Mr. Stout, but they can't make deliveries now, and they're not getting very far. Even in the years between 1932 and 1938, when the Nazis were being told by Hitler that they must export or die, German trade in South America increased only 15%. In those same 6 years, our own trade increased 164%. And in 1938, the last normal year, our exports to the 20 Latin American republics were greater than the combined exports of Germany, Great Britain, and Japan.
Well, how did we do it?
For one thing, we did it with commercial integrity. I know that sounds like a slogan for a Rotary Club, but in the main it's true.
Well, what about the export of propaganda? What about the millions of German colonists in South America? What about the recent Nazi plot in Uruguay?
That's a very difficult question, Mr. Stout. The Uruguay outbreak was very disturbing, and it indicated Nazi penetration had gone much farther than people realized. And there's plenty of evidence of their work throughout South America. All we can do is to keep our eyes open and work harder than ever to make sure that American influence And by that I mean the influence, our own North American influence, is strong enough to beat the Nazis at their own game.
Well, how does Hitler's propaganda machine work in South America?
Much as it does everywhere else. I don't think the Nazi agents are quite as numerous as we've been led to believe, but they're very busy and tireless. Every consulate has a large staff with press attachés and other agents, all of them very active. The so-called fifth columnists are trying to work with the minorities. And there's aboard there the Berlin shortwave broadcast, but ours are much more popular. And of course they try to keep control of the German population in general. But even there they have their troubles. A whole lot of Germans in South America hate the Nazis and say so. In my opinion, the number of Germans in South America has been greatly exaggerated. Most of those classified as Germans only had a German grandfather, like Wendell Willkie, and certainly he is no Nazi. In all South America, only one political leader I know of has come out openly in favor of the Nazi cause and the Nazi philosophy. He is a member of an opposition party with a local reputation for being eccentric and against everything.
You certainly are no alarmist, Mr. Crow. I can hardly see the cloud for the silver lining. But what if Hitler wins his war?
You mean really wins it? Wins control of the oceans? In that case, Mr. Stout, everyone in the world would be either a prisoner or a Nazi or dead. It wouldn't matter what you thought or what the South Americans thought. By control of trade routes, raw materials, and by possession of a dominant navy, the Nazis would make of the American hemisphere a collection of colonies which they could exploit at their leisure. The only difference between the United States and the other American countries is that we would be the biggest colony. But returning to the present situation, I didn't mean to indicate that there wasn't any danger or that we could afford to ignore the German strategy in South America. They never lose a chance to picture us as a selfish, imperialist power, exploiting our neighbors. And don't forget the distrust and suspicion of the United States are always very near the surface.
Which we have no right to kick about. We haven't always been the good neighbors.
No, our motives haven't always been so pure and unselfish, and the South Americans haven't forgotten it. They're keenly aware of their own economic and military weakness, and they're a very proud and sensitive people, proud of their culture and their heritage just as we are. We've got to remember those things when we deal with them.
And I take it you did find a good many friends of liberty on your trip down there, Mr. Crow.
Yes, I did. I talked with a great many people of all classes and kinds, and there isn't a doubt in my mind about their devotion to democracy. Mr. Stout, there are traces, and even more than traces, of feudalism to be found everywhere, but it's dying and everyone knows that it is. As we agreed a while ago, there isn't any pure democracy anywhere. South American democracy is younger than ours, and it has gone out of a more difficult past, but it has the same goal, and personally I'm convinced that with time and experience and understanding on our part and genuine cooperation in defense and trade, that goal will be achieved.
Thank you, Mr. Crow. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today is Carl Crow, world traveler, writer, and authority on the foreign trade of the United States. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
Thank you. And you've just heard the 14th of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. And next week, Rex Stout will bring Bertrand Russell to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. That's the Council for Democracy at 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England Town Hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time on the air, led by our host, Rex Stout. Many of you already know Rex Stout as the author of baffling mystery stories,
is the brain parent of the distinguished criminologist Nero Wolfe. On this program, you will get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Hicks. Good evening, friends of liberty. Here's a question. How completely can civil liberties be preserved in a democracy? Or to put it the other way, how much of them must be surrendered in a time of national emergency? We do legally have them. They are embedded in our Constitution and the Bill of Rights. They do not belong to our Congress or our President or even our Supreme Court. They belong to us. Should they be permanently impaired or injured by any process whatever, we are to blame. Then we must eternally guard them. But in guarding them from an external menace, is it or is it not necessary to permit their temporary suspension within our borders? I'm putting that question to an expert, Bertrand Russell, supporter of conscientious objectors in the last war, determined champion of democracy in this one. Mr. Russell is a world-famous mathematician, philosopher, social scientist, and author of many books, among them Power and Freedom versus Organization. What do you say to my question, Mr. Russell?
I can suggest the answer, perhaps, Mr. Stout, by mentioning a letter I received a short time ago from a young man who objected to the reduction of his ego in a training camp.
What is the matter? Was the sergeant rude to him?
The young man wrote me that in his view, military discipline was essentially undemocratic. And I wrote back that I felt he was quite wrong. I pointed out that only a disciplined army can be effective, and that in these days only a thoroughly disciplined army can defend democracy. I also pointed out that an army is not undemocratic if it is ordered into being by democratic authority and if it allows as great a degree of democracy as is compatible with success in war.
Alexander Wolcott made that point on this program a few weeks ago.
I heard him and I agreed with him. And that, I think, is part of the answer to your question, Mr. Stout. When a nation is in danger, some of the liberties that are possible in quiet times have to be surrendered. If the danger is very great, additional curbs may be necessary till the time of crisis is ended.
Maybe that's what bothered the boy and his ego at camp. If the national purpose is the preservation of freedom, he might have felt it was contradictory to curtail his own freedom in a training camp.
That same sense of contradiction and conflict is in many men's minds. Believe me, when we think about military necessity, we are impressed with the need of restrictions. But when we think about the objects for which we are contending, we wish the restrictions to be as few and as temporary as possible. It is very easy to go too far in either direction, Mr. Stout. But it is not easy to find a way of preserving liberties that are harmless and remembering at the same time that liberty for all mankind is the ultimate goal.
It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, if we're fighting for democracy, we've got to keep our own democratic processes fairly healthy, even during the crisis. And any sensible man understands that we have to make certain sacrifices for the sake of efficiency.
People are not always so reasonable. One of the difficulties of preserving liberty in time of danger is that danger stimulates hatred and fear, which often take unwise forms and are apt to produce quite needless intolerance. Do you know, it is actually said that when England was at war with France just after the French Revolution, Wordsworth and Coleridge were arrested as fifth columnists.
Wordsworth and Coleridge? They weren't even columnists. What were they caught doing?
They were overheard talking about a spy, Spinoza. When they explained that they had been discussing the philosopher Spinoza, no one believed them, because no one in the neighborhood had ever heard of him.
And of course, if they were talking about a person no one had ever heard of, that made them suspicious characters anyhow.
Oh, of course. A variation of a well-known phenomenon. The feeling that uniformity of opinion and effort is vital in an emergency tends to create a sort of unreasoning and quite unfair suspicion of minority groups, even if they are completely loyal. One of the most odious features of Hitlerism is its treatment of Jews. The Nazis use anti-Semitism as a weapon and are constantly injecting it in their comments on America and skillfully utilizing it as a means of creating disunity here. This attack on one of the fundamental principles of freedom must be recognized and thwarted. Intolerance is dangerously inconsistent with the goal of liberty.
Nothing is more fundamentally anti-democratic, or actually more uncivilized.
Say rather illiberal. Democracy, unfortunately, is not incompatible with persecution, as the history of the early New England colonists showed. Another thing we must be on our guard against, if we wish to preserve our freedom, is optimistic propaganda. The dictatorships are supreme at that sort of thing. Not that it is confined to the dictatorships alone, but simply that they do it more thoroughly. After all, it's very easy to slip into the habit of believing what is pleasant and encouraging. If we mean to combat the dictatorships, we must learn to endure the truth even if it is unpalatable. We must insist that our governments tell us the truth and not soften us with optimistic lies. An unreal optimism on the part of the government is not the best way to stimulate effort in a brave nation.
Well, Winston Churchill certainly knows that. He knows that a brave and free people are ready and willing to provide the blood, sweat, and tears if you confront them with the need and don't lie to them.
Yes. At the same time, the question of telling people the truth brings up the problem of military censorship. There must be censorship, naturally. Military necessity limits what can be told. We cannot afford to give aid and comfort to the enemy. But military censorship must not be made the excuse for preventing wholesome political debate or for concealing, except for short periods, failure and incompetence in high places.
No, the news of ship movements must be suppressed, but Congress should never be prevented from inquiring into production tangles, for example, or investigating the desirability of a separate air force.
Exactly, Mr. Stout.
Well, going back to our bone, Mr. Russell, can you suggest any particular things that we as individuals can do to preserve as much liberty as may be?
First of all, we should not acquiesce in unjust attacks upon groups that there is no reason to think disloyal. I met a man recently who assured me that he had no race prejudices, and then he went on to say that he never trusted a Filipino. I know nothing of Filipinos, but I couldn't help being amused by his inconsistency.
Now, we often meet people who distrust all the Irish or all the English or all the Jews or all the Confucianists.
It's irrational and dangerous, Mr. Stout. We must fight against it, in ourselves as well as in others, because in it lies the germ of persecution. For example, one must not, in opposing Hitler, fall into the error of hating all Germans. We oppose the German government and the Nazis, but after the war, we hope for a government representing the better Germans, with whom it will be possible to cooperate. Then, to continue with efforts we can make as individuals to preserve our liberties, we can refuse to be too credulous. In time of excitement, as I suggested a moment ago, men are prone to believe what suits their case, even if the evidence is very slight. Rival groups each assert, quite positively, totally different things.
And prove them with their own special polls of public opinion.
A good cause has no need of falsehood, and rival untruths make democratic cooperation very difficult.
Often nearly impossible. What else do you suggest, Mr. Russell?
We must not jump to the conclusion that people who disagree with us are wicked. You know, that's a very common error that honest people fall into, Mr. Stout. The argument to one's conscience runs something like this. I say to myself that my view of the matter is right. It must be right, because I believe in it so thoroughly, and because my reasons are so obviously valid. Therefore, anyone who disagrees with me cannot be disagreeing on logical grounds, because logic and reason are on my side. Plainly, he is a scoundrel, serving devious ends.
Well, I don't know about sarcasm. People who disagree with me usually are scoundrels. There's just no convincing them.
Dear me, Mr. Stout, how very distressing. Well, all you can do is to state your case convincingly in the belief that if your opponents are honest, as most of them really are, they are quite as likely to be moved by good arguments as you yourself.
I don't know. I'll try, but I don't know. What else can we do to preserve our individual liberties?
One last thing. We must not attribute perfection to anything that exists. In defending democracy, we must not be merely defensive. We have also to aim at creating a more perfect democracy. We must not have a sort of mental Maginot Line where old beliefs stand in static defense. Unless we have in view something better than the present, we shall fail to generate the necessary energy to carry on the struggle to final victory.
But what is better than the present? What will be? An all-inclusive world federation?
No, not at first, and not exactly that. I assume for the purpose of the argument that Britain and her allies will win, and I trust that the peace imposed on the enemy will provide for temporary complete disarmament, but not for either indemnities or reparations. Following the peace, I believe the best interest of democracy can be served to begin with by an Anglo-American alliance for world cooperation.
America isn't even in the war. How can she dictate any part of the peace?
Whether or not America ever enters the war, she cannot stay out of the peace. Just think a moment. When everything is finished and all the armies and air fleets have gone home or been destroyed, America will be the most powerful single nation in the world. With her assistance, everything can be done. Without it, nothing.
What sort of alliance do you visualize?
An Anglo-American alliance for peace and democracy, which other nations who feel as we do will be invited to join.
Another League of Nations?
Yes, but on a different pattern. To guarantee its authority, I should recommend centralizing all military and civil aviation in an international air force, which could act when necessary against any aggressor.
Well, who would decide when an aggression's been committed?
An international body of jurists, taken from every member nation.
And why would other nations want to join this alliance? Would there be any force or pressure applied?
No force. I visualize low tariff barriers between member states with great economic advantages. I also imagine that members of the alliance would refuse to export any raw materials whatever to any outsider if such raw materials could be put to military uses.
Well, what about Germany and her allies? Would they be permanent outsiders?
Germany, as a defeated enemy, would be kept disarmed at first. But I should suggest that no bars be raised against her chances of winning back economic prosperity, because prosperity makes for contentment. Also, the Germans, ever since the days of Bismarck, have been energetic and efficient and ambitious. They cannot be kept permanently outlawed. And we cannot forget that a victorious democracy would have great prestige with German non-Nazis. I should say that Germany should be admitted to the World Alliance, but only after she had qualified for membership by becoming truly democratic, by eliminating the undesirable doctrines of Nazism, and by changing her educational system to conform to the political and social ideals of the democracies.
That's a large order, Mr. Russell.
We are engaged in a large and desperate struggle, Mr. Stout. But however large and engrossing it becomes, we cannot afford to let our ideals and our hopes be submerged. Whatever comes, we must keep our eyes on the future. We must remember that if freedom is to be preserved by fighting for it, we must do our utmost, individually and collectively. We must keep what liberties we can in the face of danger, and realize that those that we surrender temporarily, we surrender for the common good. And finally, our leaders must be so guided by public opinion that they devote their power and authority when war is ended to an extension of true democracy over all the world.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today is Bertrand Russell. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You've just heard the 15th of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Ernest Hauser to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. To the Council for Democracy at 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. And next week, Mr. Stout will bring Ernest Hauser to the microphone. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England town hall and around the Cracker Barrel and the Crossroads store. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time on the air, led by our host, Rex Stout. Many of you already know Rex Stout as the author of baffling mystery stories, and as the distinguished brain parent of the equally distinguished Nero Wolfe, corpulent criminologist extraordinary. On this program, you will get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Good evening, friends of liberty. Well, another Japanese airplane has dropped another bomb on another American gunboat in the Yangtze River, and another Japanese foreign minister has hissed another apology, so sorry. I don't know. To paraphrase old Parhansa, I don't know what Japan expects to accomplish by such management. If anyone does know, it should be our guest on this program this afternoon. Ernest Hauser first went to the Orient as a 20-year-old boy. He has spent many years east of Suez as a roving correspondent and observer of men and events. He's been to Japan, Malaya, India, Indochina, China, and back to Japan. He's written books, Shanghai, City for Sale, An Honorable Enemy, his recent book about the Empire of the Rising Sun. When it comes to Japan, he knows the answers if anyone does. Mr. Hauser, for heaven's sake, tell us, what do the pesky Japanese want?
Don't embarrass me, Mr. Stout, because I don't know the answers. There are far too many, and no man could know them all.
Well, tell us the ones you do know.
The most obvious thing the Japanese want is control of East Asia. We hear a lot of talk about the new order in Greater East Asia, which Japan has set out to construct. The idea, according to the Japanese, is an Asiatic Monroe Doctrine, Asia for the Asiatics. In reality, it's Asia for the Japanese.
Well, have they always thought Asia belonged to them, or is it a fairly new idea?
I think it is. When Japan invaded Manchuria 10 years ago, they told us they were have-nots. They needed more land, more raw materials, more markets. Then they marched into China and told us they had to eradicate communism. Now they are going beyond China and they tell us all they want is to bring peace and order to the billion people who inhabit the countries of South and East Asia.
1 billion people? Your figures must be influenced by your recent trip to Washington.
I wish they were, Mr. Stout. But the new order under Japanese control is meant to comprise eventually all of China, French Indochina, Malaya, the Dutch East Indies and Thailand, British India, and probably the Philippines. That's 1 billion people, 1/2 of all mankind.
Well, how can a small country with a population of 72 million even conceive such a scheme? It sounds like an acute case of megalomania.
That's precisely what it is, Mr. Stout. Megalomania is often the result of an inferiority complex, and the Japanese have a decided feeling of inferiority. For years they had felt that the white man enjoyed all the privileges and advantages, and they themselves were playing second fiddle. Then Hitler came along and told the world that Anglo-Saxon superiority was a thing of the past. From now on, the world was going to be multi-central.
Multi-central?
Yes, at least that's what Hitler says he wants. Nazi Germany is to control Europe. Italy gets control of the Mediterranean. America can have the Western Hemisphere. Britain gets nothing. And Japan, well, there you are. Japan gets Greater East Asia.
Well, how is Japan to get control of 1 billion people? By military conquest?
The Japanese are supreme opportunists. They think they can get what they want gradually, step by step, using the same technique as the Nazis. More than that, they time their moves cleverly in relation to the German timetable of war, picking up what they can whenever they think the rest of the world is too busy to stop them.
Well, what if we decide we aren't too busy? Just what is their attitude toward us?
Well, up to this past week, when we started to put the screws on them, they were always complaining that we misunderstood them. You see, they feel that they know a lot more about us than we know about them. But one of the things they don't understand about us is our devotion to freedom of thought and freedom of speech, democracy, in other words. And I'm afraid they never will understand it.
Never is a big word, Mr. Hauser. Wasn't liberalism a strong force in Japan before the present Army-Navy combine rose to power?
Perhaps it looked that way, Mr. Stout. When Japan westernized herself, she imported liberalism along with other Western institutions, such as banks and automobiles. But to me, this whole liberal veneer was just superimposed. Underneath, Japan was totalitarian. In fact, Japan is the oldest totalitarian system on earth. Japanese society has been one totalitarian system for the last 3,000 years and still operates in the same way. All the new Western civilization is so much veneer, Mr. Stout. Underneath, the Japanese has not changed. Whatever their overlords decide is right, Mr. and Mrs. Japanese citizen accept with resignation.
Exactly who are these overlords?
There's Emperor Hirohito, of course. The real masters of Japan are outside the imperial palace. Men or groups of men who enjoy the emperor's confidence. Today, the generals of the army and the admirals of the navy. Between them, they hold a complete monopoly of power.
Well, you were talking about the common man in Japan, Mr. Hauser. What about his attitude toward the war in China?
He's pretty much disgusted. He's fed up. He doesn't see why he has to hate China today and Britain tomorrow and now the United States. All he wants is his bowl of rice.
What does the Japanese do when he's disgusted with the way things are going? I know he can't vote for a change, as we can. What's he going to do, rebel?
Mr. Stout, don't get me wrong. Rebel, not the Japanese. For thousands of years they have faced floods and famines and typhoons and fires and earthquakes. I'd say that they regard this national emergency just as another link in the chain of catastrophes. No, the Japanese will not revolt.
Under no circumstances, Mr. Hauser?
Perhaps in one case, Mr. Stout, in the case of military defeat.
Well, that may be on the program. With the United States, the British Empire, and the Dutch East Indies threatening a squeeze play, is that going to teach the Japanese overlords a lesson? Do you think they'd go on with their aggressive action in Asia if they knew that it would bring them into a military conflict with this country?
That is too difficult, Mr. Stout. I'm an observer, not a prophet. But I'll go this far. In my opinion, the Japanese leaders are determined to continue their process of expansion north and south, come what may. They hope sincerely that it will not bring them into war with the United States. If it does, they feel they'll be able to defend themselves. They plan to keep on acquiring strategic bases and fight it out in Oriental waters under the protection of the Air Force. But as I say, both the generals and the admirals still think they can avoid war.
I thought the Japanese generals and admirals weren't agreed on anything. Are they agreed on that?
The main difference is this. They want to expand in different directions, Mr. Stout. The army looks north toward Manchuria, Mongolia, North China, and Russia. The Navy, with its natural interest in oil, looks south toward the Dutch East Indies. But in both directions, there's fear. Fear of Russia in the north, fear of Britain and America in the south. The British have recently built up their strength in the neighborhood of Singapore and the Indies. Their position is formidable, much stronger than it was a year ago.
Well, then it looks like the North. Russia has all she can do with Germany.
Oh, yes, to be sure. But the Russian Far Eastern Army is not involved. The Soviets have powerful forces in Siberia, well-trained, well-armed, and independent of supplies from Western Russia. It would be possible for them to fight even if there were a collapse on Russia's European front. I've traveled along the Amur River front, where two of the world's finest armies face each other across a mile of water. Besides, there's this. Japan's great cities and industrial centers are arranged in a neat semicircle around Vladivostok, where Russia keeps her bombers. The distance is 600 to 700 miles. Japanese cities are literally made of wood and paper. The idea of a bombing raid gives even the most jingoistic Japanese the creeps.
I'm glad something does. What about the Chinese incident, as they call it?
I think if the Japanese generals could get out without loss of face, they would do it at once. That war goes on and on, draining Japan of more and more for resources, and still they seem to be no nearer winning. The Chinese resistance has been wonderful.
How long can they keep it up? The Japanese, I mean.
That's difficult to answer. Japan is a poor country. She depends on outside supplies for her very existence, war or peace.
But could our trade restrictions force her to sue for terms, face or no face?
Not for some time, I believe. I am no economist, Mr. Stout, but I think I can say that I have seen as much as any foreigner of the Japanese industrial organization. I have talked with members of the Japanese cabinet and with the industrialists of Tokyo and Osaka. I have been through factories which are considered military secrets, but I have not, nor has anyone that I know of, peered into the oil tanks to see how much is left.
Well, put it another way, do you think there's any chance the Japanese economy will actually collapse?
As to that, no. Of course, the standard of living keeps falling and falling. Apparently, it can always go lower. The Japanese themselves proudly call their living standard elastic. Goods and materials keep on being used up, but apparently there's always something left. Remember, they've been piling up reserves for almost 10 years.
And also piling up a lot of ill will. Mr. Hauser, as an observer of both China and Japan, why do you think that we in America have always been so much more sympathetic with the Chinese?
I think the reason is quite a deep one, Mr. Stout. It is more than just sympathy with the underdog. You see, the Chinese, even during the empires of the Mongols and the Manchus, were always an essentially democratic people. The emperors collected the taxes and otherwise left the people to themselves. The people in the little shops and stores and in the village square ran their own government. So the Chinese are democratic today. Even while they fight under a strong central leadership, the Chinese spirit is individualistic and democratic. That is why there's always been such spontaneous sympathy between the Chinese and ourselves.
And the Japanese, you say, are totalitarian. But even so, they're going to live until they die. Live how? What are they looking forward to?
I'd say this, Mr. Stout. The Japanese people are resigned to many lean years ahead. Most of them actually believe that it is the outside world, not their own militarists, that have brought them face to face with this so-called emergency. In accordance with the 1,000-year-old military code of their nation, they want to see it through rather than give in. Even the former liberals, the professors and merchants and industrialists, are no longer a force for peace and reason. They are absorbed by preparations for expansion. From what I've seen and heard in Japan, I'd say that the Japanese people today represent a solid front. They are back of the government's all-out effort, and they are willing to stick it through.
But do they realize it won't do them any good unless the Germans also stick it through? After all, Japan's fighting the world as part of the action.
So she is, Mr. Stout. Japan is an Axis member and, as such, takes orders from Hitler. Her actions are part of a worldwide plot directed against the democracies. It's possible, of course, that Japan may not always heed Mr. Hitler's command, especially when it's not to her advantage. There's definite fear already that lest the fate of Italy be the fate of Japan also. The victorious Hitler might not be willing to divide the spoils with his Japanese allies.
So you don't believe, Mr. Hauser, that uncompromising American action now might make the Japanese generals and admirals think again?
It's not easy to predict what comes next, but there are no signs of weakening so far. Ultimately, the Battle of the Pacific will be decided in Europe. We are all concerned with the world that will emerge from this present turmoil. And seen from this angle, America's present stand in the Orient is a decisive factor for a peaceful Pacific in the post-war world. A democratic victory may yet make the Japanese useful and peaceful members of the family of nations.
Thank you, Mr. Hauser. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today is Ernest Hauser, correspondent, traveler in the Far East, author of Shanghai City for Sale and Honorable Enemy, his book on Japan. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You've just heard the 16th of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Douglas Miller to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of Liberty. The National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England Town Hall and around the Cracker Barrel in the Crossroads store. And there's free talk by free men every week at this time on the air, led by our host, Rex Stout. Many of you already know Rex Stout as the creator of Nero Wolfe, criminologist extraordinary. On this program, you will get to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Dick Dudley. Good evening, friends of liberty. One of the inherent virtues of our democracy is the obligation it imposes on us to learn to get along with people we don't like. Well, we don't like the Nazis. Could we, in case they won their war and controlled 3 continents and all the oceans, could we nevertheless manage to get along with them? Millions of us are inclined to say no, simply because that's the way we feel about it. But very few of us are qualified to give a considered opinion based on actual knowledge and experience, and one of those few is our guest today. In 1924, Douglas Miller was our trade commissioner in Berlin. Throughout the administrations of Coolidge and Hoover and Roosevelt, he continued to represent us in the German capital, being commercial attaché from 1925 to 39. Resigning and coming home, he accepted an appointment as assistant professor of economics at the School of Commerce, University of Denver. Also, he wrote a book, which was published recently and is now a national bestseller. The title is You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Since he was the official representative of American business in Germany for 15 years, 6 of them while the Nazis were running things, he ought to know. You did try to do business with him, didn't you, Mr. Miller?
I certainly did, Mr. Stout.
You didn't merely make a snap judgment because you didn't like him.
By no means. I tried my best for years.
I formed conviction slowly and with reluctance under the pressure of overwhelming evidence. The evidence came not only from the daily details of my job, but also from my close association with the Nazi leaders, from a detailed study of Nazi books, pamphlets, and newspapers from the very beginning of their movement, when they were less cautious about discussing ultimate objectives.
Well, if you had to sum up in one sentence the reasons why we can't do business with Nazi Germany, how would you put it?
One sentence? Let's see. Because modern business is carried on by contract, and we can't make contracts with them.
Why not?
Because they'd be worthless. Hitler himself has stated that truth is anything that will help the German cause. And so, naturally, it changes from day to day. Everything in Germany is run on that basis. Apply it to a business contract, and where are you?
Well, did you actually encounter any applications of it to business contracts?
Constantly. As an example, we had a commercial treaty with Germany guaranteeing equal treatment with other countries. One day I visited the Foreign Office to protest about unfair discrimination against American exports of lard. The German official denied that any discrimination existed. He said that our quota was 40% of a 3-year average, and so was every other country's. I confronted him with the text of a secret agreement by which Denmark was getting 65% to our 40%. He was hardly embarrassed at all. He nodded and said that's the way things were done nowadays. That was the reaction of a high official of the German government when I caught him in a flat lie and when his government signature on our commercial treaty had been flagrantly dishonored.
Well, what about German businessmen? Does the government keep its contracts with them?
It may or it may not, in any given case. In practice, there are no rights left in Germany, neither civil rights nor property rights. When government officials can deprive a man of his liberty and even his life, whenever they happen to feel like it, it makes no difference whether he has a title to his property or not. An official merely suggests that a gift of a certain sum is in order, and the hint doesn't have to be repeated. Even such giants as Krupp and the United Steelworks didn't have to be told twice that it would be a good idea to turn over some of their most valuable coal mines and ore properties to the Hermann Goering Works.
You might call that a new kind of contract. Contract by threat. Do they ever use it with non-Germans?
Oh, yes, if and when required. An American firm that operated a large plant in the Rhineland shipped a lot of machinery from their German factories to Brazil. That violated no German law. But the Nazis threatened to jail every American in Germany connected with the firm unless the parent company in the United States sent a large sum of money to Germany. The money was sent. Another American firm owns a plant in Berlin, which now, under government orders, is making tiny hidden microphones to be placed in ordinary telephone receivers and connected with the Bureau of the Secret Police. When the American president of the firm visited Berlin to see what was happening to his stockholders' property, he wasn't even allowed to enter the plant. When he complained to me, all I could do was to point to the motto on the wall of my office.
What was the motto?
I had clipped it from an editorial in a newspaper, Hitler's paper, the Volkische Beobachter. I remember the date, August 3rd, 1936. It said, "Justice and good nature should be limited to one's own people." I framed it and hung it on my wall as a reminder of what I was up against in my efforts to get justice and fair dealing for American businessmen. Not that I should have needed a reminder. Back in 1931, more than a year before the Nazis came to power, Goering told our embassy he would like to discuss economic policies with one of us, and I had lunch with him and talked all afternoon. He told me that all American business firms had better get out of Germany. He said the Nazis regarded the economic life of the country as a living organism, and that the presence of foreign firms inside their territory was like that of destructive bacteria in the human body. They set up an inflammation or irritation. Naturally, if the Nazis should win the war, they would extend that policy to all the world under their control.
Yeah, the 3 continents and all the oceans. But granting that Americans couldn't own or run any businesses inside their world, how about doing business with them on some other basis than a contract basis?
What other basis is there?
Well, a direct exchange of commodities, clearing agreements, barter.
Did you ever negotiate a clearing agreement with a Nazi, Mr. Stout?
I have not.
Don't try. Not even if you're a sovereign government, let alone a mere businessman trying to make a decent and honest deal. One year, the government of South Africa, under pressure from their own wool growers, sold the entire wool clip to Germany against the future delivery of German locomotives, automotive equipment, and similar commodities. They delivered the wool, and time passed. They got excuses, but no goods. Nevertheless, on renewed German promises, the next year's wool clip went the way of the first, and a year later, the third one went. That finished it. Germany had obtained the wool, had made uniforms for her army, and the South Africans were still whistling for something in return.
Well, I doubt if the Nazis could swindle Americans like that.
Maybe not, but they think they can.
In a moment of candor, a Foreign Office official once said to me, "Instead of dealing with the United States, we would like to deal with different areas, treating them as separate countries. We would not do much business with the country of New York, but would take cotton from the country of New Orleans and return finished goods. We would take fruit and lumber from the country of San Francisco and pay with manufactured goods. In the country of Chicago, we would exchange manufactured goods for packing house and agricultural products."
Ouch, that's a bright idea. They intend to unify Europe and Africa and Asia and divide America.
They do if that fellow knew what he was talking about, and he usually did.
Have they made a start at it?
They can't as long as the British Navy and ours control the oceans. But before the war, for example, the Germans put a maximum price of 6 cents a pound on United States cotton, while at the same time they were buying cotton from Latin America, Africa, and Asia at 9 to 10 cents a pound. They did that to divert trade from us and weaken us.
Well, what about barter? Have you had any barter experience with the Nazis?
I should say I have. I suppose I've seen more negotiations for barter deals than any other American. It would take hours to recite the difficulties we encountered. The German government imposed rules and regulations that made it almost impossible to arrange a deal. The usual barter ratio insisted upon was 3 to 1.
What does that mean?
Well, here's an illustration. American walnut growers tried to arrange a barter of $100,000 worth of walnuts, but found they would have to buy $300,000 worth of German burlap bags and barbed wire in exchange. That meant that the walnut growers would have to invest $200,000 in cash and hope to get it back by selling the bags and the wire in the United States.
That sounds as if the Nazis didn't want to do any business at all.
No, that wasn't it. It is their settled policy always to try a squeeze, and often it works. When we think that an American company has been making more than half of all the passenger automobiles in Germany, that another is building the Red Cross ambulances for the Army, that still another has 20,000 filling stations, beside other large properties, that a number of other important United States firms have many millions of dollars invested in plant and equipment, we can understand that they are peculiarly subject to pressure and threats from Nazi quarters.
Well, then the Nazis haven't kicked all the Americans out.
Not yet. They've got another idea. Allow certain Americans to maintain their title to property in lands under Nazi control, but subject them to threats of punishment and confiscation, and promises and inducements for good behavior. In that way, Hitler expects to apply strong pressure right inside the United States. Every business deal carries with it political and military implications.
Do you know of any other instances, Mr. Miller?
Many. Here's one. In 1938, Goebbels' Ministry of Propaganda arranged for the president of the German Film Chamber to pay me a call. He proposed that American motion picture companies should sell their films in Germany for what they could get, take their profits out of the country without restriction. In return for that privilege, Goebbels demanded the right to 1/4 of the playing time of the largest picture theater in each of our 25 largest cities for German propaganda pictures.
Yeah, he didn't want much.
To you, maybe. He seemed to think it was a reasonable demand. I couldn't even convince the propaganda ministry that the United States government had no power to compel theater owners to display any particular pictures. Those fellows not only do not want free enterprise in a free country, they don't even believe it can exist. That same year, Goebbels told our embassy that he was pained by insults offered to Hitler in the American press and radio broadcasts, and he proposed a method of dealing with the problem. We were to select some Nazi journalist or radio broadcaster whom we disliked, and Goebbels would arrest him and punish him in any way we suggested. Then he would select some American journalist or broadcaster. You get the idea.
It's incredible, literally incredible.
To you, maybe. To us, it was just another headache. The fact is, Mr. Stout, that a citizen of a free country can't realize what totalitarian minds and methods are like until he lives among them for a long time.
I'd rather stay ignorant, thank you. But I do want your opinion on this. Granted that the Nazis made it impossible to do business with them before the war, what if they win the war? I happen to be convinced they can't win, but what if they do? Do you think there's any chance that we could then do business with them?
I do not.
Why not? What if they change their message?
It isn't a question of method. It's their basic attitude toward all the rest of the world. Their doctrine of racial superiority, their leadership principle, their violent hatred of democracy and Christianity. Above all, perhaps, their conviction that war is a normal status of society, that peace is only a breathing spell between wars, a time of preparation for the next one. That is a primary item in the Nazi creed. Hitler can't possibly stop fighting as long as there's anyone left in the world who is not submitted to him. The Nazis simply wouldn't know how to act. in a world at peace.
But say they defeat Britain and we decide to try our best to do business with them. What would happen?
That depends. Are you supposing that we would retain our civil liberties and our system of free enterprise?
Yes, otherwise it wouldn't be us.
Then it wouldn't work.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't. A million reasons. Take so simple a matter as the exchange of telegraphic messages over ocean cables, with one end in a free country and the other in a totalitarian dictatorship. Half of the messages we sent would never get delivered. How would we prevent Hitler from using the cables to force an entry into our internal affairs? Set up a censorship? There goes our free country. Remember, all of Europe and Africa and Asia would be under totalitarian control. What about the exchange of letters, newspapers, magazines, books, packages? Our government would have to control foreign trade, would therefore have to control movements of foreign exchange. In doing that, would have to open all first-class mail to see if it contained money. The protection of Americans abroad. Consider the millions in this country who have relatives and close friends on the other side. What about the billions of dollars worth of American property overseas? And 1,000 other matters, all of which can be properly handled only when there's at least a moderate amount of good faith and common honesty on both sides. I could give you many other reasons if there were time.
I'm sorry there isn't, Mr. Miller. You certainly have convinced me of one thing. If we did try to do business with a victorious Hitler, you wouldn't accept an appointment as commercial attaché, would you?
I would not, and I would pity anyone who did.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today is Douglas Miller, recently commercial attaché at the United States Embassy in Berlin and author of that revealing and informative book, You Can't Do Business with Hitler. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You've just heard the 17th of a special series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring R Tunis to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company presents another in a special series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. There was free talk in the old New England Town Hall and around the Cracker Barrel and the Crossroads store. And there is free talk by free men every week at this same time on the air, led by our host, Rex Stout. Most of you already know Rex Stout as the author of the baffling mystery stories and the brain parent of the corpulent criminologist Nero Wolfe. On this program, we've grown to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Lyle Van. Good evening, friends of liberty, friends of democracy. Are you one? The best way to test it, to test any man's claim that he is a lover of democracy, is to find out whether he approves and promotes democratic processes in his own business, in that branch of human affairs nearest and dearest to him. By that test, our guest today, John R. Tunis, gets as high a rating as anyone I know of. In the days when Mr. Tunis was a member of the sports staff of the old New York Evening Post, he condemned all attempts of snobbery and authority to restrict or restrain the right of boys and girls and men and women to play games, and he's never ceased to condemn them. For years, he has contributed articles on almost every kind of sport to many national magazines. He's written a number of books. Among them was College Worthwhile and Democracy in Sport. Tell us, Mr. Tunis, in what way can a sport be undemocratic?
Well, in many ways, Mr. Stout.
Well, give us an example.
What sport?
Any sport, any American sport.
Well, take bowling, for instance. I take bowling because it's the greatest participating sport in the United States.
Is that right? You mean more people bowl than play football?
Mm-hmm, absolutely, or baseball either. Bowling is the greatest participating sport in this country. By the way, Mr. Stout, when any sport has large numbers of people competing, it's pretty apt to be democratic. But let me explain exactly what I mean. At the last American Bowling Congress tournament, that's the American Bowling Congress, a team from Milwaukee won the championship. Next day, the tournament officials discovered that the members of the team were all Republicans and had voted for Wendell Willkie at the last election.
So what?
Just this. They said Republicans shouldn't be allowed bowling titles. So they disqualified them and awarded the prize to the second team, who were all good Democrats.
What? Where have I been? In America? That isn't possible.
Of course it isn't possible. That's exactly the point. A thing like that couldn't happen in the USA was all a story. Of course it didn't happen. But it has happened probably a good many times in totalitarian countries. I remember it happening in Nazi Germany not so long before war broke out. A member, or I guess it was several members of a prominent tennis club, which won a title, weren't good Nazis. The official in charge promptly declared the team was disqualified. They couldn't win.
And he openly gave that reason that they weren't good Nazis?
Absolutely. He said, and I'm using his words, only those who have mastered National Socialist ideology can be victors in the Third Reich. Stop. Period. Unquote. By the way, Mr. Stout, you remember the man you had up here just 1 week ago tonight?
You mean Douglas Miller, the former commercial attaché in Berlin?
That's right. Mr. Douglas Miller. His book is called You Can't Do Business with Hitler, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, we might have called this broadcast You Can't Play Games Against Hitler.
Well, we tried to. How about the Olympics?
That's a good example. The last Olympic Games, which were held in August 1936, 5 years ago, in Berlin, were the greatest demonstration of using sport for propaganda the world has ever seen. They weren't games, Mr. Stout, in any sense of the word. Their athletes weren't college boys like ours and the English competitors. Their athletes were trained servants of the state.
Oh, they were?
That's right. Some of those Germans had been training and working under government supervision and paid by the government for 2 or 3 years to prepare for this event. Not only did the government try its best at the Games to sell the Nazi regime and National Socialism to every visitor, and especially to those in the press box, but it showed plainly that it considered sport merely another branch of military training. Sport wasn't fun. Sport wasn't healthy recreation. Sport was propaganda, if you won. Sport was training youth for war. Why, every...
I remember there was an argument about that, even before they went.
That's right, but they didn't do anything about it. It happens that in my files today is a release from the American Olympic Committee shortly after the Germans went into the Rhineland. You remember that, Mr. Stout?
Yeah, that was in March 1936.
Just after the Winter Olympics at Garmisch-Partenkirchen. Here's the way that release from the American Olympic Committee reads, quote, "The fundamental rule of the International Olympic Committee is to ignore racial, religious, and political affairs as much as possible. If they did not adhere to this policy, the Games would never be held, as the world is always torn by controversies of various kinds."
In other words?
In other words, the badges of the American Olympic...
Badges? What are they?
Well, I suppose I ought to explain. That's a sports writer word, badges. It means the gents who wear badges, the officials, those gentlemen who seem to infest all our sports today. These gentlemen, and yes, I suppose we ought to admit it, the athletes, too, over in this country, they felt that this Nazi thing wasn't important enough to make a fuss about. I don't recall a single athlete or a single American badger who refused to go to Germany. See, they all wanted a trip. We were much more interested in joyrides in those days than in fundamental principles such as democracy and sport. By the way, there was only one newspaper man or American radio commentator at Berlin who had the nerve to say, "Hey, wait a minute, this thing's a racket."
Who was that, Mr. Tunis?
Westbrook Pegler. There must have been 100 American sports commentators and radio men there at the time, and he was the only one, Westbrook Pegler was the only one who spoke his piece, who showed up this racket of sport.
Well, of course, anything can be a racket. When sport is sport and not a racket, what is sport?
Well, Mr. Stout, from my book, sport is a game or some form of physical exercise done for the fun of it, because it gives one pleasure. Now, it's obvious that democratic sport is something in which the masses can participate and enjoy.
Rose Bowl games, heavyweight championship bouts?
No, emphatically not. Those things aren't sport at all. They're business. Sometimes big business, but business and entertainment always. The people who watch these events have a good time, get relaxation, but there aren't any more sportsmen than the Emperor Nero.
All the same, Mr. Tunis, some of the people competing on Rose Bowl teams or Davis Cup teams come under your definition. They enjoy themselves, don't they?
Mm-hmm. They do. I'll admit that. But just the same, it isn't democratic sport. It's privileged sport. Sport for the few. Few boys. I have a lot of money spent on them. They're coached, trained, fed, transported. Now, that isn't democracy. Sport for too long has been for the few instead of the many in this country. Take a simple thing like ocean swimming, like bathing in the ocean, for instance. You know what an enormous coastline we have in this country, Mr.
Sure,
Stout.
thousands of miles.
That's right. Did you know that in 1939, according to the Department of Agriculture, only 1% of that coastline was open to the public? I'll give you another instance where democracy fails in American sport. Name me the best Negro pitcher in the American League.
I'm not that ignorant in sport. Even John Kieran couldn't name him.
Of course not. There aren't any. The leagues, both of them, are largely filled up with players from the South. Anyhow, there isn't any Negro player in organized big league baseball. As far as I know, none in professional football either, and mighty few in college football. Last spring, in fact, the Harvard lacrosse team went down to play the Navy at Annapolis with a Negro player. I believe I'm right in saying they had to remove him before the Navy would agree to compete. By the way, this Negro question in sport is well treated by one of our colleagues, Mr. Kurt Reese, in an article in the new issue of the National Monthly magazine, which is coming out tomorrow. It's called May the Best White Man Win.
Good title.
Yes, it is a good title. You see what I mean when I talk about the need for democracy in sport?
I get a hint. What can be done about it?
Well, lots of things. We can demand, those of us who do really believe in democracy, that everyone gets a square deal in sports as in other spheres of American life. We can see that every citizen in this country has a chance to play. Now, here's one place where the government has taken a hand. Even before the draft, lots of people realized too many Americans were unhealthy and undeveloped. Since 1935, the WPA, the CCC, and the NYA have spent over $750 million on sport, and I mean real sport, not the Rose Bowl kind.
Did you say $750 million?
That's right, Mr. Stout. $777 million to be exact.
Ouch. Did we get our money's worth?
Well, there's some dispute about that. I think we did. We've been giving health to people who need it. We've built public golf courses. Incidentally, one of the finest golf courses in this country, public or private, is out at the Bethpage State Park at Farming near Long Island. And we've constructed swimming pools, public beaches, camping sites, tennis, handball, and shuffleboard courts. By the way, that reminds me of a definition of democracy I heard the other day.
What was it?
It came from a young boy about to be drafted. They asked this boy what democracy meant to him.
What'd he say?
He said, Jones Beach.
I've heard worse definitions.
You bet. And in more wordage. But let me tell you what else has been done for democratic sport in this country in recent years. The WPA, the CCC, and the NYA have built about 1,000 skating rinks, 300 miles of ski trails, bobsled runs, and winter sports areas, all free. What's more, they use these facilities. Over 600,000 golfers used the public golf courses around New York in 1940. That same year, 38 million Americans, think of that, Mr. Stout, 38 million visited our national parks and forests. They climbed mountains. They walked on trails. They fished and camped out. Maybe, I know, some of them only whizzed through in a Ford, but they all got outdoors. See? That's what I mean when I try to talk about democracy in sport.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Tunis. It's democratic, all right. It's a fine thing. But a lot of people say that in times like these, when we have to watch pennies, $1 billion for sports facilities comes close to being a luxury. They say we can't afford that sort of thing. What do you say to them?
Well, I say to them we can't afford not to have this sort of thing. Because this new recreation program is helping make America strong. It's building up the hearts and bodies of millions of our people. It's a living proof that the democratic way of life does mean a richer and fuller existence for our children. You know, Mr. Stout, you can't ask people to risk their lives in battle unless they've got something to fight for. This is one thing, I know it may be a small thing, but it's an important thing. Democratic sport, recreation for the many, not the few, games for the millions, not the carriage trade. I don't call a program of that sort a luxury. Do you, Mr. Stout? I call it a real necessity of our fight to make democracy endure.
Well, so do I, Mr. Tunis. I'm for it. Too many people have considered public recreation as boondoggling or something to keep a few thousand jobless boys busy in the woods. They don't realize what it has done for millions of Americans.
And another thing. There's a good deal more to the problem of sport and democracy than the physical side. There's a spiritual side, too.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean that there's something in sports and games which gives a nation spiritual qualities. Look what it gave the English. They're a games-playing nation. It showed those people the validity of such things as duty, team play, cooperation.
You mean that the qualities of character that make a boy a valuable member of a cricket team or a baseball team also make a man a valuable citizen of a democracy?
Exactly. More than that. The field of sport is the place where those qualities of character can be most easily developed. Through sport, we can teach democratic behavior in practice. We can show boys and girls where their acts offend the democratic principle.
However, the fans cheer Leo Durocher when he gets kicked out of a baseball game with the umpires.
Well, of course, Major League Baseball isn't sport from my book. Coming back to my definition, baseball is big business. I'm thinking of another sort of game. It's a game I saw, a game of basketball played last winter in a country high school where two boys the same age as the players were acting as referees. Another boy was the timer. Another boy was the scorer. Wasn't there a coach? Sure, there was a coach, all right, but he simply wasn't running the game. He was a teacher of physical education, so he stood on the sidelines and left the game entirely in the hands of the players themselves. They chose their officials, and through that they come to learn that if they don't live up to the rules, the game disintegrates. I've seen that game, Mr. Stout, and there are millions of them taking place all over the United States. Now, here's an excellent example of dynamic democracy. We need the spirit of democratic sport in this country. And one way, my opinion, one way to get that spirit of democratic sport in this country is to have more and more people playing games, to give equal opportunity to all groups and classes of our citizens. Because the more we play games, play, mind you, not watch, the more we learn to apply the principles of cooperative living to our exercise and our recreation, just so much stronger and tougher we knit the fibers of our democracy. Seems to me, today we need the spirit of sport in our democracy and the spirit of democracy in our sport.
Thank you, Mr. Tunis. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today is John Tunis. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You just heard the 18th of a series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Jay Allen to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of liberty. Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting the first of another series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Once again, there will be free talk by free men every week at this time. And once again, our host is Rex Stout. Well, most of you already know Rex Stout as the author of baffling mystery stories and as brain parent of the corpulent criminologist Nero Wolfe. On these programs, you will come to know him even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam. Good evening, friends of liberty, and enemies, if any. Our guest this evening is no enemy of liberty, but a true and tried and gallant friend. Carl Carmer has written books, Stars Fell on Alabama, The Hudson, Listen for a Lonesome Drum, and currently a series of articles telling the story of civil liberties in America. He has just finished another book called Genesee Fever, which will appear in a month or two. And if it's as good as his others, anyone who doesn't read it will be missing something. What about it, Mr. Carmer? Is it as good as your others?
So much better, Mr. Stout.
Well, nobody can say we don't allow freedom of speech on this program, permitting an author to plug his own book. And now, Mr. Carmer, how about a plug for civil liberties, freedom of speech included, particularly civil liberties in a time of crisis? On the train this morning, I heard a man asking another man, what are we going to do with the American fascists? If he had been asking you, how would you have answered him?
What are we going to do with the American fascists? Why, nothing. Our country doesn't do things with its free citizens.
Well, suppose you happen to think that the actions and utterances of American fascists are a real threat to our future and our institutions.
That isn't the point, Mr. Stout. It happens that I do regard them as a threat, but that has nothing whatever to do with it. The American fascists are freeborn citizens of a free country and are entitled to express their views as often and as openly as they like. That's what being a citizen of a free country means. I'm entitled to do the same thing. We couldn't do it in a totalitarian country, of course, but we can do it here. In a democracy, the right to disagree, to state one's free opinion, is fundamental.
Certainly, Mr. Carmer. We are speaking of liberty, and free speech is one of the four basic freedoms. But even they, the dearest and best of all rights, are not absolute. Even they have their exceptions, or at least their qualifications. Would you say that the principle of free speech extended to a man falsely shouting fire in a crowded theater and causing a panic?
It's odd that you should bring up that particular example, Mr. Stout.
Why so?
Because it was also brought up by the Supreme Court of the United States.
Probably plagiarism, I hope unconscious. Chief Justice Hughes...
It wasn't Hughes. It was old Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. And he brought up the Man in the Theater case to illustrate where the guarantees of the Bill of Rights should and should not apply.
What did he say?
Well, I don't remember the exact words, of course, but the general idea goes like this. If a man's words or acts tend to create a clear and present danger of evil results, such as panic, he's no longer protected by his constitutional right to free speech.
And if he isn't protected by it, he hasn't got it. And there's your exception. Whereas, if there isn't any clear and present danger, there'll be time for full and free discussion. So no matter how incendiary or dangerous a man's words may be, The general good sense of the people at large will be able to offset them. What are you looking for, Mr. Carter?
A memorandum I made. I thought I brought it along. Here it is. When you told me we'd been talking about civil liberties and free speech, I thought I might as well come prepared. This is something the late, great Justice Brandeis said, and I think it expresses the principle perfectly. May I read it?
Please do.
I quote Justice Brandeis. Those who won our independence by revolution were not cowards. They did not fear political change. They did not exalt order at the cost of liberty. Two courageous, self-reliant men with confidence in the power of free and fearless reasoning applied through the processes of popular government, no danger flowing from free speech can be deemed clear and present, unless the incidence of the evil apprehended is so imminent that it may befall before there is opportunity for full discussion. If there be time to expose through discussion the falsehood and fallacies, to avert the evil by the processes of education, the remedy to be applied is more speech, not enforced silence. Such must be the rule if authority is to be reconciled with freedom. Such, in my opinion, is the command of the Constitution. I think that answers fairly completely the question of your friend on the train.
It does. But there are other questions. I think I am historically justified in asking for another exception. In ordinary times, the opinion you just read covers the situation. But what about a period of emergency? What about times when our whole future is at stake and our enemies are working against us on our own soil, more or less undercover?
Those are just the times when free speech is more necessary than ever, Mr. Stout. It's the only way a democracy can sift all the issues and arrive finally at a course of action. And sometimes, even when the course of action is decided on, the restraints can be voluntary instead of legal. Look at England today. Bomb-racked and war-torn as it is, no civil liberties have been abrogated. The people themselves have voluntarily and patriotically surrendered some of their civil rights because of the need for unity in the war effort. Labor, for instance, has the right to strike, but has given it up for the time being. And if you want an example from our own history, even during the Civil War between the states, Abraham Lincoln did not suspend the country's civil liberties except in a very few cases.
Didn't he? What about Vallandigham?
Vallandigham talked for almost 3 years before he was finally arrested. And even then, Lincoln remarked that he doubted if it was really necessary. And there were a lot of others besides Vallandigham who kept right on talking. Of course, there were a good many cases in various military districts where free speech was suppressed and where newspapers were forced to discontinue. But in general, the Copperheads and the Northern Democrats kept crying for peace and accusing Lincoln of being a dictator right up to the end of the war.
That sounds familiar. What did Lincoln say when they called him a dictator?
He said he could imagine a sick man having to take emetics while he was sick, but he doubted if the same man would have a taste for them after he got well. He said he guessed the American people could be trusted to take back any rights they gave up during a time of rebellion and invasion.
And he was right, as usual. But I'm still after that second exception. Propaganda has, of course, always been a weapon, ever since the serpent used it on Eve. But its modern techniques and methods, compared to those of the last century, are like a machine gun compared to a squirrel rifle. Have you read Mein Kampf and Hitler's speeches, Mr. Karmer? Where he boasts of his intention and ability to have his path cleared for him in each country by certain citizens of that country, specifically including the United States of America? What about these path clearers? What do we do about them?
I stick to my original answer, Mr. Stout. Absolutely nothing. That is, nothing repressive. Of course, I believe we should talk back to them, try to show them and their followers the error of their ways. While the country is in a state of emotional excitement, before the final decision has been taken, everyone must be allowed to say exactly what he thinks, whatever his motives. And so far as enemy propaganda is concerned, I think we have the perfect answer right here in our own United States.
Meaning what? Our free press?
Our free press and much more. Our press, our radio, our magazines, our books, our public speakers. I doubt if any country in the history of the world was ever so well prepared to meet propaganda and recognize it at first sight. Also, don't forget that any new weapon is terrifying only at first. Poison gas filled Canadian troops with horror at Ypres, and whole battalions of Germans broke when they first saw tanks along the Somme in 1916. I think it's just the same way with propaganda. Last year, it was something peculiarly devilish that crept up on us while we slept. Today, it's just something else, A new and annoying weapon, to be sure, but something which we have learned to meet.
I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Carmer. Curiosity killed a cat, and it is quite possible that complacency could kill the American eagle. But I want to catch you up on something you let drop just a minute ago.
I'm like a member of Parliament, Mr. Stout. I insist on having notice of these questions.
Oh, this isn't bad. In saying that everyone should be allowed to say just what he thinks, you used the phrase, before the final decision has been taken. Does that mean that, in your view, a time does come when suppression of free speech is permissible?
That's a fair question, and it goes right to the heart of what we're talking about. I'll say a reluctant yes. I do think that a time might come when a partial suspension of a civil liberty would be justified. And I say that in the full realization that I'm on dangerous ground. Many thoroughgoing Democrats won't agree with me. They'll say that no conceivable situation justifies suppression of the Bill of Rights.
Not me. I think that's extreme.
I agree. I go back for my own justification to my friend Justice Holmes. That is, if I can find another memorandum.
What's this one?
Let's see. Oh, yes. When a nation is at war, many things that might be said in time of peace are such a hindrance to its effort that their utterance will not be tolerated so long as men fight, and that no court could regard them as protected by any constitutional right. That's Justice Holmes. And, of course, anybody would agree that you couldn't let people say anything that would give aid and comfort to the enemy.
And equally, of course, you are justified in shutting them up if what they say involves a clear and present danger of immediate disaster, like the man in the theater. Well, now, if I understand your position, Mr. Carmer, you believe in the complete maintenance of all civil liberties. That is, the 4 freedoms guaranteed under the Bill of Rights and the Atlantic Charter, except in cases where the nation is at war. Is that correct?
Not entirely. I want to qualify that. Some time may come, naturally, when someone must make a decision on suspension of a right to which we are accustomed. I'd say that the proper authorities to make the decision are the properly elected representatives of the people, either the Congress or the President, and that the only justifiable time is following a declaration of war or a declaration that a state of war exists, when our representatives agree that the country's war effort is endangered by expressions of opinion hostile to it.
Watch your step, Mr. Carmer, if you visit Vermont over the holiday.
I'll steer clear of war-torn lands. Does my definition of convenience and necessity make sense, Mr. Stout?
Perfect, Mr. Carmer. I think anybody would agree that when a nation is involved in a war, it is justified in refusing to tolerate actions or utterances calculated to hamper or interfere with the war effort. That's the second exception I was after.
And on the other hand, I want to make my qualifying clauses very clear and very strong. No suppression of our civil liberties is justified unless 2 conditions are met. First, that the country is actually at war, and second, that our elected representatives, all of whom we trust are ardent believers in the 4 freedoms, decide that a particular exercise of a particular liberty is actually harmful to the war effort. You can't go around seeing dangers wherever you look for them, shutting people up because you happen to think that what they're saying is dangerous to the national welfare. That's too easy. Also, it involves setting your private opinion of what is and isn't dangerous against the other fellows. As events turn out, he may be more nearly right or more nearly in accord with the national view than you are. A war effort may be immeasurably improved by adverse criticism. No, Mr. Stout, we can't afford to suppress our freedoms until the last possible hour, and we must take care to get them back as soon as the danger is over. But during the time of actual war, and only when honest American believers in the Bill of Rights consider that the cause is imperiled, then unity of effort becomes more immediately important than in individual liberty.
I'm glad you had that point about getting them back. You don't anticipate any difficulty about that?
Not at all. I agree with Lincoln. When we give up our freedoms, we do it reluctantly and for a strictly limited time. We can never afford to forget, and I'm sure we never will, that as Stephen Benet has said, freedom's a hard-bought thing.
Speaking of liberty, the National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting the second in another series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Once again, we have a period of free talk on the air, and once again our host is Rex Stout, whom most of you already know as the author of baffling mystery stories featuring the solutions of that corpulent criminologist extraordinary, Nero Wolfe. On these programs, you will come to know Rex Stout even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. We present Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam. Good evening, friends of liberty.
I hope a certain man in Milwaukee is listening in, and a certain woman in Maysville, Kentucky, as well as a lot of other people in various places who, during the past year, have met some argument or statement of mine by quoting from a book. Not just any book, a particular book called Road to War, written by Walter Millis of the editorial staff of the New York Herald Tribune. And I hope all these people are listening, because here is Walter Millis himself, our guest today. Won't you please issue an edict, Mr. Millis, prohibiting people from quoting your book at me?
I'm afraid that can't be done in a democracy, Mr. Stout. The best I can do is to promise not to quote it at you myself.
Well, that's a help anyhow. By the way, when was it published? 1936?
1935. Long before I had any idea what the world was going to look like today. All I can say is that when I wrote it, I was simply trying to tell the story, as I saw it, of just how the United States actually got into the last war.
Yes, and you were rather critical about it, weren't you?
I was. I put a lot of emphasis on the influence of British propaganda and the bankers' loans and the economic pressure of the war supply business. I also thought there was a lot of hasty emotionalism in the people and a lot of short-sightedness and blundering in the diplomacy of Wilson and House.
That's it. People are always telling me that Road to War shows how badly the people of the United States were fooled last time and that they're not going to be fooled the same way again.
Don't I know it? I hear the same thing myself. People say that the country is back on the same old road to war. It traveled from 1914 to 1917, and that the book tells all about it. Unfortunately, it seems to have become almost a Bible for the groups that believe in peace at any price.
You're not a peace at any pricer yourself.
I certainly am not. I believe deeply that a bold policy is the only safe policy for the United States today.
Well, that's not a quotation from your book. There's nothing like that in your Road to War.
Well, it's in the same war. In my book, I was writing about events that took place 25 years ago. Unfortunately, we are now living in the present. It would be very nice if we could just turn back the clock a quarter of a century and then save ourselves by simply doing differently all the fool things we did then, but we can't. You know what they say about the generals who always prepare to fight the last war instead of the coming one? Well, it seems to me that many people are trying so desperately hard to stay out of the last war that they never really look at the actual crisis presented by this one.
Maybe, Mr. Millis, but in a way you can't blame them. There's the same great struggle between the British Empire and German militarism, the same issue of the freedom of the seas for the United States, many of the identical problems that Woodrow Wilson had to struggle with.
The same, Mr. Stout, with a lot of big differences. For one thing, it's 25 years worse. A great deal has happened. A great deal has been done in those disastrous 25 years, which now can never be undone. For example, it might have been possible, if the United States had used its influence more wisely, to secure that peace without victory for which Mr. Wilson hoped in 1916. If that had happened, I thought, and I still think, that the world would be a far happier place than it is today. And that was the main reason why I was so critical of the course the country actually did follow. But once this country had entered the war, there was no further possibility of a peace without victory. There was no possibility of it in 1918. There is infinitely less possibility of it today. And it's no use talking as if such a thing were possible.
In other words, because you thought the country should have worked for a negotiated peace in 1916, it doesn't follow that you think it ought to work for a negotiated peace today.
Exactly, Mr. Stout. 25 years of passion, bitterness, bloodshed, and breakdown of our political and social order have altered the whole situation profoundly. They have put any genuine peace without victory utterly beyond the question. And to work for one would simply mean that we would get something very different and immeasurably more disastrous.
Oh, I agree with you. But to get back to that book of yours, wherever I go, I'm always having it thrown at me that you say the United States was dragged into the last war by British propaganda, the international bankers, the munitions makers, and President Wilson's recklessness in trying to suppress submarines. Now we see a lot of the same sort of thing, especially submarines, again in the picture. So haven't you changed your opinions considerably?
I don't think so. I think that if I were to write Road to War over again now, I would write it in substantially the same way. Possibly I'd change the emphasis here and there. I might put more weight on the reality of the challenge, which the War of 1914 presented to the American national interest, and less weight on the cynical aspects of the process by which we got into it.
No, I'd say that was quite a material change of view.
I don't think so, but I'll leave it to you to say. Frankly, I don't much care. I'm not going to pretend that I haven't learned a lot in the last few years, just as everyone else has. My trouble is that so many people seem to have found things in the book that I never knew were there myself.
Oh, sure, all writers have that experience, and it's very irritating. In your case, what things? Give an example.
Well, I never thought, and I don't believe I ever said, that the United States was dragged into war by anything or anybody. I believed, rather, that it had blundered into it without knowing clearly what it was doing.
And you don't believe that we're blundering this time?
Certainly not to the same extent. When people say we are traveling down the same old road to war again, it seems to me that they are simply incapable of seeing the facts before their eyes. It's possible that war may lie ahead of us once more. But if so, we are not approaching it by the same hesitating, fumbling road. My book applied to 1914, but it most certainly does not apply to 1941.
And would you say that many of the specific mistakes which you criticized in our policy last time have been avoided so far in the present crisis?
Well, there have been no private war loans. No one can possibly say that the greed of the private war supply business is hurrying us into the conflict. The Roosevelt administration hasn't got itself entangled in an unforeseen controversy about submarines as Wilson did. The public this time has not been carried away by hasty emotionalism over casual incidents. There have been worse incidents and more horrible outrages by far than in 1914-17. And if anything, the public has been almost too apathetic. But after all, that's a matter of opinion. It doesn't make any difference. What was or wasn't done last time doesn't make any difference. And what you or I said about it, and whether we were right or wrong, makes even less. There's only one thing that matters now, and that is the actual situation, now before the United States and before the world.
And that matters plenty. As you say, it's all that does matter. You don't believe it possible, Mr. Mills, to think about 1941 in terms of 1915 and 1916. Isn't that it?
It is. And I don't believe anyone really does look at this as a mere repetition of 1914, no matter how much you may talk that way. As I see it, what the United States was suddenly confronted with in August of 1914 was a kind of European family quarrel or civil war. What we are facing now, a quarter of a century afterwards, is a vast moral, political, and social revolution. We might conceivably have stayed out of the first. Whether or not it comes to a declared war, we cannot possibly dodge the second or its consequences.
What do you mean by the difference between a civil war and a revolution? I wish you'd explain that a little more.
Surely. The statesmen on both sides in 1914 were much the same sort of people. They came from the same sort of background, and broadly speaking, they had the same moral and cultural standards. And they didn't think they were beginning a long war. Each side hoped to arrange matters so that it would achieve a more dominant or more secure position in the world. But they thought that the world after the war would be essentially the same kind of world it had been before.
And they were wrong.
They were terribly wrong. The dislocation and bitterness and hatred were too much. The 20 years following the Treaty of Versailles were 20 years of progressive breakdown, until finally Hitlerism, building itself around all the worst elements in that history, arose as a deliberate revolution against world society. Its methods were admittedly those of lies and treachery, violence and oppression. It made war the central institution of the state and conquest its only end. It deliberately challenged not merely the geographical boundary lines of the European system, but much more important, the whole system of ideas, of laws, of standards, and of convictions by which the peoples of the world had been slowly and painfully learning to live and work and trade together.
And that seems to you a very different sort of challenge from the one the world faced in 1914?
Different in degree, Mr. Stout, and profoundly different in kind. In a direct physical sense, it is a far more dangerous menace to the United States. A Hitler Europe, with a new weapon of the airplane, with its colossal naval and industrial strength, and its manpower, could unquestionably undertake an invasion of the Western Hemisphere, and ultimately of the United States, as even a victorious Hohenzollern Germany could never have dreamed of doing.
But granting that, Mr. Millis, there is more to it than the military threat, isn't there?
Very much more. The economic stranglehold with which a Hitler Europe could grip American trade and industry and living standards is hard to picture now. Back in 1939, it was so hard to picture what the situation would be like if France should fall that we in this country hardly troubled our heads about the possibility. Then suddenly France did fall, and we were appalled by what resulted. But that was not one-tenth so appalling as the purely economic problem would be if Britain and Russia should go down, and the United States should face, alone, a Hitlerism master of the entire outer world.
Well, certainly the military and economic threats are much greater for us now than they were last time. But you also said you thought the menace was different in kind as well as degree, didn't you?
Mr. Stout, to my mind, this thing carries within itself a kind of challenge of which we knew next to nothing a quarter of a century ago. It is a challenge to our standards, our ideas, our whole system of laws, the imponderables by which our society has lived. If a German airplane never crossed the Atlantic, if our foreign trade were never troubled, I still do not believe that American democracy could live for 5 years after a Nazi triumph in Europe. Can you imagine that we here in America would be tolerated by a master race which declared brutally and openly, and now I'm going to quote, "It is a matter of indifference to Germany if tens of thousands of Norwegian men, women, or children starve and freeze to death." Or, "The 1,500,000 Serbs who live within our borders must adapt themselves to new conditions or disappear." Or, "Our colonists are coming to fight the Polish peasantry without mercy. If God exists, he has chosen Adolf Hitler to chase this rabble out of here."
Enough, unquote. If you meant that for a question, Mr. Millis, I answer no. Such a self-styled master race tolerates no one but flunkies, and I can't quite see America inhabited by 130 million flunkies. No, I can't conceive of a master race tolerating a free America, and contrariwise, I doubt if free Americans will tolerate a master race.
Mr. Stout, we are standing at the climax of 25 years of war and violence and searching revolution. The past has been destroyed. The one question is, who is to build the future, we or they? The ape minds which are now spreading their barbarity through a continent, or men who still hold to some such concept of human life and welfare as we in this country have tried to live by? That is the question. We can't escape it. The future must come on the one basis or on the other. We and our children must live in it. It seems to me that there is no effort and no sacrifice on the part of the United States which will not be worthwhile if they help to shape that future to a tolerable end.
Yes, the future is all we have. The past is gone, and the present, this ugly and bitter day, this October 16th, 1941, belongs to Hitler's army. When and where we start the future depends on us. Thank you very much, Mr. Millis. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this afternoon has been Walter Millis of the editorial staff of the New York Herald Tribune and author of Road to War. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the second of another series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty. These programs are brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. On next week's program, Rex Stout will bring to the microphone Margerite Leach, author of Reveille in Washington. By the way, a copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free of charge to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company, and has come to you this evening from the RCA building, Radio City in New York. Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting the third in a new series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Once again, we have a period of free talk on the air. Once again, our host is Rex Stout, who most of you already know is the author of baffling mystery stories featuring the solutions of that corpulent criminologist extraordinary, Nero Wolfe. Well, on these programs, you will come to know Rex Stout even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. We present again Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam. Good evening, friends of liberty and enemies, for there are some in America today as there were in the days of our grandfathers, the days of Abraham Lincoln. If any American ever had cause to despair of the functioning of democracy in a crisis, Lincoln had. He even had to sneak surreptitiously into Washington for his inaugural, and what a Washington that was. Margerite Leach has written a book about it. The book, Reveille in Washington, is a national bestseller, and Margerite Leach is our guest today. Having read the book and knowing that she spent 5 years working on it, I regard her with awe and admiration.
Oh, come, Mr. Stout. It wasn't as bad as all that.
It must have been bad enough, Miss Leach, to spend 5 years as you did back in the Washington of 1860-65, that pestilential conglomeration of adventurers, appeasers, crooks, spies, traitors, chiseling contractors and politicians, job hunters. Am I making it too thick?
Well, you haven't described the entire population, but all you have described was certainly there.
They certainly were. I met them in your book. I would think that your research for it might have given you cause to despair of the functioning of democracy in a crisis. Did it?
Well, on the contrary, Mr. Stout, I have an even stronger faith in our form of government than I had before. You see, I found out that democracy was tough. It can survive a lot. I'm afraid this sort of talk bores a good many people. They're suspicious of optimism, just as people were in the winter of 1860-61. If you so much as drop a hint of hope for the future, they accuse you of overconfidence. They say that confidence is more dangerous than defeatism. Personally, I don't believe it.
Good for you. And another 10 minutes in the Washington of 1860 can't hurt you. What sort of place was it, Miss Leach?
Well, Mr. Stout, it was just what you called it a moment ago, and much more. It was full of treason and dissension. You see, Washington wasn't really a capital in the European sense of the word at all. It wasn't the greatest and oldest city of the country or the center of its culture or its national feeling.
It was just a place for the government.
Yes. Even in 1860, it was still not very much more than a small town, a slaveholding town, lying sprawled around a few new federal buildings in a muddy valley beside the Potomac. Pennsylvania Avenue had big, new, ugly hotels on one side and scattered shacks on the other. In between, the thoroughfare was knee-deep in mud in winter and a forecast of the Dust Bowl in summer.
And the population was about as heterogeneous as the streets and buildings, wasn't it?
Well, most people in Washington sympathized with the South. There were a good many rabid secessionists, a small number of loyal Unionists, but very few who welcomed the arrival of the prairie lawyer from Illinois, the first Republican president.
Were the inhabitants of Washington actually hostile to Lincoln?
Some of them were. But during the winter that preceded Lincoln's inauguration, the people of Washington had been badly frightened. They saw men in high office who were determined on the destruction of the national authority. They heard threats that the city would be seized and made the capital of a Southern Confederacy. They saw guards around the unfinished Capitol building. Over their whiskey at Willard's Bar, clerks in the government departments were boasting that Abraham Lincoln would never be inaugurated.
Well, how far had the secession movement gone before Lincoln reached Washington?
Far enough to make the situation appear almost hopeless. Of course, Lincoln's election had inflamed the South. Before Christmas, South Carolina had seceded. By the time Lincoln took office in March, 7 states had withdrawn from the Union.
It certainly was hopeless. The world's greatest democratic structure split wide open and the fragments full of cracks.
That was just the way people looked at it, Mr. Stout. To men who loved the Union, the secession movement seemed to violate a fundamental principle of democratic government, the principle that the minority should submit to the majority. And in Europe, of course, people were smiling and shrugging. Secession to them forecast the failure of the experiment called democracy. It couldn't stand up under the first really deep divergence of interest and opinion.
It certainly looked like it. You speak about the men who loved the Union, Miss Leach. You don't mean to say that devotion to the Union was confined wholly to the North, do you?
Oh, no, Mr. Stout. Of course, there were thousands of Southerners who didn't want to see the Union destroyed. But Southerners had a very strong tradition of state loyalty. Take Lee, for example. Lee was a colonel in the United States Army. He believed secession to be revolution and anarchy. After Fort Sumter surrendered in April of 1861, he was offered the command of the forces of the Union. But Virginia seceded a few days later, and Lee offered his sword to his state.
Well, what was the reaction in the North to the news that the seceded states were preparing for war?
Well, Northern men simply wouldn't listen. They didn't want war. Talk of war was just an alarmist rumor that did the country no good. The Northern states were so apathetic and divided that patriotic feeling seemed almost dead. Some men who a year or two later would die to preserve the Union were willing in 1861 to see the United States split in two, rather than bring on civil war. Others were willing to make any concession to Southern demands in order to keep the Union together. And then the crisis had brought on a severe depression. All over the North, businessmen were clamoring for peace and quiet and prosperity.
And it was in that atmosphere that Lincoln went to Washington, stealthily, by night, determined to save the Union. How did he go about it?
Naturally, he wanted to avoid taking any steps that might bring on war. But down at Fort Sumter in Charleston Harbor, a small federal garrison was running short of food. Lincoln had to decide whether to let them be starved into surrender or send them supplies and take the chance that South Carolina would start shooting. It was April before he could make up his mind.
Well, that was before the bombardment of Sumter.
Yes. The relief ship which he sent precipitated the bombardment just as he had feared. But he had decided that failure to assert the federal authority meant national destruction.
And when Sumter was shelled into surrender,
Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers for 3 months' service. The response was overwhelming. Overnight, the men of the North threw off their lethargy, cheered and waved flags, and crowded the enlistment offices.
Including a menagerie in Washington? What about Washington?
Well, Mr. Stout, Washington was appalled. Virginia went with the South. Mobs in Baltimore attacked a Massachusetts regiment on its way to Washington, and the railroads to the north were cut. For 6 days, the capital was cut off from the loyal states, surrounded by enemies and entirely defenseless. Then the 7th New York Regiment arrived, and thousands of volunteers from all over the North came hurrying behind them.
The 7th New York. That was a crack outfit, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, the New York boys had beautiful uniforms and velvet-covered camp stools and sandwich lunches put up by Delmonico's. Their morale was good, and they set a beautiful example, but they had enlisted only for 30 days, and when their time was up, they went back to New York.
Speaking of liberty, Miss Leach, before they'd ever fought a battle?
Oh, that was typical of what Lincoln had on his hands, Mr. Stout. You see, he'd only called out troops for 3 months, and when their time was up, they went home, war or no war.
Well, what about the regular army?
Well, it was regular, but it numbered only about 16,000 men. They were commanded by General Winfield Scott, who had fought in the War of 1812. Most of them were scattered in frontier stations in the West. Scott could only gather together 8 companies of regulars to preserve order in Washington at the time of Lincoln's inauguration. But that wasn't all. Not only was the Army pitifully small, but most of its best officers were Southerners.
And when the crisis came, the Southerners went with their states.
Almost all. Scott was a Virginian, but he was loyal to the Union. Also, he was 75 years old, had gout, dysentery, heart trouble, dropsy, and couldn't mount a horse.
Didn't the North have any officers who were in slightly better condition than that?
Yes, but they were inexperienced in war, and it was hard to pick the good ones. Scott had always favored Southerners, and many able Northern graduates of West Point had grown discouraged and left the service. In the first year of the war, Grant and Sherman and Sheridan were practically unknown officers. And, of course, the militia regiments had officers who were not officers at all.
How do you mean, not officers?
Why, most of them had no training or experience of any kind. The colonels were usually political appointments, and the junior officers were elected by their own men. The whole weakness of the Northern war effort was shown up at Bull Run. The men and most of the officers were untrained, and their guns were mainly clumsy muskets that dated from the Revolution.
So if you wanted to distribute blame, you'd have to start higher up in the officers.
Of course, Mr. Stout, the War Department was greatly at fault. It was utterly unprepared for the emergency. Each time a new regiment arrived in Washington, it was treated like an unexpected guest for whom no preparations had been made. Quantities of supplies were needed: tents, cots, guns, uniforms, stoves, shoes, on a scale beyond the wildest dreams of men who'd spent their lives tying bows on red tape. And in addition to that, Washington was filled with spies who kept the South informed of everything, from the general lack of preparation to precise details of the federal plans of campaign.
With all that, it seems impossible that even a Lincoln could carry on. There must have been moments when Lincoln wondered if democracy could possibly pull through, when even he felt like saying, it's no good, it's done, it won't work.
But he never said it. And I haven't begun to describe what Lincoln faced. We've been talking mostly about the Army, but the same faults were characteristic of the whole North. No one had planned ahead. People weren't disciplined to a united war effort. The draft, when it came, was full of inequalities. The copperheads and doubters and appeasers cried down the war and spread all sorts of stories and rumors. And Lincoln had to contend with all that in addition to building an army and saving the Union.
And didn't people accuse him of assuming the powers of a dictator?
Oh, yes. Even the leaders of his own party accused him of that. They said he was breaking down the Constitution and concentrating all authority in the executive branch of the government. On the other hand, the politicians were in constant fear of military dictatorship as well. They thought that a huge army could never be peacefully absorbed when the war was over.
Yeah, that kind of people always have said and always will say that kind of thing. But to stick to Lincoln and the Washington of 80 years ago, when did they wake up? There was certainly a change in the feeling about Lincoln from the distrust of 61 to the adoration of 65.
Well, Lincoln was feared and hated by the radical leaders of the Republican Party right up to his death. They did their best to prevent his renomination. But the people had gradually come to believe in Lincoln and in his devotion to the Union.
What made people finally buckle down to fighting the war in earnest?
Some awakening came after the defeat at First Bull Run. People were shocked into seeing that the spirit of Lexington wasn't enough. The Union volunteers were brave and patriotic, but they had to be trained and organized and equipped. After the victories of Gettysburg and Vicksburg, in spite of copperheads and peacemakers, there was a growing confidence in the country. The Emancipation Proclamation had met with a cold reception at first, but it became increasingly popular. The relation of slavery to the war no longer seemed remote. The nation was disillusioned. It had lost its capacity for easy optimism, but it had learned to hold a grim and steadfast resolve. Democracy survived its weaknesses and grew strong. The job was always hard and never perfectly accomplished, but the men of the Union finally proved, to themselves and for all time, that democracy could function in a great national crisis and win a war.
For all time, I don't know. I would say that each generation of a democracy, a land of liberty, must do its own jobs and furnish its own proofs. The generation of our grandfathers certainly did both. Thank you, Miss Leach. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today has been Margerite Leach, author of Reveille in Washington, a book of the month. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the third of another series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring to the microphone Thornton Wilder, just returned from England. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed absolutely free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. The address again is Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. This evening's program has come to you from the RCA Building, Radio City, New York. Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting another in the second series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Once again, we have a period of free talk on the air, and once again, our host is Rex Stout, whom most of you already know as the author of baffling mystery stories featuring the sinuous solutions of that amazing criminologist extraordinary, Nero Wolfe. Well, on these programs, you will get to know Rex Stout even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. We present Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam. Good evening, friends of liberty. In this 41st year of the 20th century, when the airplane and radio are turning us all into citizens of the world, it's a pleasure to have as our guest on this program a woman who, instead of deploring that designation, welcomes it and also has earned it. Pearl Buck has lived in China and Japan and has traveled widely in India and Indochina, Russia and Europe, and now lives in America. She has lived under tyranny and under democracy. Democracies have honored her with the Pulitzer Prize in 1931 for her novel of Chinese life, The Good Earth, and with the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1938. Her most recent book is Of Men and Women. Her new novel, Dragon Seed, will be published in January. This world you're a citizen of, Miss Buck, what do you think of it?
I think it needs attention, Mr. Stout.
Not an exaggeration, I'd say. How do you look at it? With despair, hope, reproach?
I look at it with the attitude which I learned from the Chinese in my years in China, where I grew up. I don't think this age in which we live is unique or even particularly new. The struggle in which we are all concerned today in one way or another, and whether we know it or not, is a struggle as old as human history, between people determined to be free and people determined to rule. The conflict is sharpened because, for the moment, science has lent its aid to the ones who want to rule. But the essential war is the same.
You say it's as old as history, Miss Buck. Is it also as long as the future? Is it eternal? Will it never end?
I'm no perfectionist, Mr. Stout. I don't believe that there is an end to anything that we can call absolute end, especially for democracy. It is easier for tyranny to be absolute than democracy, because tyranny is simple and static. But nobody knows yet what complete democracy is, because in democracy there is room for unending growth and improvement. When most of the people in the world choose democracy, we shall still not have perfect democracy, for democracy is bounded by the strength and the weakness
of human beings. But at least democracy gives people freedom to progress. In tyranny, there is no such freedom.
And you prefer democracy.
We Americans have always preferred democracy. We prefer it because we have an instinct about it, a very simple instinct, which perhaps is nothing more than the desire to manage ourselves. That is why our ancestors came here in the first place.
And kept on coming for 300 years, with their jaws set and their eyes shining to the land of the free.
Yes, but where freedom comes from, and how to get freedom, and how to keep freedom, are things we know very little about. We use the word democracy glibly enough, and in every mind it stands for something approximately the same. But the actual sources of freedom we do not know.
What do you mean by that, Miss Buck? Wasn't it source the minds and hearts of those who first dreamed of it?
What I mean, Mr. Stout, is that too often we recognize freedom too late and in the negative. We suddenly know when it is denied us, and then we fight. But we never seem to realize how or when it slips away from us. We live our lives as usual, and then suddenly we find that somewhere in the world, or even among ourselves, tyranny is in the place of power again. How did it happen? Where did it come from? How is it that we didn't know? But here it is. And here are misery and the driving necessity for action, and no time for thinking or observing, because we have to react in direct and primitive ways for sheer self-preservation. And when the crisis is over, we forget again.
Provided we survive the crisis. That's the immediate problem. Presenting, as you say, the driving necessity for action. That's an essential to preserve freedom, but I wouldn't call it a source. What do you say the sources are?
The war between democracy and tyranny is never ended, and never can hope to be ended, until the sources of freedom are firmly established. I want to say that again before I go into any explanation. As to what these sources are, I shall speak today of only one, but it is one of the most primary of all. It is equality between the races. That is, until we see the end of race prejudice, we shall not have democracy triumphant in the world.
Well, we certainly won't see the end of race prejudice as long as there are any Nazis left or fellow travelers. That's their ABC.
Yes. They've given us a perfect demonstration of the value to tyranny of race prejudice. In the tyranny of Nazism, one of the easiest ways to divide human beings into the ruler and subject peoples is to use race as a basis of the discrimination. It has always been a tenet of Nazism that the colored races must be the subject races. This is because the relationship of the races must either be the democratic relationship of freedom for people to work out the way to live together, or the totalitarian relationship of tyrant and subject peoples. Race prejudice is the way of the tyrant.
But the Nazis pretend it isn't prejudice. They try to justify their race theories with anthropological poppycock.
Of course, Mr. Stout, but prejudice is latent everywhere. As believers in the democratic system, we hate tyranny and all its attributes. But the fight for freedom can't be won until we recognize the fact that democracy, in its true meaning, involves not only lip service to the doctrine that all men are created equal, but a genuine change in our own attitude toward the colored American. That can be our peculiar contribution to the solution of a world problem.
And not only colored Americans, but a lot of other Americans. There are too many words in the American vocabulary which designate this or that fellow citizen as, quote, not like me, unquote. And you can't abolish them by passing a law.
Hardly. One of the great differences between democracy as a way of living and tyranny as a way of living is that in a democracy, legislation follows the thought and action of the many, whereas under tyranny it precedes them. For example, if tyranny should, by some mad, opposite, unimaginable whim, decide to end race prejudice in the world, the tyrants could simply say, there must be no more race prejudice, and if there is any after midnight tonight, those who offend will be shot at dawn. And race prejudice, in its outer aspects at least, would disappear forthwith.
Unimaginable is putting it mildly.
But tyranny changes only the outer aspects. You can't change people's thoughts by passing a law. Democracy doesn't even try to work that way. Under the democratic system, if legislation is to be effective at all, it must follow the thoughts and wishes of a majority of the people. Otherwise, it just isn't obeyed. The laws in our country aren't fixed, they're passed. And if enough people disobey them, they are repealed.
Even the noblest of experiments.
Yes. Only when enough people obey them, because enough people believe them right, do they finally become laws in the true sense. Look around you anywhere for the practical proof. Law enforcement depends not only on the police, but on the consent and belief of the people. For example, right here in New York State, it is the law that colored Americans shall have the right to enter any hotel or restaurant that white Americans do. In other words, in public places there shall be no discrimination on the ground of race. But the law is not obeyed because not enough people want to obey it.
But colored Americans have the right to bring suit for damages.
They have that right, and sometimes they have sued, but seldom, because they realize that from a practical point of view, the legislation is not yet really a law. It is actually a working law until enough people want it to be so.
Well, then it is, in fact, however cruel and unjust, a democratic process.
I don't know about that. If the result is not democratic, the actions that result from these feelings are anything but democratic, and that is very important if we Americans really want democracy in the world. The test of an individual's true democracy is in his thinking, and in the daily actions which flow out of that thinking. In a totalitarian state, it may not matter much what anybody thinks or feels because he does what he's told. Laws come down from above. But the opposite is true in a democracy. Laws do not come down from above. They come out of the wishes of the people and depend on the people for their fulfillment, and they become effective law only when they are the wishes of many people. There is this obvious and simple relation of thought, feeling, and action in a democracy.
Well, what do you think we can do about this problem of prejudice, Miss Buck?
First, we must recognize it for what it is. We must realize that when prejudice against some people exists because of their skins or because of their creed, it cuts at the very taproot of democracy, which offers equal opportunity to every individual. That's the glory of democracy. And we weaken our own cause when we refuse to face these prejudices in ourselves, which deny it.
But recognizing them will not abolish them. A state of mind can often be changed, but a prejudice isn't even a state of mind. It's a state of feeling and usually goes to the bone.
Anything can be changed in a democracy, for it is only necessary that enough people decide to change a situation when they perceive it. And my experience with our people is that ignorance and not unwillingness to change is at the root of race prejudice. Many a white American working ardently and with patriotism for the cause of democracy in the world and the overthrow of tyranny abroad undoes his own work by his attitude toward colored Americans, by his actions toward them, by his continued ignorance of the share which 13 million Americans of one race alone have in our democracy. Many a white American would change his attitude toward colored Americans if he understood this contradiction. There are 13 million colored Americans today who are being told to fight for liberty and equality. Who could blame them if they asked, whose liberty, what equality?
Well, if they don't, it's because they realize that with all its imperfections, democracy is the only system under which it is possible for them to get anywhere at all.
I believe that's true, and yet that does not excuse white Americans for continuing an attitude which produces direct action against democracy in the world as a whole. For our colored Americans are not alone, Mr. Stout. There are the millions of India and China, the millions of India who, without being given the right to choose for themselves, have been forced to support a democratic government which has not given them democracy. The millions of China, the peasants and the little farmers, oppressed for years by their own warlords and by their own rich and even by the educated of their own race.
But, Miss Buck, we've been told that China is the oldest of the democracies.
So it is, and so is England a democracy, and so is America. But for whose liberty and equality are we fighting unless we fight for all? Unless we are willing to face this full front of battle at home, we shall lose, even though Hitler himself is defeated. And we cannot evade by refusal to speak to each other of our weaknesses. The American must not fear to speak of India to the Briton, nor refuse to acknowledge the Negro. And neither he nor the Briton must fear to speak with candor to China about her own Chinese.
You mean now, Miss Buck, while China's fighting for her life? While even Gandhi avows the prior necessity of destroying the Nazis? If the house is on fire, hadn't we better put the fire out before we start repairing the furniture?
I don't think so, Mr. Stout. Democracy can't win while these contradictions remain unchanged. We shall lose from within. For this war is more than a material war. It is a war which, if the democracies are to win, they must win by clear conviction. We won't get an all-out effort, even for defense, unless the moral issue is made clear for all honest people. They will make ready their full defense. They will fight wholeheartedly only for that in which they deeply believe. But they must first make sure that the thing in which they believe is true and not a mouthful of words. This is what I deeply believe myself. Millions upon millions of people at this hour, now approaching crisis, wait for leadership toward freedom. That leadership will not come in clear and infallible and necessary strength until it first comes out of moral truth. Millions, ready to follow, wait for a sign. What better sign could there be than that the enslaved within the democracies themselves shall be freed? Nothing and no one could prevent victory then.
Well, I'm for victory. Thank you, Miss Buck. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest this afternoon has been Pearl Buck, whose new novel, Dragon Seed, will be published in January. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the fifth of another series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring to the microphone Frank Gervasi, foreign correspondent just returned from a 36,000-mile trip about the world. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has reached you through the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. Speaking of Liberty, the National Broadcasting Company takes pleasure in presenting another in this second series of programs under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Once again, we have a period of free talk on the air, and once again, our host is Rex Stout, who most of you already know as the author of baffling mystery stories featuring the amazing performances of that master criminologist, Nero Wolfe. On these programs, you will get to know Rex Stout even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam. Good evening, friends of liberty. Here at the microphone with me is visible, startling evidence of the shrinkage of the globe we live on. It's a man who in recent months, not years, months, has visited London, Cape Town, Cairo, Alexandria, the Sahara with a special side trip to Hellfire Pass, Rangoon, Bangkok, Singapore, Manila. He sounds more like an atlas than a man. As foreign correspondent for Collier's magazine, he has covered nearly every battlefront of the war. He's interviewed Ciano, Mussolini, General Wavell, General Auchinleck. He's written a book, soon to be published, called War Has Seven Faces. His name is Frank Gervasi.
Thank you, Mr. Stout. I was beginning to feel extremely anonymous.
I was saving the best till the last, Mr. Gervasi. The word for you is ubiquitous, not anonymous. But in our brief 15 minutes, I'm afraid we'll have to localize. Well, how about the Middle East? What are the German and Italian objectives there?
Well, of course, the most obvious objective is oil. The Germans want the oil fields of Iraq and Arabia for two reasons. They need it themselves, and they want to take it away from the British. Without the oil of the Near East, the British would be really crippled.
Well, couldn't they get all the oil they want from America and the Dutch East Indies?
They could eventually, but it would take time and tankers, and there aren't enough tankers even now. Oil is one of the German objectives, Mr. Stout, and there are two others. They want the Nile Valley, which means big stores of cotton, wheat, and grain, and they want to open routes for the coming Battle of Asia. That's one of the biggest objectives of all.
And you think the war is headed east instead of west?
It certainly seems so. Mein Kampf is still Hitler's Bible. It explains, among other things, why he attacked Russia. He wanted the Russian resources, of course, but even more than that, he wanted to be able to use Russia as a great forward base for the advance on Asia.
What about the attack on Britain? You don't really believe he's crossed that off his list?
Nobody can say for sure, but I'll risk a guess. I believe that Hitler would like to see the island of Britain permanently under siege and slowly starving to death. Part of that is pure revenge, of course. Hitler has never forgotten or forgiven the British blockade of Germany during the last war. And if he can, he'll do the same thing to the British now.
Yeah, if he can. But getting back to the Middle East, Mr. Gervasi, what do the British plan to do there? Just hold the fort?
You might say the British plan is the German plan turned backwards, Mr. Stout. That is, they intend at all costs to keep the Nazis away from their oil supply, and then, if possible, to drive the Germans and Italians out of North Africa. If they succeed in doing that, they can use Libya as an advanced base for a smashing attack on Italy.
Success or failure, depending on the climate, the timing, what forces they can muster, what supplies they can get, what
make that what supplies they can get from America. The forces, that is, the manpower, are about equal. And after all, the climate is no worse than Texas, I've been in Texas, too. American supplies and American ships are really the key to the military situation in the Middle East, Mr. Stout. You see, the greater part of the British output is kept at home in Britain, and why not? The British know very well that the war won't be lost in the Middle East at a single stroke. But the war can be lost, and lost suddenly and finally in Britain. A single bad blunder, sending away too many tanks and planes, for instance, could open the way for a quick German assault. That's why they're playing it very, very safe.
Those American supplies you speak of, what about the rumors of their poor quality, faulty design?
Don't you believe it, Mr. Stout. Not for a minute. I can assure you absolutely that our American tanks and planes are the best in the world. I know that sounds like a Yankee Doodle, but it's true. They're trickling into Egypt and the Middle East right now, and just as soon as there are more of them and the British learn how to use them, well, that may be the hour for the big push to drive the Nazis out of North Africa. All the British need is time and trained men and American supplies.
What about that part of the Middle East where there are no American supplies and may never be any? What about Turkey?
Turkey, that is another question. And it's particularly interesting because it's tied up with the question of the whole Muslim world. I sometimes wonder if people over here realize how large that world is. Do you?
Well, Turkey, of course, Egypt, Arabia, North Africa.
It's a much wider world than that, Mr. Stout. Say 2/3 of the whole continent of Africa, Arabia, Persia, Turkey, Afghanistan, part of India, north into European Russia, east into Turkestan, and right on to the edge of China. It's a world of primitive ideas and deep spiritual feeling. It's full of different races and tribes, all bound together by the faith of Muhammad. It's unstable, unpredictable, and watchful. I believe it was Lawrence who said that Arabs could be swung on an idea as on a cord, and it's still true.
Are they on a cord now? Who's swinging it?
The whole Arab world, or the Muslim world, is motivated by the ideas of freedom and independence. That's one of the good things the British have done there. After the last war, the war that smashed the Turkish Empire, the British set up little countries and kingdoms like Iraq and Iran and Saudi Arabia and Transjordania. So the leaven of those ideas is still moving all through the Middle East. They understand the issues at stake between fascism and democracy. But the Muslim world respects power and prestige, which derives from power. And so, as I say, it's watching to see who applies the most power at the point where the leading nation of the Muslim world meets the West.
Which is Turkey.
Right. Turkey is by all odds the most vital of all the Muslim countries. The Turk has a conception of nation and state that the Arab doesn't have. Politically, he's much more mature. But right now, Turkey is very much divided. More than anything, she wants to stay neutral.
Well, suppose she can't, Mr. Gervasi. What then? What if Germany demands free passage to attack Russia from the south?
As I say, Mr. Stout, Turkey is divided. On the surface, she is faithful to her alliance with Great Britain. But below the surface, many little signs point to a sympathy with the Axis.
What signs? Can you specify?
Very easily. The broadcasts of Radio Ankara for Western consumption are anti-Axis. But their Arabic broadcasts for home consumption follow the Berlin party line. A British newspaperman has a devil of a job getting a phone call through from Ankara to Istanbul. A representative of the DNB, the Nazi press agency, gets his right away. British ships going through the Bosphorus are held up for several days with cargo checking. British ships are checked through in half an hour. Shall I go on?
You made your point, Mr. Gervasi. And you think that when the pinch comes, Turkey will go pro-Nazi?
I don't know, because there is a counterpoint. It may be absolutely nothing but legend and superstition, but there are many people in Turkey, mostly the common people, like the peasants and the private soldiers of the army, who cling to the will of Kemal Ataturk.
His will? Do you mean his policy?
No. The story is that when Turkey's strongman, Kemal Ataturk, lay dying in 1938, he wrote a codicil to his will, sort of a political testament to his country. He wrote, "For as long as you can honorably do so, keep Turkey out of war. But if you must go to war, don't fight on Germany's side. With Germany, you lose if you win."
Ah, that's certainly putting it straight. Is it just a story, or did Ataturk really write that?
No one knows. The common people believe it implicitly. I heard it first before Germany started into the Balkans. I heard it later in Damascus from a Turkish officer. And I heard it again in Cairo from a high-born Turkish woman who had just come from Ankara.
Well, you say the common people believe it, Mr. Gervasi. Does that mean that the politicians and the Turkish ruling classes do not?
They're apt to shrug it off. You see, Mr. Stout, the story in Turkey is very much what it was in Greece and Yugoslavia. Many of the politicians in the upper classes, even the middle class, were appeasers. They thought that if they played the game with Hitler and angled for time, they could keep out of trouble and keep all the pleasant, comfortable things they were accustomed to. You know what happened in Yugoslavia, how the army and the people threw out the government at the last minute and insisted on fighting. But it isn't quite so well known that the situation was almost the same in Greece. Right up to the moment of the Italian invasion, certain Greek statesmen were playing the Axis game. If Italy hadn't forced the war and roused the common people, they might be playing it yet.
Well, you think that after all, when the time of decision comes, Kemal Atatürk's will may bring Turkey in on the side of the democracy.
It's an even bet, Mr. Stout. The upper classes in Turkey are appeasers, want to try to do business with Hitler. Hitler's ambassador, Franz von Papen, has promised the Turks very large rewards after the war, if they do the right thing. According to von Papen, Hitler will give the Turks Armenia and the Russian province of Azerbaijan. The Turks would love to get Azerbaijan from Russia. 75% of the population is Turkish anyway, and the country is rich in naphtha, manganese, and oil, to say nothing of cotton and caviar. So some of the politicians favor the Axis. But the common people, the peasants, and the soldiers of the army, including the officers, know that they will lose their freedom if Germany wins, and they are willing to fight to defend their homes. Also, they remember the will of Kemal Atatürk.
Well, can they pull it off? Will they be able to grab the decision from the appeasers?
Possibly, Mr. Stout. They couldn't in Romania and Bulgaria. They did in Greece and Yugoslavia. With help in time, they may in Turkey. And that brings me to something that I want very much to say, and say as strongly as I can. All through the Middle East and Europe, the common people are willing to die for freedom. They are willing to die if necessary. They are more than willing to fight, and they must have help. Courage these days isn't enough. As Colonel Lawrence said, the Muslim world can be swung on an idea, and it respects power. It has the ideas of freedom and independence. It's waiting for practical help in the form of tanks and planes and guns. Particularly in Turkey, if the common people at the moment of decision see powerful British forces to the south, ready and able to bring them aid, they will fight against the Nazis.
I hope they do. One more thing, Mr. Gervasi. Do the people of the Muslim world really have a feeling for democracy, for what we mean by democracy?
No, not as we know it, Mr. Stout. The Muslim world is politically immature. Except for Egypt and Turkey, where the spirit of nationalism is very strong, our notion of democracy is respected, but not completely understood.
If it isn't understood, why is it respected?
Because America has a tremendous influence and prestige all through the Middle East. It's partly due, I believe, to the work of American missionaries and doctors, and partly to the graduates of such famous American schools as Robert College in Istanbul and the American College in Beirut.
But aren't the graduates of both those schools Christian?
Mostly, and I know what you're getting at. How can Christians have much influence in Muslim communities? All I can tell you is that they do. They've learned American skills, for one thing, which gives them prestige, and they spread the story of American power and greatness. Even more important, they've learned that in one of the greatest countries of the world, millions of men of goodwill enjoy a way of life and an individual freedom of which the Muslim has only dreamed. So even if our own brand of democracy isn't fully understood in the Middle East, it's respected. The Muslim world is a world of restlessness and primitive moods and religious fervor. Now, wherever there is a dawning political consciousness, it looks towards the United States, because we here in America have the only vital thing left to give the world. The spirit of freedom is strong in the Middle East and, underneath the surface, is still as vital as ever in the captive nations of the Mediterranean. Democracy and republican forms of government were born in the Mediterranean lands, and the common people have never forgotten. Even in Italy, they have not forgotten. Everywhere the common people look to America. Spiritual fervor can build a new world, and only America can supply both the spirit and the form. The binding cement may very well be a world ideal of individual freedom in a framework of democracy.
May be and must be. Thank you, Mr. Gervasi. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today has been Frank Gervasi, foreign correspondent and author of the book, soon to be published, entitled War Has Seven Faces. I hope you read it. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the sixth of another series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy.
a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Commander Edward Ellsberg to the microphone. A copy of this afternoon's script will be mailed free of charge to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or your card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. The Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. This afternoon's program has reached you from the RCA Building, Radio City in New York.
Speaking of liberty, in the public interest, the National Broadcasting Company has made its facilities available for another program in the second series under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Once again, there is a period of free talk on the air, and once again our host is Rex Stout, whom most of you already know as the author of baffling mystery stories and as brain parent of the distinguished criminologist Nero Wolfe. On these programs, you'll get to know Rex Stout even better as an outspoken champion of our American democracy. Mr. Stout.
Thank you, Arnold Wilkes. Good evening, friends of liberty. Our guest today, Dorothy Canfield Fisher, is not only a mother of books, but also a godmother. She has written Hillsborough People, The Bent Twig, The Brimming Cup, Fables for Parents, and many others, and is a member of the Board of Judges of the Book of the Month Club. In case that sounds to you like a lazy sort of life, she is also a recognized authority on education and is exceedingly active in welfare and war relief groups. She's come down from Vermont today to answer some questions about women, their place in modern democracy, what the present national emergency means to them, its opportunities, its dangers. You do think it presents dangers, Mrs. Fisher?
It certainly does, Mr. Stout.
And that confronted with danger, women do not merely scream and faint?
I don't think they ever did, except for an audience. I'm reminded of a letter I found once in my Vermont attic, written by my grandmother to her brother in the year 1832, 109 years ago. She had been doing something spectacular and wanted to reassure him. I quote from it. Quite an unusual thing for a young lady to do, I know, but I assure you that no one can see, even from a distance.
What has she been doing, smuggling?
When people finally found out, Mr. Stout, what she was doing, they were shocked. Doctors said it went counter to certain physiological peculiarities. They said that women who engaged in it would render themselves unfit for the sacred duties of maternity. They said it would ruin their health and actually imperil the future of the race.
What is she doing, quarrying granite?
Swimming, Mr. Stout, just swimming.
Now?
Oh, yes. Of course, it was absurd. But listen, no more absurd than lots of ideas people still have about what women can or can't do. I'm not talking about Europe or China, but the United States of America.
The only thing I think a woman can't... You go on, Mrs. Fisher.
Well, we all know what the Nazi ideal woman is. A human being, non-existent except to bear boy babies to grow up to be soldiers. That's poisonous. But how about the ideal woman of the clever Americans who write our advertisements? She is non-existent except as a spender of money. The woman held up to praise in those persuasive advertisements is the one who buys the most furniture, household gadgets, cosmetics, hats, shoes, automobiles. She is constantly told that only by many purchases of this or that can she achieve social success. That's not only absurd, it's sort of poisonous, too.
But I don't call that a complete picture of the modern American woman, do you?
Good gracious, no. It's not a picture of what she is, but of what people with gadgets to sell would like to have her be. I call that idea just as ridiculous as our great-grandfather's notions about women's not swimming. It's preposterous to steer women away from productive work and useful service.
Especially now when Uncle Sam needs his nieces as much as his nephews.
I'll say he does. Our democracy sees hard times ahead. It's going to take everybody's shoulder to the wheel to get us through what's before us. It's not safe to keep anybody from developing the muscles in those needed shoulders, for it's going to take all of us to hold the fort. For instance, if, as the Nazis do, you shut Jews out from education and economic life, from hope, from the freedom to develop the best and most useful of their traits, you soon create a ghetto that's a plague spot, not just for them, for the whole nation. In the same way, if women are shut out by meaningless prejudice from full development of their powers, the whole nation will be that much the weaker. Then there's just plain self-preservation. Not enough of us have really taken in what the totalitarian system means for women, would mean for us here if we don't make a success of defending Americanism.
A choice between soldier breeding?
Not even a choice. The totalitarian state makes up everybody's mind for him. I've just been reading a startling book by an American teacher, Gregor Zimmer, called Education for Death. It describes the way German children are trained by the Nazis. Really, Mr. Stout, you'd get the shock of your life if you read that book. German women must raise at least 4 boy soldiers or face the disapproval of the party. And what that means is that you may be forcibly sent away from your home and made to work wherever the government decrees. Women's places in the home is Nazi doctrine? Yes, again. It's in Nazi Germany that women are forced at the point of the bayonet to leave their homes in order to work in factories.
Not neglecting, meanwhile, their quota of 4 boy soldiers. They certainly wanted both ways. You remember their ferocious demands for Lebensraum, room to live in.
Is there anybody who doesn't remember that slogan about their country being overpopulated?
Yeah, so what do? Conquer other people's farms and cities for their surplus population and give bonuses for German babies and jump the national birth rate by 30% in 7 years. At that rate, their Lebensraum will reach Indianapolis by, 1950, 60.
And their sons and daughters from early childhood belong absolutely to the state. The Nazi teachers and youth leaders demand practically all the time of the children and young people to make them fanatically fascist-minded and to make sure they will grow up to be hardened servants and soldiers of the Nazi ideas. This means so much organized group life for youngsters that they're seldom at home with their mothers, as our American children are. And when they are at home, they are trained by the state to act as spies on their parents and report to the police anything not wholly Hitler doctrine which may be said in the family.
What you said a minute ago, yesterday, Great Britain passed a law conscripting a lot of women.
Yes, by a democratic process. Unmarried women, strictly as a war measure. They're fighting for their lives.
Well, what about American women, Mrs. Fisher? Free women. Specifically, what can they do to stay free or to help other women to get free?
Probably do just as they have always done. Try to find in new conditions how to carry on their old work.
I don't get it.
Well, take almost any so-called modern occupation for women. If you look at it, you'll see that it's only a transposition of what women have always done. For example, school teaching. What is that but doing in classrooms the same thing which in pre-industrial days mothers, grandmothers, aunts, older sisters were always doing for the children around them? And the girls in canning factories, the armies of women who fetch and carry and give personal services in shops and offices, who run looms in woolen and cotton mills, who use sewing machines in garment-making centers, who are nurses in hospitals. Aren't they all doing, in the only way the modern world permits, just what women have always done? Producing food, manufacturing clothing, taking care of the young and sick and old, serving those around them.
Well, that's an ingenious idea.
Oh, don't be so cautious, Mr. Stout. You certainly wouldn't say that a farmer was no longer a producer of food because he reaps his wheat with a machine instead of a sickle, would you?
No.
Well, why is a woman doing new and modern work because she nurses the sick in a white uniform instead of being dressed in hoop skirts? And here's another idea. Did you ever think that women in the modern world, doing in the modern world only the work they have always done, also are as unanimously not doing work they never did in the home? That is, basing their lives on the profit motive. Yes, I know that a very few women have owned businesses and directed factories, but so few you can hardly find examples of it. Yet it takes no physical strength to be the president of a bank or of a steamship line. It does take capital, and women have often inherited capital. But when they go to work outside the home, it's mostly in their old role of doing service, not in making a profit on commercial transactions.
Well, then it isn't womanly to buy and sell at a profit?
Now, Mr. Stout, that's just what I don't mean. There's not a bit of evidence either way on that point. It's just that the profit motive is wholly outside their old experience of work for their families. They're not at home in that element. In professions like nursing or teaching, they get to the top and become leaders, the smartest of them. But you don't often hear of a woman owning and running a steam laundry.
It seems likely that before this war has ended, we'll hear of them doing a lot of things, though not for financial profit. In England, women have volunteered by thousands for all kinds of work. War and the threat of invasion have given British women a new freedom and a sense of sharing in their country's defense equally with the men.
Yes, and the neurologists say that all English people, men too, have a new sense of sharing and being useful, which gives them new courage and strength. Everybody needs that feeling. Modern women especially, constantly looking for new ways to carry on the age-old usefulness which in pre-industrial days made them indispensable to their husbands and families. If the modern woman is to find the eternally lasting satisfactions of life, she must learn how to transpose her old responsibilities into modern terms. For instance, modern women are still responsible for the sound education of their children as much as ever, although their children are taught in classrooms. The mothers are responsible as citizens for the quality of education given in the classroom.
Which in one way makes their job harder instead of easier.
Indeed it does. It's hard to step out from the family circle, so familiar to untold generations of our ancestresses, and find our way through the maze of modern life to those same old duties. Those modern institutions, schools, hospitals, libraries, and all the rest, they won't function by themselves if citizens, women too, don't work as hard to keep them efficient as we used to work individually to give our children what they need. A little boy breaks his leg. He's taken to a finely equipped modern hospital where he is given much better medical care than great-grandmother could have given her little boy. But the mother is still responsible for the right care of that broken leg, only in a new way.
You mean it's the mother's responsibility to work with others to keep that hospital well-equipped and staffed?
That's the idea. She has to do her share in seeing that all little boys get care to make sure that her little boy does.
But Mrs. Fisher, what specific extra jobs for women do you suggest now?
Well, there's the big job of finding decent living conditions for people working in defense areas. It's hard to believe some of the stories we hear about overcrowding. They say there are actually places where people are sleeping in shifts, 3 people using the same bed in 8-hour periods.
And in boomtowns, housing is only one problem.
Of course. When you jam human beings together in such crowds, you get problems everywhere. Where can the children of the defense workers go to school? And their getting a decent schooling is of vital importance for our nation. Where can the young folks get decent fun during their leisure hours? The government agencies are doing a good deal. But it takes real neighborliness to rise to such an emergency. Americans have always been fine at rising to meet emergencies like earthquakes or floods. Why do some women seem to resent those new workers who, to aid in our defense programs, have been obliged to go into their placid little towns? Here is a big job for women in town after town all over the country. To make people feel at home. That's peculiarly something women are always trained to do.
More power to you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Fisher. Time's up. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today has been Dorothy Canfield Fisher. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye until next week.
You have just heard the 9th of another series of programs entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you each week in the public interest by the National Broadcasting Company under the auspices of the Council for Democracy, a national organization dedicated to the propagation of an American faith in democracy. Next week, Rex Stout will bring Erskine Caldwell to the microphone. A copy of the script of this broadcast will be mailed free to anyone requesting it. Please address your letter or card to the Council for Democracy, 285 Madison Avenue, New York City. The Council invites you to listen in on a special program, Democracy at Work, on Saturday afternoon from 2 to 2:30 Eastern Standard Time over this network. Speaking of Liberty has been presented as a public service by NBC and the independent radio stations associated with the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Speaking of liberty,
In the public interest, the National Broadcasting Company has made its facilities available for another program in the second series under the auspices of the Council for Democracy. Once again, there's a period of free talk on the air. Once again, our host is Rex Stout, whom most of you already know as the author of the famous Nero Wolfe detective story. This week, another Rex Stout master detective makes his debut in a brand new mystery story entitled Alphabet Hicks. Clever, active as a dynamo, a little on the shady side, deliberately mysterious. That's A. Hicks, whose singular calling card, but read it for yourself. At this moment, we present not the author of baffling tales, but the outspoken champion of our American democracy, Mr. Rex Stout.
Thank you, George Putnam. Good evening, friends of liberty. Our guest today, Erskine Caldwell, has recently got home from a long trip together with his wife, Margaret Burke White, the photographer. You read his books, God's Little Acres, Trouble in July, and others, and seen his famous Tobacco Road. But what we're interested in today is his trip. He went to Russia, and unlike the Germans, he got to Moscow. Not only that, he got there ahead of time, before it started. What was the date, Mr. Caldwell?
When we got to the Soviet Union?
Well, Moscow.
The 12th of May. We landed in Hong Kong in April, then to Chongqing, through Mongolia, northwest China, Kazakhstan, and on into European Russia.
Well, how was Hong Kong last April? Jittery?
Well, worried. They knew the Japanese were getting set, and that it was only a matter of time until the showdown.
When you got to Moscow, you made it a base for explorations?
Not for a while, Mr. Stout. For a solid month, we didn't make any explorations. The Russian government had passed very strict laws forbidding any travel whatever, anywhere, in Russia by anybody. They finally made a special dispensation in our case, but it wasn't until the 12th of June that we even managed to leave Moscow.
At that time, do you think anyone in Russia knew that the German attack was coming?
The government knew, at least 3 months in advance. That was why they had passed laws forbidding travel. You see, the country had been overrun with Germans, so-called tourists, sightseers, and advance agents, and the laws were aimed directly at them.
Well, what about the Russian people? Did they know?
I don't think so. We were down on the coast of the Black Sea on June the 22nd at a resort called Sukhumi. For the first few hours, there was general confusion. People were in a daze. But by the next morning, all that had cleared off, and they were ready to face the fact of war. And 3 days later, the entire nation was mobilized.
The entire nation in 3 days?
Yes. It was one of the fastest mobilizations in history. Not only an army of 20 million men, but the entire nation.
Did you say 20 million?
That's right, Mr. Stout. 10 million in the standing army to meet the German attack, and another 10 million in reserves. And those 10 million reserves are still almost uncalled on back in the Urals. They are still being trained and equipped.
But hadn't a large part of the army been mobilized near the frontier for months?
I don't think so. What the Germans met at first was simply border guards that fell back for several hundred miles towards the Soviet main forces. They had a zone of fluid defenses in tremendous depth. That was the Russian answer to mechanized war.
Seems to have been a pretty good answer. What did you find when you got back to Moscow?
When my wife and I returned to Moscow on June the 28th, 6 days after the attack began, everything was perfectly organized. People were confident and busy. Every citizen felt himself part of the mass mobilization resisting invasion. You could call it a total psychological mobilization for total war. And that brings up an interesting point, I think. The French failed in 1940 because their people weren't prepared psychologically. They still regarded the French army as a fighting force and saw themselves as citizens more or less unaffected. The Russians have held out against the German attack because they were prepared, psychologically as well as other ways. For 20 years, their people have been trained to the idea of total war. For 20 years, they have been working for the state and had it dinned into them that if war did come, it would be total.
Yeah, we tried some dinning here, too, but of course in a democracy it's different. There's more than one din in a democracy, which is as it should be until the shooting starts.
It was interesting the way the Russian people responded. The working day was lengthened from 8 to 10 hours, and the working week from 5 to 6 days.
So they still had a day of rest?
Yes, on Sundays. But almost immediately, people began donating that day of rest to the government without pay. It was done by groups. The people in a block of apartment houses would report together for whatever work was assigned to them by the city Soviet. That would correspond to our mayor's office.
Did all the people do that?
Yes, they did. I talked with working men and artists and college professors, men and women, old and young. My secretary, for instance, spent her Sundays carrying bricks.
Good for her. What do the Russians think about us Americans, Mr. Caldwell?
Well, they don't know much about us, of course. I think they like Americans as well as any foreigners, perhaps better, and of course they have a tremendous respect for us. They admire our industrial organization and our technical ability to point of copying both whenever they can. And then they like us as people, too. I spent a great deal of time back to the front with various units of the Army, and they certainly went all out on hospitality. At every mess, they gave us a banquet, and when it came time to say goodbye, the final toast almost invariably was, of course in Russian, "On behalf of my regiment and country, I am joining hands with you as a token of friendship between our two great nations."
I'd drink to that myself. What about the Russians as a modern industrial nation? How good are they?
Very good indeed, Mr. Stout. Apparently much better than the world at large had any idea of. I know what you have in mind, all those stories about how the Russians would never make any good industrial workers. Their temperaments weren't fitted for it.
Yes, like the stories about the Japanese not making good flyers.
I think the reason for that misunderstanding of the Russian worker was that we were judging the Russian industrial organization by what we could see of its results in the production of consumer goods alone. They weren't impressive, but we forgot that the main Russian effort all along was in the production of military and defense materials, and that we never saw. It was kept absolutely secret until the outbreak of war. Now we know that the Russians have done very well indeed, that tanks and planes are as good as the Germans, and they apparently have plenty of them.
But can they keep on producing them?
I should say from my observations that they can, Mr. Stout, and that is one of the modern Russian miracles. Their industrial capacity has been cut down by the German invasion, of course, but not as much as you might think.
We've heard a good deal about how they moved whole factories to the interior.
They actually did it. Probably about 75% of their entire industrial capacity has been saved and transported bodily to the Urals.
Sounds incredible. Imagine moving Pittsburgh to Denver in 2 months. What about the people, Mr. Caldwell? Did they go too?
Only certain classes, Mr. Stout. Technicians, workers, and officials. The others, all the population, have orders to remain in their homes or on their land until they get official orders to go somewhere else. There wasn't any great refugee problem in Russia as there was in France.
And those left behind, or some of them, are they the guerrillas?
Exactly. Every Russian citizen is trained in the use of arms and told just what to do in case he ever finds himself behind the enemy lines.
Then the guerrillas aren't part of the regular Russian army?
No, not unless they are detachments that have been cut off in some military operation. There have been plenty of those, of course. But most of the guerrillas work, as we read about, burning supplies, destroying German equipment, attacking outlying posts, is all the work of Russian peasants doing what they've been trained to do. You see, Mr. Stout, again, it's all a part of the picture of total war.
Yes, the war we are now in ourselves. And that raises a question. What are the Russians going to do in the Far East, Mr. Caldwell? Do you think they will help us actively in our fight with Japan?
I think it might help us if we examine Russia as a whole, Mr. Stout. We've seen a strong, united people determined on defending themselves to the end. At the same time, we've seen a people somewhat suspicious of outsiders doing their own business in their own way. Right now, they're engaged in the greatest land battle of history, with enormously long lines to cover and supply. Opening up a second front in the Far East would mean taking on another big job of huge dimensions.
So then do you expect Russia to remain on the sidelines in the Pacific?
Not necessarily. Russia needs American supplies, and their Pacific port of Vladivostok may still be a very important port of entry. It would be a great help to us to have Siberian bases. Up to now, Russia has preferred not to get involved with Japan, but that was before this morning. As matters stand now, in this all-out battle against the Axis, we need her and she needs us.
Well, if she does decide to fight Japan, what has she got to fight with? Haven't a lot of the best Russian troops been moved to the other front?
I saw Siberian troops in European Russia way back last June, and of course they've moved in a lot more since then. But I doubt if they've weakened their Siberian defenses very seriously. Assuming that they have reduced the Siberian army by a third, they would still have better than 500,000 men left, all well-trained and well-armed, and a complete force of fighters and heavy bombers as well as submarines.
And they're where they can reach the Japs.
I want to say one thing more, Mr. Stout, and that is this. The whole Far Eastern development has been simply a part of a gigantic world strategy of the Nazis. They timed the attack of their Japanese allies on the United States to fall when it could be of the best possible service to the Nazis themselves.
And when they needed it most.
Yes. As I see it, the German strategy runs like this. Distract America in the Pacific, which will have the effect of cutting down American aid to Russia and Britain, which will make possible a digging in on the Eastern Front. Then the Russians can be held in check with a comparatively small force while main German strength is directed elsewhere, to a new assault in North Africa, towards Suez or down through Spain and Portugal to Africa's west coast.
And then across to South America, and then north.
Yes, but we must never let them get that far. No more defense for us. We must attack. The whole idea of mere defense must be abandoned or we cannot win.
There's no or about it. Not anymore. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest today, the last on this present series of broadcasts by the Council for Democracy, has been Erskine Caldwell, author and journalist whose new book on Russia will be published soon. This is Rex Stout saying goodbye for the time being.
You have just heard the final program of a special series entitled Speaking of Liberty, brought to you in the public interest by the National Broadcasting Company under the auspices of the Council for Democracy.